It is time for the biggest IESF World Championship. More than 120 countries. Set your mind, set your strategy. Face the challenges. Break down the barriers. Bali, the island of gods, 2022. Are you ready to win?
The Bali event. I am Seeking Strike, and joining me is DK Truman, and we are about to embark on 3 days of European, Dota 2 action in order to see who is going to get to the the winner of this event is actually going to go directly to the playoff stage of IEF over in Bali later on in December. We've got plenty of teams here, DK Truman. It's going to be 4 groups of some 4, 1, 5, and plenty of Dota to come across us for the next 3 days.
Yeah, definitely. You know, as IESF always has interesting lineups to witness. We definitely do have a couple of very interesting teams with, you know, the occasional team having a supreme surprising player in them, considering their status, I would say, in the scene. But yeah, we do, of course, very importantly need to check out those beautiful matchups that we will be covering today. We unfortunately won't be able to cover everything because there are 2 or 3 matches, I think, going on at the same time. So we'll have to pick and choose in what matches we're going to cover. But we are going to start it off with Montenegro versus Kosovo.
Yeah, absolutely. It's actually even more than that. It's 4 matches simultaneously here. So 4 best of ones as we have Group A and Group B playing at the same time. We'll follow Group B here to kick us off, like you're saying, Montenegro versus Kosovo, and we'll stay along with Montenegro in the next match. Streaming Poland versus Israel, and Poland has a mid laner you may have heard of. He is playing some exceptional Dota over the past couple of months, hasn't he, been DK Truman?
Yeah, he has. He's got quite a busy schedule as well, considering he most likely is going to be busy trying to qualify for the international. We are, of course, talking about the king himself, Nisha, that is playing for the Polish lineup. They do have a quite extensive roster on their side, so I think they've signed up 7 players, so there's some interchanging in that regard. Don't necessarily know who is going to be the one that we're going to be, you know, what roster we're going to see. We also see a nice other player that is pretty well known. I think he plays at almost every IESF tournament. I've seen his name in there plenty of times. That's, of course, Exotic Deer, a name I have not heard in a very long time.
Yeah, he's been on a couple of qualification stacks. Wisla Krakow, Dota 2PL, lots of Polish teams for the most part. But of course, the hard carry here. We'll see how they do in their opening match versus Romania. I do think Group A is going to be pretty tough, man. Romania as well, with some pretty, decently well-known players, at least very much so on the Tier 2 scene. Khan, Bink, and Flash, all 3 of those to me all stand out quite a bit. 11 Monkeys, No Bounty Hunter, Water Rune Enjoyers most recently for Bink. Flash as well. No Bounty Hunter had a stint as well on the Viking GG roster. And Khan, of course, a mainstay on No Bounty Hunter. So these guys, they do have a good amount of competitive experience on Romania. So it's going to be a pretty tightly contested match, and mostly group, I want to say, because it is going to be the top 2 teams in each group moving on to playoffs. I don't believe we have covered that yet. but that's going to be important to note here. And after that, it's a single elimination playoff bracket. So, of course, every single match matters. Best of ones all the way into the semifinals.
Yeah, so you got to bring your A game. Be very careful of cheese picks, because especially with a format like this, cheese seems to come up every once in a while. Your Arc Wardens, Brood Mothers, Huskar last pickers, horrible, horrible stuff that you can encounter. And it wouldn't be too surprising to see that come forward in one of these matches. From these 3 matches that we're going to be covering, of course, the last one has Nisha, and we gotta. Definitely looking forward towards that one. But Wales versus Montenegro is also going to be an interesting one, because we have, I think, for so far, I have been able to look through the player list, have our only female player in the qualifiers. That is Grace Bell, or Peachy Bell, as her name is. So definitely looking forward to seeing what she can bring to the table for the Welsh lineup.
Yeah, absolutely. If I'm not mistaken, I believe she was playing during the Commonwealth Games. I'm not sure how Wales quite fared. If I'm being honest, I only kept up with the Malaysian team, and the women's team, that is, which did claim gold over in Commonwealth Games. But I know that the English team, as well as the Welsh team, also did fairly well. I believe the English team placing second. Not sure where the Welsh finished up there. But some competitive experience here, which does tend to make a big difference over in the IESFs, right? Playing captain's mode, very much a bit different and a different kind of stage to play the game on compared to your ranked roles queue, or even just your all pick roles queue, which can be a little bit stressful. And this here in these tournaments, at least you've got everything kind of figured out. One captain, ideally calling the shots, and excited to get our first match underway, which should be starting soon here. Looks like we're just waiting for the coin toss to get set, and then we will be getting good to go.
Yeah, we got Kosovo versus Montenegro, of course, 2 teams up against each other. Quickly went over the lineups for so far I could find, because some of these players either run with different names or they're really hard to find. Did find 4 players at the very least, one of them being Despe, about 2K Immortal player, likes picking Rubik, Windranger, Pudge, Mirana, so assume he's going to be playing position 4.
Yep. Sounds
probably.
I mean, maybe a carry Pudge, right?
Yeah.
I'm personally quite curious on, whether the teams are going to kind of follow the meta that we've kind of been seeing established so far during the TI quals. There was that patch as well that did reshuffle and balance a couple of things. So I'm wondering if teams kind of have certain strats in mind if they've practiced together, or if it's more going to be kind of just sticking to the Immortal Pubs kind of meta. So far, that's always what really interests me quite a bit about these kind of tier 2 tournaments. Not to mention, of course, the fact that we have the all national squads as well, right? So that always kind of changes things up quite a bit. Very few teams outside of Southeast Asia, are generally composed of all 5 nationals. Southeast Asia with Army Geniuses, Fnatic, Fam, for the longest time kind of broke that. But over in Europe, very much a friendly region in terms of how much they actually end up playing with each other. As we can see our first draft already underway. Best of ones here. And it's Kosovo with Radiant and second pick. Montenegro over Dire side.
Yeah. I mean, Montenegro has last pick and Dire, even though they did with the changes that they added. I think Dire it's like slightly more balanced, but stacking on Radiant still is horrible. So I do like the ban that Kosovo makes. The Chen, I don't necessarily know if they're Chen pickers, but as we've seen in the qualifiers, Chen equals wins for the most part. Same with like Undying has been going crazy as a support in this current patch. So a nice ban. The Faces Void is a little bit of a strange one, though.
Yeah, quite a strong carry in general. Definitely a little bit easier to execute on.
10
He's
seconds
a pretty
remaining.
durable safe laner. It can tank a fair bit of harass. Not always having
5
the
seconds
relative
remaining.
safety, even though in the early levels it can be abused, but the relative safety of time
Dire
one to
team
get your AD down.
Dire
the
team
die,
pick.
there he is, the Dirge himself, the first pick opening for Kosovo. I wonder if Montenegro are going to address the Tombstone here in the first phase. For now, with the Dawnbreaker, they haven't quite done that, but they still, of course, have the rest of the draft
It is Montenegro
10
picking up
seconds
the Dawnbreaker. One of the other players that I did manage to find
5
information
seconds
of was that Spira from Kosovo loves playing Dawn, so they yoinked that one away from their opponents at the very least. But yeah, I would. I think you are right. You tend to want to have like a Snapfire maybe to just quickly get rid of the Undying Tombstone. Morphling has also been one of those heroes that has been
Radiant
urging up
team
to
pick.
deal with the Tombstone and coincidentally turn into the Undying.
Yeah, it's always a good one, right? If you can't beat him, join him. And that's certainly what the Rubik and Morphlings, as you mentioned, are keen to do. Strong pick regardless, coming through from Montenegro with the Death Prophet offlane. Another one of these
10
heroes that
seconds
tends to just
remaining.
always dominate the lane. It's one of these heroes like the Timbersaw used to be, and
5
like he still
seconds
is for the most
remaining.
part, where you get him, where you get her a level advantage up to level 3, sometimes level 4 specifically, so you can have those 2 points in
Radiant
the Swarm
team
and
ban.
2 in the Simon in order to live. The highest win rate hero, by the way, of all the qualifiers, of all the regions, is going to be the Visage. Played a decent amount of times, and still ended up being particularly strong so far.
Well, yeah, if the Hawk Perma plays it, then
10
and they win the
seconds
qualifiers,
remaining.
yeah, it seems pretty likely. But yeah, Visage,
5
a
seconds
scary
remaining.
hero because it does put up a lot of tempo. To be fair, both these lineups against each other put up a lot of tempo. Undying Visage, of course, like a lot of minions and push from the Visage. On the other side, Dawnbreaker, the moment she hits level 6, you got that big heal
Dire
bomb
team
coming
ban.
in. DP
Radiant
can just
team
charge in your
ban.
face, be an absolute monster.
Taking a look at some other bans now. Interesting. Drow Ranger ban fairly early.
Dire team
Drow
ban.
being one of these kind of anti-high armor, high agi gain heroes. TB always comes to mind immediately, to be quite honest. I mean, that matchup is just really, really bad, to be quite honest, for a Terrorblade. It's something like 3 or 4 arrows by the late game if Drow has any sort of crit, given that
10
TB, not a
seconds
hero that
remaining.
likes to really build bonus armor. The marksmanship goes right through that.
5 seconds
Yeah,
remaining.
but on the other hand, if you have a TB laning against a Visage, you're
true.
dead. You just get
Yeah.
blown up. Same with the Morphling. It's just instant burst the entire time.
So I wonder if they're thinking of addressing that, right? Because that's a good point. Like pivoting onto that, maybe if
Radiant
you want
team
to
ban.
go into Monkey King, right? Has very, very commonly been the counter to a Visage offlane. It's the tricks, his little trickery in order to avoid the big nuke damage out from the W. Just out trade him very easily with the Jingu Mastery.
10
Yeah,
seconds remaining.
Monkey King's new shard looks pretty amazing, though. It's
Oh, yeah.
very interesting,
5
though.
seconds remaining.
As a Rubik player, I have accidentally toggled it a couple of times. Very suicidal.
Yeah, no, I think those kinds of spells, those kind of mobility spells that give you the
Dire
opportunity
team
to,
ban.
you know, it's so flexible in its usage, right? I mean, it seems fairly obvious, but compared to other spells which are targeted, you know, think of like another high mobility spell like Charge of Darkness, right? It's kind of, you use it one way. You've got to charge to a target, and that's what it does. It does what it says on the box. Whereas these other
10 seconds
generally,
remaining.
you know, general kind of mobility
5
abilities,
seconds
now that,
remaining.
you know, Wukong, the Boundless Strike is one of them, you know, it really raises, I think, the amount of mobility that this guy has to the next level. I mean, I feel like now he's even rivaling the amount of mobility something like an Ember or a Storm even has, to a lesser degree, sure, but, you know, he's up there now, I think, with that shard.
I think they made a couple of heroes too mobile. Yeah, you know, Zeus is obviously one of the big ones, where when you play Clockwork, you feel sad because everyone can just jump out of
Dire
your
team
cogs. So it really hampers a lot of different heroes in this current patch.
That's a good point, right? I do think they offset that a little bit. I feel like now with like upgradable blink daggers, of course they've been around for a long time. It's not really news at this stage, but now that everyone's got the ability to take a blink
10
dagger and have it
seconds
not feel
remaining.
like a waste of space, especially for like a carry who always wants
5
some kind of
seconds
stats in their
remaining.
items to be efficient, like it does feel a little bit better. But I do definitely catch your meaning
Radiant
here. I think
team
DP,
pick.
for example, even though she's got plenty of move speed, would be one such hero to be a little bit more annoyed by something like the existence of a Clockwork in this match. That is, anyway, until the Snapfire's added in. I really like the new shard on this hero. It took me a while to kind of come around to it, given that I thought the Blink shard,
10
you know, Scatter
seconds
Blast stun
remaining.
was pretty fun to watch and to play for this hero. But that
5
upgraded
seconds
cookie, I
remaining.
think, does kind of shift this hero into a little bit of a different light and allows her to push waves even more effectively and safely.
Yeah, especially the fact that you can one-shot a creep wave without having to use both your spells is a big plus for the
Radiant
Snapfire.
team
Also,
pick.
we have that counter to the Undying Tombstone, but the Nyx Assassin in return counters both the Snap
Dire
and the
team
Dawn. Very heads-up picks coming through.
Yeah, of course. It's going to force the Dawnbreaker to basically BKB before she decides to Solar Guardian in, or they need to otherwise make sure Nyx Assassin is either 1, not around, or 2, is already used Spiked Carapace. So lots of ifs already
10
that Kosovo
seconds
are kind
remaining.
of placing on the utility of the Dawnbreaker. Snapfire, of course, in a similar position
5
on the
seconds
Kisses.
remaining.
And to follow it up, it's going to be the Ursa. So it's a dual melee lane, Undying Ursa, into what might be Death Prophets and maybe the Dawnbreaker, maybe the Snapfire. We'll see how Montenegro want to take this draft. But it seems like Montenegro might not be too
Radiant
bothered by
team
this,
back.
dare I say.
Void incarnate.
Okay. Void Spirit doesn't necessarily
Dire
know what his
team
mid
back.
matchup is just yet, so it is always a little bit on the scarier side.
Radiant
Considering
team
Visage can
back.
always move
Dire
towards the
team
mid
back.
position and still do a lot of damage. I like the hero, Witchblade. You do a ton of damage. Very scary still. You always have to be careful as an int core against Nyx Assassin, no matter what int core you're playing. I really think this Nyx is honestly
10
going to be
seconds
super
remaining.
influential for the Kosovo lineup.
Definitely agree there. And to that
5
point, I've seen
seconds
9 in lots of
remaining.
pubs
Radiant
end up
team
picking
pick.
and taking the Nyx Assassin mid. And to be fair, it's been in some very dream Nyx Assassin games versus like OD Storm Lesh, like your ideal matchups. But Void Spirit still being an Intiro, one of, I think, 2 now melee Intiros, with it being Darks here in the game. He is going to find himself in a tricky place here if he's not able to
10
get an
seconds
Acceptor up or
remaining.
otherwise disable the Nyx Assassin, preventing Mana Void spam from coming through.
5 seconds
For
remaining.
Kosovo, though, they are going to have 23rd pick. They've already got their carry, looking to potentially flex this Visage between mid and off. I'm wondering if potentially they're looking for a hero that's A, within their hero pools for the mid and off laners, and B, could equally flex between the two in order to get the best matchup there. It does feel like Montenegro, honestly, have the opportunity to potentially also shift this Death Prophet or Void Spirit between mid and off lane. I don't know. So I think Kosovo should definitely keep that in mind with their last pick.
Yeah, gotta pretty much go over the entire list of possible cheese
Dire
heroes
team
and how to counter them. And, well, that is probably the best answer you can go for. The only thing that you would be fearful of would be a random PL pick or the likes that would just run you down. And Lash counters Illusion heroes. Ursa makes sure Huskar's not a thing. Visage kills off anything that's weak in the
10
lane.
seconds remaining.
If only I was thinking about a Slark this time
5
around, but
seconds
it's actually been
remaining.
banned out by Montenegro themselves. They feel like they have a pick,
Templar
and it's
Assassin.
Choose your
Templar
hero.
Assassin. 3 mid laners, Pog. Of course, TA is going to be the safe laner for them. And it's Lotto going for the Void Spirit. I believe that'll be the mid Void Spirit and the offlane Death Prophet, if I'm not mistaken.
I would assume so. We don't necessarily know what everyone's role is in the team, so it's always a little bit of a guessing game. Between the Lash and the Visage, like Lash Nyx would also be a really good lane. So it could still be a Visage mid until we see the items and where they're walking to.
Yeah, no, that's to be certain. Overall, though, I think like regardless of roles, if you take a look at team fight, I do think Montenegro have got just a little bit more team fight. The Nyx Assassin, of course, is going to be the big trump card, perhaps that Kosovo have to neutralize this, considering 2 of your best AOE team fight abilities, Dawnbreaker and Snapfire Kisses, are countered both by the same ability. So I think if Montenegro can play around that, they may actually have really almost no troubles, I want to say, kiting out this Ursa. It feels like if Tombstone is either not in a great position for the fight or is just easily dispatched and taken down by the Snapfire, do you think Montenegro might struggle a bit in these fights? Kosovo may struggle a bit in these fights. I like the Montenegro draft.
Okay, I'm gonna of course be stick in the mud, and I'm gonna go for Kosovo. I think they've got super good early game. The fact that they've got the Nyx really makes rotations and like the big AoE team fight ultis from the Dawn and the Snapfire weaker, which especially early game, are super influential when Kosovo goes to push with the Visage with the Lesh. And if they play it correctly, they can really push the TA out of the map and take out all of the enemy structures before, honestly, they can even respond on the Montenegro side. So I'm a go Kosovo on this one.
Okay. There we go. I mean, it's a best of one here. If you lose 2 matches, you are already mathematically eliminated from getting into playoffs. I'm sure both teams, of course, are going to be looking to avoid that at all costs. As we are ready to get underway, we're currently paused, though. A little bit of lag here to start off the match. As we'll be getting going soon. I'm just taking a look at starting items. It looks to be a Lesh mid from his starting items, Visage off, and Ursa carry. Nothing too surprising there, to be honest, from Kosovo, who have 2 disconnected members. Mid Void Spirit. DP has not yet bought items, seeing as she disconnected, but it's the off lane. It's going to be the mid lane Void. Okay. Does that change your mind about anything here, Truman? About how you think this is going to change things up?
No, I think it's still pretty much going to be. I believe in Kosovo if they reconnect. Also, there was a very interesting statistic when the game, went to live. We saw the statistics on the TA playing the TA, and he had 10 wins on the TA so far in 13 games. But that means on that account specifically, he's played TA 13 times. So I assume there must be a Smurf somewhere, because this is an important game to start learning a hero.
Yeah, no, it definitely is. Maybe he's trying to do his cavern crawl here as well, Truman. You never know. He's got, pick me TA. I've really got, I can't win with her in turbo, so we'll get it done here. As we'll be getting going shortly, just in another minute here for our first match. I think what's really interesting here is, given you've got a mid lane Lesh against a hero like a Void Spirit who wants to really rotate away, especially since the removal of the mid lane camps. I'm curious really to see how many points this Lesh is going to try and pressure into the Diabolic Edict, and looking to pressure that first tower of the game. That can kind of tether the Void Spirit to the mid lane, and while in the previous meta that we've had when we still had mid camps, Void wouldn't have really been bothered by that. I think in this meta, he is going to be wanting to be leaving the lane for a more extended period of times, which can open that tower up for a siege.
Yeah, it's definitely a little bit of an interesting affair, because, of course, Lesh laning against a Void Spirit, you don't necessarily want to level Diabolic Edict, because it doesn't really do that much in the lane against the Void Spirit, with how mobile the hero tends to be. But you do want to have that early push, I think. Especially the Visage hits level 6. You got level 3 in Diabolic Edict. You can take out the tier 1 tower mid and top in probably, 8-9 minutes.
Goes Garter. And the Cookie leveled first here. I believe Garter is still going to be able to escape easily. He even has a stick charge for his troubles. That's going to be Montenegro being a bit too aggressive here on the jump. The smoke play.
Yeah, that's just, they're all going to reposition. They can't really grab their own bounty rune at this stage, because they'll probably just run into a death ball, considering Kosovo's level 1 is a lot scarier.
Yeah, I'd say so. Spira just testing the decay. Doesn't actually work on the Nyx assassin, but, he just wanted to test him.
He was checking if the TA was there with Meld. Hiding on the ward.
That's a fair point. I suppose they wouldn't have seen her there. That would have been quite the move to be making, though. But, would have been quite a cheeky play there, to say the least. Either way, not happening this time around. I think this is actually support depth Prophet, actually. Pardon me. So it's an off-lane Dawnbreaker with a position forward Snapfire. Does make your tower siege, I think, a bit weaker. If that Death Prophet is not going to be given farm priority to get like a Yule Scepter up or a Hooded Defiance or be whatever she decides on this game in order to front line more effectively. That does throw a little bit of a wrench in the works to them. But, on the other hand, giving more farm to this Dawnbreaker means that she's going to be less countered by this Nyx Assassin, as she'll be able to get the gold to farm up that BKB.
I do think that the Undying is really going to enjoy laning against 2 strength heroes, though. It's going to be very nice for his strength steal.
Good point.
Away from
Yeah,
20 strength already, easy.
And I think compared to some other like ranged position 4 heroes, like a Mirana especially, I don't really think Snapfire provides as much harass in the laning stage as a Mirana would. Of course, she does dispatch up the Tombstone with greater efficacy, but I think when it comes to the laning harass, Sparrow's going to be fairly happy here. Look at that, 8 strength missing, 440 max HP. Yeah, he's punching for quite a bit there.
Always fun, Undyings. Luckily enough, with the changes to the Ogre Magi, you don't have the exact same thing on that hero where he just, you know, tanks the entire creep wave and the enemy hits. Luckily enough, slightly adjusted in stats.
I think actually it's going to be Kosovo trying to be a little bit more aggressive in this laning stage. They've actually taken the Orb of Venom for Ursa. Has not gone for the full upgrade quite yet, hasn't yet queued it up, but he's feeling like he can get away with being aggressive. And it may be right as they go on to Nick, self-50, self-safety. Just showing that they're all ready to start brawling down here if given the opportunity.
The Orb of Venom is pretty nice. The problem is he's up against 2 pretty mobile heroes, with the Dawn being able to disengage with the Celestial Hammer and the Snapfire with the Fire Snap Cookie. So it's nice, but you'd probably rather have it against the DP.
Yep. Yeah, that's very true. Speaking of DP, position 5 DP now. 101 early on the skill builds. Nothing too surprising here as we do get a pause out from the Lesh. Luckily in Captain's mode, Customs lobby, the game disconnects, or sorry, when there's a disconnect, the game pauses immediately. He was otherwise lingering awkwardly here right next to the water rune for some time, so good that the game paused for him. But as you said, no points in Edict early.
Yeah, that's kind of to be expected. You get better last hit potential with the Lightning Storm, and considering you're up against a sort of a melee, the Void Spirit can last hit a lot better than the Leshrac can, because Leshrac's attack animation is not superb. And yeah, every single time you use spell, if he levels 1 point into Assimilate, he just gets away, your entire Diabolic Edict gets wasted.
Yep, absolutely. Plenty.
That's a nice disco pony.
So it is right next to the big old water, man. Those runes are big. How big do you think the bottle's got to be if they got to put them in there? Do you think they maybe like juice them into the bottle?
Yeah, it's never going to fit in the bottle. They just have to only cut off a piece, leave the rest there for later.
Well, it is a water rune, right? I believe water quite famously takes the shape of whatever container it's in.
Yeah, but if it doesn't fit in the container, actually, it looks more like ice right now, so they probably melt it down, and then the volume does get decreased. So they thought about this at Valve.
Yes, they did. Thank you, Valve. Thank you, Vlado.
Continuity is what we want.
Though, in terms of the CS, very, very even. This Lesh hero, man, I'm going to be quite curious as to what the build's going to be as far as the itemization. He's basically the only hero in the game that I can imagine building a Bloodstone. I don't know if that's going to be the choice for him this time around, though.
Bloodstone is so good. It can be so good. I've also seen some Storm Spirits lately with Bloodstone where they zip in, and the moment they come into the fight, they're back to full mana. It's really wonderful. But for the most part, it tends to just be Lesh. Also, the Ags is a very scary item in nearly every game, but in this one against the TA would be disastrous for a purple unicorn.
Tombstone down bottom here that they're not able to dispatch of. Hot Since 99, then turning some action onto Garter. Up to 5 stacks now of the Fury Sweeps. Not enough mana there on the Soul Rip, but they will be able to get him with one last auto attack. First blood now. Fuzzy Wuzzy in the bottom lane.
That is a nice first blood. A little bit of a later first blood. Considering the lanes, to be fair, there are a couple of lanes that have some nasty aggression. Top lane, for instance, a Visage plus Nix's Acid could possibly roll over a TA plus DP lane.
Yeah, so far not really the case. I think maybe when this Visage does get up to level 6, can threaten a bit more on the familiars, especially with having the points in the cloak to keep those things alive against the cleave of the TA. I do think it's going to be pretty difficult, actually, for TA to stay in this lane. Of course, it is a race to level 6, and up until then, TA last hitting just fine, but so is the Visage, so that is going to be coming perhaps a bit sooner than Purple Unicorn would otherwise be happy with. bottom.
Yeah,
Cookie going to catch Gardar, but they're not happy to go for more. In fact, they're going to turn now onto Nick, but he's got Sky to Blast at the ready. They still could maybe make a go here. Spira is the target. Hotson's 99 giving chase. There's another pause. Not enough mana here for the Undying. He does have himself a Fairy Fire. The Celestial Hammer ready in 3 with plenty of mana to use. And only 1 stack of the Fury Swipes. I dare say this is a dead Undying.
Could try to suicide at the neutrals. There is a stack there right next to him. 70 HP, could try and bait out some of the damage from the heroes and then just walk in, get that suicide, get the respawn, come back. Ursa will be forced back though.
Yep. He's got regen, but I don't think enough HP to fight this out. There's a full stick as well for Nick, so I think Kosovo have kind of bitten off a bit more than they could chew here, likely baited out by quite a bit. And are going to have to pay the price here. Knowing my luck, Truman, though, that Wild Wing Ripper would hurricane my ass right back into the Dawnbreaker, though. I tried to go for the deny.
Yeah, you always got to have a little bit of extra luck. If he is very lucky and he, distracts them, they just yeet the Dawnbreaker away and then he could possibly even survive. Because you never know how this game is actually programmed.
We'll see. Yeah, the neutrals are sometimes... They've got minds of their own. They truly do. Very fun and exciting creatures. But right now, it is a bit more difficult. I'd say Montenegro, at the moment, not doing so hot in laning stage. They're going to get this kill down bottom, and perhaps there they can look to try and stabilize a bit more here. 3 different providers having problems at the same time. Sorry, wait for us some moments. Absolutely no worries. Internet, of course, is kind of a little bit out of our control. Very kind from everyone, though, of course, willing to wait. But right now, Ursa is sitting very comfortable in this lane. It only gets a bit more difficult as he does have the pointed Fury Swipes. And at 4, has the option of putting the points into Overpower, at which time, I think with like Tombstone up to level 2, things get scary down here, even with all that mobility.
Yeah, but you pretty much need to bait them out in using one of their mobility spells, and then maybe with a juicy magic wand, you could try and turn it around later down the line. Because Ursa is also a hero that you really need to not get hit while you're hitting them. And considering Snapfire, going for just a magic burst damage build and the Dawnbreaker being a Dawnbreaker, they can very easily burst you down if they've got enough mana.
Very true, yeah. Still no value points in the little shredder to dispatch of a Tombstone yet. It's still Tombstone level 1, that is. So you're not really too scared of that thing until about 8 seconds in. 2 and 3 zombies, respectively, becomes really difficult to deal with. But they've continuously nerfed the Tombstone in order to try and give other teams a better chance at dealing with the Undying. But yeah, Ursa, I mean, his biggest problem has always just been the regen game, right? Simply not having enough and being forced to take inefficient trades does leave him with little opportunity other than to just kind of cede control over the lanes. And if lane equilibrium's not in his favor, then he does end up having a pretty rough early game.
Yeah, that was one of the reasons why Battle Fury Ursa made kind of an appearance after, no one really expected it to come through. It's just so that he could get that nice, juicy, and very useful Ring of Health, so he could sustain in the lane, much like an anti-mage tends to do, because otherwise he just, couple of hits and he's done.
Yeah, very true. It's this 0 mana harass that very few heroes, especially carries or can be carries in the game, possess. Right? You've mentioned 2 of them, the Ursa and the AM, but also the AM counter himself, right? Slardar, another one of these heroes, right? You give him enough sustain. Axe, is up there as well with basically passives that do a bunch of work for them, and they end up becoming pretty difficult, pretty tanky, and otherwise just very annoying to deal with in lane. Right now, though, Ursa is struggling still. Spira can still hit him with a couple of soul orbs. Well, of course, not the moment, right? Spira's basically minced meat at this stage. But in general, can definitely give some sustain to the Ursa to try and help mitigate this problem. For now, it seems like Montenegro have been doing a pretty good job.
There's not been too much action. I think we've had a longer pause than that the game has been busy. It's a little bit unfortunate that internet issues are always a problem. I've actually been struggling the last couple of days as well. I don't know why, what, where, when. But it's just a nuisance that overcomes pretty much everyone. I do like the fact that Vlado Skojari said "all good, kind sir" against to his opponents, so that definitely shows that this is not a pub.
Yes, it is. Also, by the fact that there's no wacky position threes trying to complete their cavern crawl as well. So that's always very nice. Speaking of other teams just not being here or not able to join, Team Netherlands, right? Unfortunately, not making an appearance here in the IESF qualifiers here for the European region. That was something you were a bit disappointed to see, weren't you?
Yeah, definitely was disappointed. I mean, you could have, Salary, Chrysalis. They've competed in the previous years, if I'm not mistaken. Shad, Celery, a couple of times, Chrysalis another time, I think, if I'm not mistaken. But it seems that the Netherlands, because every country can choose 2 games that they want to be represented in, and they chose for CS:GO. I don't know what other game they chose though to be represented in, but CS:GO, obviously, we now have a player in Fnatic as well, being Fasher, I would assume. Crucial is also going to be one of the players that's going to be competing for the Dutch national team. So there's definitely going to be some hope in terms of esports. It's slim picking at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And, well, unfortunately for us, we are going to end up going to a short break here, guys, as we do still have some network issues. Players Welcome back, everyone! Oh no, Garter! Oh, get out of there! Alright, he's gonna live. Looks like the Fairy Fire kept him alive on top of the stick. Everything coming in clutch for him, unfortunately. Same could not be said for Spirit, who did die immediately after the pause. We did just barely miss that one. We'll see now if Montenegro are going to be able to stabilize this bottom lane. Just to remind you of where we're at this stage of the game. Of course, best of one series between Kosovo and Montenegro. So you can check in DK Truman on the call with you. How's it going, DK Truman?
It's going pretty mighty fine. Looking forward to seeing what the rest of this game can bring. Hopefully we're not going to have any more interruptions coming through. I am actually very curious about the other series that are currently being played, but in mid there's some action.
Yeah, level 6 though, just in the nick of time for Vlado. He's actually going to make the jump back onto Sad PK and easily secure the kill, as unfortunately the rotation from the Nyx Assassin was mistimed. Tower killing a couple of creeps there, and that's going to be more than enough mobility for the Void, not only to live, but also to turn the gank. Well done.
Yeah, Lesh actually going for 3-point Split Earth, 2 Enlightening Storm, so completely circumventing Diabolic Edict. Interesting choice, so they're not going to look for that hyper-aggressive early game, even though Ursa is building the Diffusal Blade, so it's okay. I'm not really 100% on what their plans are, but I guess it's just Weatherbeaten needs to win that mid lane and get the advantage rolling.
Yep, absolutely. Yeah, and over on the other side of the river, actually, Vlado is going for a bit of an earlier activation build. He's not going for the Axe Scepter, not even the Witchblade, but the Yule Scepter here. Just maybe admiring that, of course, the lockdown and the lift duration, which is not reduced by Ursa's Enrage, in order to kite him out a little bit easier, would make Ursa getting on top of enemy heroes that much more difficult. Just an idea. Is it going to leave the team lacking in damage? Not necessarily, especially if the Stormbreaker, I would say, goes for like something like a Deso build. I think there's options, basically, for Montenegro to decide to, make up for the lack of damage that Witchblade would otherwise give. Whoa.
I would say Echo Saber maybe, but probably not Deso with the TA on your side.
Oh, the Dawnbreaker cookie, but swiped down in the middle of the jump by Gardar, as that was simply a misuse of the Celestial Hammer, to be quite plain. Now Gardar looking to chase, as Nick does have a zombie hot on his tail, as a TP coming in as well from the Void Spirit from the mid lane, but is not going to end up saving the Dawnbreaker. Nice little jump in as Vlado secures one, and we'll get the second. It's a double kill for the Ursa, but a double kill now for the Void Spirit, which makes 3 straight.
And TP bottom, so that means, especially with the familiars now up, that top lane is over and Purple Unicorn just needs to focus on farming up the jungle.
Absolutely. And just as quickly as Void Spirit leaves the mid lane, make that Lesh is immediately back onto his tower. Weatherbeaten though, WB, be a little bit careful here. 3 heroes currently prowling in the mid lane, looking to potentially make the jump onto him. Find it a bit difficult given all the vision that Kosovo currently have in the area, but there's that first point in the edict, right? We'll keep our eyes on that, seeing how many more he wants to put in there. There's also a haste rune bottled up. I'm not sure if top lane necessarily needs his help with the push, but that's where WB is going to go anyway. He's going to be rewarded as he finds a TA trying to farm in the jungle, misses the Split Earth now. There's the Melt Strike, but still has plenty of mana, and plenty of it for the kill onto Purple Unicorn.
Tier 1 top also gets secured at the same time. They get a kill on the TA, slowing down that farm, so that is pretty huge. TA is actually marking up to go for the Blink Dagger first item. Not too often you see that build coming through.
Down bottom. Desp is making the rotation on in. They're going to amplify the damage now and secure the kill with Hot Since 99 Solar Guardian. Gardar now being given chase. Interesting juke. Not going to quite work out for him there. Still hit by the Starbreaker as the body blocks courtesy of the Snapfire so far proven to be effective. Vlado secures the kill. TP canceled. Bottle refilled. It's a great game to be Vlado so far. He is 4-0-0 right now in the Void Spirit.
I got some pretty good rotations. As you said, the Yule Scepter is going to be influential against the Ursa later down the line. Also, you're a little bit afraid of getting completely 100 to 0'd by the Visage with any stun added in, so being able to kite that out is also going to be a pretty big necessity.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, you brought up the Visage. It's, I think, something important to keep in check here, or to keep in the back of our minds. Right now, the only unchecked hero for Kosovo. Everyone else has more or less ended up taking a death here over on the Radiant side. Montenegro, of course, so far deathless in a flawless game for the Void Spirit. How do you think this is going to play out? Do you think that the Visage is going to be able to take enough map control away from the TA to allow the Ursa and maybe even the Lesh to get their items and maybe make a go at this?
Yeah, I think he's going to be able to take out the tier 2 top soon. Tombstone gets dropped. A lot of AoE damage. Don't fight close range against the Lesh, and the damage is too much.
Yeah, but the next assassin here still alive thanks to the grace of the infused raindrops. And there's the split earth that connected onto Vlado. Down he goes. WB, though, taking plenty of damage as Desp is going to slow down and take down the Tombstone. It would have slowed them to a halt regardless. Careful here. Visage Familiar is in the area, and now Gardar, he is nothing to keep him at bay other than the invisibility of the Templar assassin. Split earth here into the cookie. The stun does find Gardar, the slow as well onto WB, as Desp is keeping both the Visage and the Nyx assassin at bay. Gardar may have now overextended. He finds himself alone as Purple Unicorn pushed further in by the Wild Ring Ripper, but it's the kisses of Nick that secure the kill onto the Ursa.
Pretty aggressive move from Gardar. WB already headed back from that scenario. By the way, WB level 10 has max level Diabolic Edict, so afterwards went for the full points in that positions, going Kaya Sans just to survive a little bit longer in those engagements and be a big nuisance. But yeah, the Visage got the Vlads completed. I think tier 2 tower top should not take too long before they start knocking that one down.
Yeah. Aura Carrier Visage here is going to be the name of the game for him, so expect, of course, eventually the AC to be online, which is going to amplify the physical damage that Ursa's looking to be able to do. So far, he's still working on amplifying his own damage. First item, Diffusal Blade, still in the quick buy. They're making progress towards that item now.
Yeah, currently they're trying to get some recovery going on. The TA decided still to go for that Deso. Of course, if you get Deso, you have a potential to take Roshan, which of course your opponents are definitely looking to take Roshan with a Visage, an Ursa, and an Undying. Even the Lesh, for good measure, takes down Rosh pretty effectively. And if you get a TA with a Deso, you can at least, try and get into that pit yourself. You do, of course, have Exo to boot, plus the armor reduction from Little Shredder as well. So definitely think that 15-minute mark, both these teams really need to focus down the Rosh.
Yeah, no, that's a really good point, actually. I like that you bring it up. I think it's obviously crucial. Kosovo going to be looking for second Aegis especially, as it does come for that coveted Aghanim Shard. Ursa doesn't have to buy it, saving him 1,400 gold to be put to use towards a Blink or a BKB at that stage of the game, perhaps even the Basher if he's that far along his item progression. But, like you're saying, it's Montenegro who've got really good Rosh taking themselves, and of course, no one's going to say no to a second life. They got plenty of good users for it. I do think, though, that even though I did say Montenegro has got the better team fight in general, it's very hard a commitment, isn't it? There's no taking back the Exorcism Ghost. As soon as you let out your demons, DK Truman, they're out there, aren't they?
Yeah, they can very easily be kited out, whereas Kosovo, their only big cooldown would either be resummon the familiars, but you don't really count that as a cooldown, and the other one would be Tombstone. Exactly. Though Tombstone, it gets one shot by the Snapfire, so that's also not even that influential of a spell for the Kosovo lineup.
Here we are smoking on this first item for the Void Spirit. It's the Yule Scepter, so it does give him the guaranteed setup and catch to essentially guarantee a kill, especially with the first point in silence. Now Gardar. Ooh, very good patience here. He sees lots of enemy heroes missing on the map, but he doesn't even go back for the Warpine Raider, which had 5 stacks of the Fury Sweep, so it was simply one more right-click for him and he would have had it. Not even the Nyx Assassin willing to go on smoke-breaking missions too deep. Sitting underneath a dire Sentry Ward, though they will catch a glimpse of him in Viz, and they make the jump. He gets the Spike Carapace off, but they actually avoid the damage definitely here for Vlado. The stun will find him all the same, but the Cookie Stun is on the mark. That is still going to be Montenegro picking up something for their troubles, and even a Tombstone here. So pretty major turn of events for them early on.
Interesting build by the DP. He's marked up going for the Holy Locket.
Oh, okay, hold on. I'm not sure what the Solar Guardian was about there. Maybe expecting the DP to go a bit more aggressively. Didn't quite catch anyone, however. It's now Visage on the run. He's got a full Wraith Pack completed, though. They need to deal with that Fortunately, though, Desp has committed now the Exorcism. Nyx Assassin as well, lingering in the area, has Vendetta ready to go, but of course, with the sentries in the vicinity, it's a bit too much of a risky dive, especially as Montenegro now set up and secure vision control.
Yeah, they're just waiting out that Exo so they can go back in for the kill. Even though it is only a support, it still hurts. Doesn't matter if it's just a paperweight carrying it. Those spirits do a lot of damage.
Indeed. Oh, well, there goes actually now Sad PK. Oh, another sentry ward, though, is going to ruin this. And the worst part about it, he's going to see the sentry expire right next to him. Just barely mistimed. It's now a smoke play from Kosovo. I believe they smoked under the ward, however, which means this one's unlikely to go anywhere. Pretty good vision as well from Montenegro. See, though, if they would rather go up the cliff. They do venture now into the jungle of Montenegro. Not really find anything. Again, very, very good patience in this best-of-1 series. Over back towards the mid lane, though, where there's plenty of sentries still covering all of the ramps. Difficult for the Nyx to find an entrance in here, and that's going to be a smoke. Not really amounting to anything at all there for Kosovo.
Visage is just going to be building up for the Aura Gaming. Next item, the drums. Already has the Tranquil boots, so you can get those Boots of Bearing possibly later down the line. They have some nasty slows on the enemy side, especially the TA traps are going to be a big nuisance going further forward. So having the slow being removed is a big plus. 16 minutes in, they're heading into the pit. They do have the Tombstone, the Wraith backed, everything they need to take down Roche very quickly.
Yeah, just also Unicorn. I don't know if he's going to be joining this when he's so close to Blink Dagger. He actually went for Deso first, so maybe this is where Montenegro are going to try and fight this. Unfortunately, the Kisses are not going to really do anything other than help Roche fall. Oh, very, very nice job there in the Spike Carapace that actually might end up condemning the DP. It's only support where the Splitter Stun catches too. There's going to be now the Shard on in from Hot Since 99. The stun onto 2 as well, but Spira keeps himself topped up with a last-second Soul Rip, and now it's Montenegro fully on retreat from Kosovo, who are diving for more. Vlado, he's going to die to that last soul assumption. Hot Since 99 at least picks up one support for his trouble, but it's a lost fight, and Montenegro are set up to be team wiped underneath their tier 1 tower. They try to contest first, Roche. It goes absolutely horribly for them. And now a huge swing of momentum here for the Kosovo side.
Yeah, they get Roche, they get the Aegis, they get a team wipe in their favor, and all they lose is an Undying. Those Visage familiar stuns with the, of course, Split Earth on top was just humongous for the Kosovo team fight, and they destroyed them. Just, they pretty much tried to take an engagement that they were just not situated perfectly for. They weren't ready to take that fight.
No, they weren't. It does kind of feel like, by the way, I want to say for this Montenegro draft, even though I like their team fight, it's a bit awkward starting the fights for them, isn't it? An offlane Dawnbreaker, you know, I feel like Dawnbreaker in general is much better utilized around Solar Guardian, right? A very strong counter initiation tool against things like Chronos or Winter's Curses, right? The Void Spirit, perhaps now his ideology of building Yule's first item was that he can be the initiator. He can Yule's himself after he gives the team vision, or Yule's an enemy to try and kick things off. Just really doesn't seem to be cutting it, or at least in that fight, maybe not quite in position to take advantage of it.
That was a little bit in that engagement for, you know, obvious reasons. The Snapfire started off by throwing the Kisses into the pit, and arguably is their most damage at this stage in the game. You did, of course, mention the fact that their initiation isn't great because you're going to, as the Void Spirit, you're going to have to expend the Astral Steps to get on top of the enemies. And then you kind of want to have one left to disengage from the fight in case it goes wrong. Dawnbreaker, I like the fact it's going for Shard B, because someone's going to need to be the one that jumps in first. And I know that you mentioned, you know, Solar Guardian is great counter initiation tool, but you really need that initial initiation.
Oh, they got plenty of it here. The smoke can't successful. Even actually the Exo used, but actually here comes Kosovo. They're gonna look to counter initiate here, focusing on the Death Prophet first. That's Exo committed for only an offlane kill. So far, it's cost them both supports. Vlado, he's got Yule's Scepter, but no Astral Steps for a couple more seconds, but has at least enough movement speed to simply disengage. Decent pick up, but Kosovo are going to be looking to still plant some wards and maybe, you know, go looting yet again to the jungle of Montenegro at a later stage.
And that's the first death of the Visage, so now everyone in the game has at least... Oh no, actually, Weatherbeaten still hasn't died. That Leshrac refuses to die, even going for the Bloodstone, considering, you know, it heals for ungodly amounts in any stage of the game.
I think
And gives a lot of HP as well.
I think it's just kind of a... At this stage, Storm Spirit maybe a little bit. I'll certainly admit that, but the item feels tailor-made for Lesh. I saw a Reddit post a couple of days ago that I didn't necessarily disagree with, which was give a little bit of a breath of fresh air to this item. Could be useful here. Garter scouted here by the traps, though. It's going to be bad PK instead, who misses the stun onto Nick. There's Solar Guardian on in, canceled by the spiked Carapace. They still might be able to set up here onto the Ursa, but Hops 99 not able to apply the Solar Guardian stun, not in position for the follow-up Starbreaker. Tombstone down as well. Is going to cover Kosovo here, but they still are looking to get a bit more aggressive. Sad PK underneath the Sentry. They're actually going to still turn onto the Dawnbreaker. Silenced up. Is it going to be enough? The Cookie stun. They actually get the first life here on the Ursa. No one really around from Kosovo either. Weatherbeaten was finally in the area eventually, but didn't seem like Kosovo was all together there in that movement. I'm not sure Montenegro can defend the tier 2 either way. It was Aegis at least taken more or less for free there.
That's not too shabby. For the Montenegro side, of course, tier 2 tower gone means the outpost is gone and you're going to hemorrhage experience if you do not manage to gain it back soon enough.
Yep, yeah, very true. Passive experience, what is it, every 3 minutes now, I believe? So it can end up hurting you quite a bit, or 9 minutes or something like that. But, oh, right, yes, the Yule Scepter build for Vlado. The Void Spirit and the Nexus Assassin, I think of all the spirits, Void potentially has the best kind of matchup here into the Nyx Assassin. There are some pretty decent plays you can make around the Nyx Assassin Spike Carapace that other spirits other than Ember are not going to be quite as useful at dealing with other like heavy initiating, like in-your-face kind of mid laners. Think like a Puck or, for example, something like a Queen of Pain, right? So he's still going to get caught, though. If he tries to Yule Scepter into the Aether Remnant, Nyx always has time coming down to get off the Spike Carapace if he has the cooldown for it. So that might be a trouble spot here for Vlado. He got caught on that last one. Didn't actually end up making too big of a difference. This time they will be smoking on into the jungle. Oh, sad PK. This time it's a successful smoke break as well. And make sure to break all of them, even the DP. Unable to scout anyone. To be a nice move from the Nyx Assassin.
Even that bounty room being so incredibly close, thinking, I want it, but I'll have to let it go, otherwise that bounty is going to be a trade for my life. Because they would immediately dive on top of him the moment he just scooped it up.
Alright, there's Bloodstone completed now. And so, level 1 from the support DP, the Science will catch 2, prevents Tombstone, does not prevent Tombstone from coming down, but it does prevent Kosovo from defending it. With a little Shredder at the ready, they even sacrifice and leave behind the with the Wraith Pact.
No.
25 DPS. Can you deny it? Oh, you can deny it. Oh, no, 100 gold for DP.
Double damage in the river. Oof.
Exactly. A DD in here for the Ursa with Blink Dagger, Diffusal. About half of a BKB now ready to go. This could be dangerous. The bottle it'll go. Garter saving it for a rainy day, but there are clouds looming on the horizon. A storm musters as they send Sad PK up ahead to scout. Nick might be in trouble here. They scout him on the Sentry. The Cookie could not be consumed in time. There's Garter. Nice job by Sad PK. Even tanks the Aether Remnant. Sets up for the stun. That's a Vlado, but the follow-up stuns aren't there. It's only the Snapfire for now. Fortunately, DK Truman, it's not yet Roche time, so still plenty of time to salvage this one for him. Negro.
4K net with deficit, but the fact that the Dawn and the Void Spirit are falling behind. Void Spirit notorious, of course, for being a hero that doesn't really farm that well, especially if you go for the Yules into BKB build. Your farming potential is significantly weaker compared to, let's say, a Lesh, who just walks around, turns on the ulti, and kills everything in sight.
Yeah, it also feels kind of difficult right now for Montenegro to really lock down any of these heroes. I still think they have superior team fight basically throughout the entire game. I don't believe they're outscaled in that regard. Part of me as we get another disconnect. It's just a matter of actually getting on top of these heroes. Without a Blink Dagger on Purple Unicorn, you know, the TA's burst damage is not going to be very well utilized. There's a BKB now, right? So he can at least stand his ground and fight should it come to that. But so far for Montenegro, the problem has actually been, you know, getting into the fights, locking down these heroes, and enabling your damage dealers to do their thing.
Yeah, even though you have a BKB pretty much done on the other side, Ursa's also almost done with the BKB, and then Ursa goes for a man fight against the TA, and you just get rinsed completely. So that's slightly unfortunate. As a opponent on the other side, Lesh, same thing. Diabolic Edict does still do a lot of damage, even though you pop the BKB. Nonetheless, it is interesting to see that every single time they DC on the Radiant, it's either the Visage or it's Spira and Sad PK, and they always DC at the same time, so I assume they live together.
Yeah, either that or it could be just the same ISP. Maybe they're in the same neighborhood or in the same city. Might have, of course, ISP outages. Fortunately, Montenegro, although their patience seems to be wearing thin, I only say that based off the fact that normally they go ahead and say, it's okay, take your time, smiley face. So far been not so talkative. Perhaps not talking to Kosovo, instead talking amongst themselves, trying to figure out what they need to do to get back in this game. It does seem like now, with BKB online for TA, Blink Dagger, not in the quick buy yet, though. It's actually, I believe, going to be the full Dragon Lance into Hurricane Pike first. It looks like Dragon Lance being fetched now to the TA on the courier, but without Blink Dagger, do you see? I see Blink Dagger being a little bit of a solution right now to what Montenegro have. You know, find a hero, burst a hero, right? Immediately start your team fight 5v4 with superior team fight with lacking catch. I still think that's maybe a winning solution here for Montenegro, which is why I'd like to see the Blink. Are you seeing a different direction here that Purple Unicorn is taking instead with the first item, or not first item, but Hurricane Pike instead?
I think what they want is Purple Unicorn needs to stay out of the fight for the most part. Let the rest of their team dive in Void Spirit, the Dawn, the DP pops Exorcism with the Spirit Siphons and go in circles around them. But the Blink Dagger I like. The problem is you can't really one-shot any on the Radiant Hero because there's a Nyx Assassin and Undying. Those are the two supports. You don't really want to jump those two because they can be very surprisingly tanky. Ursa, same with the Enrage. You've got the Visage, who is building up a plate mill, already has a decent amount of HP and has the Shard. And the Lesh has a lot of HP Bloodstone and a plate mill as well. So there are just no burst potential heroes left.
Good point. No, that's a really good point.
I think the Shard on TA would be very crucial, though, to have.
Silence, perhaps extending your window of stopping, for example, a Spike Carapace coming out, stopping the Flush Golem from activating, right? Maybe making it a bit easier. I could see that. It's just that I struggle to kind of see Montenegro's way back in this game. Are they just kind of waiting? And we'll see for how long in 10 seconds is Roche number 2 about to respawn. I wonder if they're just waiting and vying for their chances for second Roche here. Oh, it's a fast one, too.
Yeah, they're looking for a big fight here. If they win this one next to the pit, this could be everything.
Oh, but Ursa gets the better jump, and that's Des. Ooh, barely alive. The cookie, no, swiped down, and now Carter knows there's no cookie for Nick. BKB still active, giving chase, but kited a bit. Force Staff from Purple Unicorn at least buys them a bit more time. They're fighting in the choke point here now, but it's the Dawnbreaker in trouble and simply killed. Kisses now raining down, but not nearly enough damage being dealt. They're just way too tanky. Even the two supports turning now onto Vlado, his own Yule Scepter, but his entire team's already dead. He does escape up to the high ground, but there is no safety in these woods. Dissemblate buys him another second, still being scouted, stunned, and finished off there by WB. It's another full team wipe, 7k net worth lead, about to extend even more with this Roche bounty and Shard. Montenegro, who fall, they look to contest second Roche versus Kosovo.
Yeah, that was a very unfortunate start to the engagement. They lose their DP before the EXO could even do anything. Roche just respawns next to them as well. The Dawn did do a very good job at jumping into the fight and making space. The problem was the TA just wasn't there to hit. He did a lot of damage onto the Visage, the Undying, and the Familiars, but TA just joined the fight too late. So I think that Blink Dagger missing right there was pretty painful for the Montenegro lineup.
Yeah, very true. Force Staff, unfortunately, it did allow Kisses to end up coming in from Nick, but the damage, it's just not enough from level 1 Kisses right now. That burn DPS, 20 missing per second, end up making a bit of a difference. And other than that, I just want to commend Kosovo's target priority in the fight. Garter identifying targets he can quickly burst, nuke down, and his supports, you know, doing a good job of covering themselves against that enemy mid laner who, again, really lacks damage, right? Yule Scepter being your only item means you don't have basically any damage on this hero. At most, you can look to try and kill squishy supports, of which you've highlighted there are none this game for Kosovo. So they simply cover each other and nearly actually get the kill. Now looking for Vlado, the stun misses, forces out one Astral Step. He's got another and a Yule's. We'll use the Yule's aggressively there onto Garter. Hot 699 looking for the stun, does find it into the silence with the Enrage active. BKB.
Okay.
99 into the cookie. They're trying to fight this here. Tombstone dropped. Now it's Kosovo looking to counter initiate. Now the stun does find at least the Void Spirit. A good 4-staff though, pushes him to safety. Purple Unicorn maybe looking to join the fight from the sides. Now with Tombstone still up and very healthy, Montenegro are going to have to cede the position and instead look to defend the high ground.
High ground defending, they do a decent job at high ground defense. Their opponents, I mean, the Lesh doesn't have the Aegis, which is a big plus. They probably should have given it to the Lesh so he could stand on the high ground, just diabolic eating down the buildings. Because Ursa doesn't really want to hit buildings, he wants to hit heroes.
Ah, there's a hero down and knocked out. That's the second one as well. Dawnbreaker, she gets off the Starbreaker. Decent stun onto 2, even with the ulti, which doesn't heal herself here, but does buy her more time. They've gotten the first life now. Down on Fuzzy Wuzzy, as that's Desperate, the position 5 DP, doing his best to do anything here, unfortunately. Cut down very quickly. Purple Unicorn, BKBs to walk away, but can do nothing to save the life of the Void Spirit. He's down now for 40, does have buyback. Now Kyle's respawning here in 5 seconds with kisses. Unfortunately, it looks like the barracks down bottom will not last nearly as long. Will be focused and killed. WB behind the tier 3 towers now, nearly diving and in fact tanking some tier 4 tower shots just to push back the Dawnbreaker even further. Could be Kosovo securing the first barracks here down bottom with the bear himself, and now looking for a second one. Oh, and maybe even a kill. Purple Unicorn doesn't have BKB here. Looking to try and fight Garter, though, without a basher. Has BKB to shrug off the stun. They're on top of the TA, and down she goes. Hot 699 finished off as it's a front flip with style. Garter will pick up a double kill. Maybe looking for 3 now. It's underneath the tier 4s. He dives. Giving some respect, though, to the Death Prophets. Especially with the Ghost Scepter available. She got 20 Holy Locket Charges trying to take this one, but the Split Earth onto 2. There's Tombstone now dropped. They do at least put down the Undying himself, but Garter's back in the fight. The Yule Scepter not in time here to save Death Prophet. And in the meantime, they're just pushing back these Visage Familiars. They can't even get on top of this Tombstone. I think now they'll get time with Kosovo retreating off of the high ground, but it's so difficult right now for Montenegro to maintain any semblance of control over their high ground.
Yeah, just very unfortunate engagements every single time. I mean, right at this stage, they're of course just way too far behind. I don't really see a way back in. To be fair, the last like 10 minutes, it has been feeling like it was just dangling at the edge every single time one bad team fight and they fall over. And that is exactly what has transpired here. There's just the lack of damage. The Void Spirit going for 2 defensive items. The TA does have damage. Reasonable damage. The problem is it's definitely not enough damage to deal with Enrage, the Visage going into stone form, the Lash having infinite HP with the Bloodstone, Nyx Assassin making you stun yourself, and the Undying, well, it's in the name.
Yeah, it is in the name. And pretty soon, even if you kill him, he's going to be dropping a Tombstone. And I mean, we might not even get there, to be honest. Spira only up to level 13. He needs a lot more experience, and I just don't see that game going very long. Or that long anyway, at the rate this game is unfortunately breaking down for Montenegro. Without Aegis here, in goes now Kosovo. That is a very dead Dawnbreaker. Has no chance to get off the BKB. Montenegro, I have to say, in the early game, their warding game, especially on the sentries, right, was pretty darn good. Sad PK was certainly struggling to even find an angle to, you know, enter these team fights. It's been a little bit more difficult now, ever since Montenegro have been unable to stand their ground. PK in the meantime has been really picking up lots of assists, lots of great initiations here with the Blink Dagger on the Nyx as they wait to go in yet again. There's Basher now on Ursa Warrior. The lift is a self-lift, as they could not say Purple Unicorn, but it does at least get the meld underneath the tier 4 tower. Nick as well is going to be able to force half away now from WB, but it's yet again a kill there onto Des, who did use Exo and was immediately killed for it. And it's going to be another tier 3 tower down, the mid lane of Rax taken. and only a matter of time before top lane follows suit, given there's no tier 3 tower there. This one, I think, quickly approaching its end, as is the Void Spirit. A beautiful stun, catches 3. Beautiful jump from Sad PK, the BKB as well. That's going to be DB, who is quelled through by the fury swipes of Garter. GG, well played is called. It's going to be Kosovo who take game number 1 versus Montenegro.
Yep, very convincing. Laning stage looked fairly even for the most part, but Kosovo, eventually the draft just took over, and they turned out to just be unkillable on their heroes. The TA just didn't have the damage. There was no one else. Like, the Dombra did do a decent amount of damage in that regard, but I'm also not the biggest fan of the DP going for the Holy Locket, which is, of course, a nice item to keep yourselves alive for longer with the extra healing gain, but extra Yule Scepters on your team to kite the Ursa, 4 staffs, that sort of thing maybe would have been a little bit more.
All right, yeah. Indeed. Just catching up with some other results here, by the way, guys, is we do have best of 1 group stages here for Group A and B being played simultaneously. We actually have Romania beating Poland in the first round 1-0, and Serbia beating Israel over in Group A. Here on Group B, we just saw Kosovo, that is, take down Montenegro, and we also have Wales being defeated 1-0 by Norway. So some of those results not yet updated, of course, but we did just see Kosovo take down Montenegro, so that's the only one we're missing here at this stage, which means we now can advance freely into the second round. Here on the stream being covered, guys, we are going to be moving on to watch Wales, who did just lose, versus Norway, take on Montenegro. Montenegro and Wales both being winless. It's going to be at least one team now finally moving on into the third round with a win. We stick around for about 10 to 15 minutes, guys, as here on this channel, we're going to be live and back with that match as soon as it's ready. Thank you guys so much for tuning in for the EEF Dota 2 qualifiers for the Bali event, IESF Bali 2022. We're going to be back after a short break with our next match, which is Wales versus Montenegro. We'll catch you in a bit.
It is time for the biggest IESF World Championship. More than 120 countries. Set your mind, set your strategy. Face the challenges. Break down the barriers. Bali, the island of gods, 2022. Are you ready to win?
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the IESF Bali 2022 qualifiers. We are in the EEF Dota 2 regional qualifiers with our second match here of the groups. We have Wales and Montenegro about to face off here. With us here is DK Truman and myself, Seek and Strike Dota, for our next match. Now, Montenegro and Wales both coming off of defeats in their previous best of ones to Norway and Kosovo, respectively. Truman, we're starting to take a look at the players here in between the short breaks that we get. Anything that catches your eye so far as player pools, hero pools for the players, or otherwise other strategies so far?
I was just checking out a couple of the players, most players, the heroes and such, and there was one interesting one on the Wales side, named Sire, most played hero Oracle, second most played hero Juggernaut, so that's a very big disparity in roles that tends to play, but considering the rest of the heroes, I would assume is going to be their 4-position player. Yeah, looking at these two teams, Wales did lose their previous match. Montenegro also lost their previous match. So, if I'm not mistaken, the loser of this match is actually already eliminated.
That is correct. That is how the maths shake out here, as we now have the groups in front of us. 3 points for a win, none for a loss. But essentially in these round-robin group stages here with 4 teams, if you lose 2 of your matches, just like the World Cup, you're out of there. Playoffs, of course, are going to be a best of 1 for the quarterfinals round. Best of 3s kick in for the semifinal finals. See, it's
actually
now do or die time for both of these teams.
If one team wins all 3, and then the other 3 teams win one against each other, lose the other 2, don't they still?
They win
one, they lose one.
You have wait, hold on. Let me think here. So then a team would be 3-0. There would be one team with 1-2 and 1-2 and 1-2. Yeah. No, that might be a nice little fun triangle for some tiebreakers. That's a very good point, actually. Now that you pointed out. But we are ready now with our next draft, so we can jump in while we start discussing here a little bit more. We can see the first pick already opening for Wales as the Faceless Void gets on through. It was banned last match here against Montenegro, I believe, and picked up first phase in the entire draft here for the Welsh side.
Yeah, I think it was even banned out by Kosovo last time. So, I don't know. I guess everyone's loving Faceless Void. I did see a lot of Faceless Void in the close qualifiers. I saw a lot of Faceless Void that won like 90% of its games when they got to late game, which is, it got a bit insane in that regard. So the hero is definitely on a very good track going forward. But yeah, it just feels weird to secure your safe laner as a first pick.
Yes, it is. Yeah, I'd agree there. Bat Riders, while making a ban like hero, is still very terrifying. Enigma Undying, so very on-meta ban for the most part, I want to say, from 4 bans. Dawnbreaker once again contested here early. Ended up being the offlaner for Montenegro and seems to be still potentially flexed now with Vengeful Spirit's pick here.
Yeah, the Venge pick, I think that would probably be a solid choice to counter out, of course, the Faceless Void. He chronos your teammates, you swap them out, save their lives. If you at one point get an axe, don't know necessarily what position Venge it's going to be, you also have the potential of you get chrono, they kill you, but you come back with a second life.
And speaking of the second life there, that borrowed time maybe even giving you a bit of a second to third life even if you're a
Radiant
Faceless Void
team
and get off a
dire
nice time
team
walk.
ban.
So this is going to be a pretty mean combo here. There's also a decent amount of initiation between an Oracle and a Faceless Void. You can pre-channel that Fortune's End and let her rip,
Radiant
follow the
team
Faceless
ban.
Void with it, as it does have a fairly slow travel time, and apply an AoE root on top of the Faceless Void, which A, dispels him, and 2, is going to root any enemies in his immediate AoE upon arrival, which, you know, a Faceless Void could certainly use, right? Instead of immediately having to chrono or not, he now gets a little bit more
10
time to make
seconds
that decision.
remaining.
Yeah, always having the
5
extra
seconds
backup in
remaining.
case it goes wrong. As mentioned, of course, Sire has played the Oracle predominantly his most played hero. 600 games on it. Second place is Jug with 170. So there's a really big love for the hero. I don't see too many Oracles, so I actually don't know how strong it is currently in the meta that we are encroaching, because I think most teams tend to
Dire
just,
team ban.
go Chen and go ham.
Yeah, I think Insania, of course, is going to be the one exception, right? He's always able to squeeze every bit of efficiency out of this hero in the lane, especially.
Radiant
And
team
with
ban.
proper positioning, you can
Radiant
really ruin
team
a lot
ban.
of mid laners, carries, offlaners, basically everyone's day. With that hard dispel upon cast of the ultimates and the healing doubled. Even if your
team
target of the second of the borrowed time is completely condemned and basically minced meat and 100% confirmed to die, giving them an extra 5 seconds for a swan song can make all the difference in a team fight.
Yeah, it's kind of like when Wraith King tends to get his ags at one point. Just those
Oh, yeah.
couple of moments where you can go ham
10 seconds
right
remaining.
before the end. I do like the fact that Oracle, of course, is very good in denying range creeps and possibly the new creep as well. Because you can, of course, heal your own creeps, and that reduces their HP significantly so that you can right click them down. As always, a niche little mechanic on the hero. Yeah, looking at their opponents, you do have that magic resistance, which is nice against Lena. Definitely dig that on the Oracle. There's a lot of save potential. I like the hero. The problem is you don't have that much playmaking potential. We saw it last game that Montenegro was really struggling with. Now with the Jakiro on wheels, I really think they need to pick up an offlane of that, an initiator, some Tide or Night Stalk would have actually been superb, but
Yeah, and if we're
something
gonna
active.
agreed, and if we're going to talk about another weakness, right, that the Oracle does present, it's as soon as you're able to add some repositioning to the mix, as far as like a hook, or in this case, eventual spirit swap, and put Oracle out of range for the false promise, the hero feels like he does absolutely nothing, right? I mean, he is basically all played around the ulti when it comes to the team fight stage of the game, which is immediately after the breakdown. Other than that, he just provides a healthy amount of damage, especially for position 5. I believe the amount of damage you can potentially pump out on this guy is not quite unrivaled, but still a respectable amount. But you're made out of paper. You've got absolutely no mobility, and you're as slow as a snail, basically. So the Vengeful Spirit swaps could very much end up ruining the Oracle's gameplay method. Venge, a very
10
strong hero,
seconds
into the Faceless
remaining.
Void. I also still like it against the Mars. That being said, I do like what Wales is
5
drafting for
seconds
themselves
remaining.
here. I like Jakiro a lot against a lot of these heroes that just want to kind of A-click the ground, throw spells at you. Venge, Lena,
Dire
against
team
heroes
ban.
that very much telegraph their positioning, right? Being the Dawnbreaker here. But there's a hero now to break that combo, right? Quite literally, with the Dark Pact, Shadow Dance, and maybe even that Depth Shroud coming in handy now for Montenegro. Last time they banned the Slark, this time they're keen to pick it, the Mars.
I like the Mars because, of course, that initiation. Slark's nice. I think Montenegro, they're pretty much banking on the Vengeful Swap to be their initiation for the most part. Slark is a great hero, does have some problems in some cases against the Faceless Void, but once you get the shard, you can be really a big nuisance going down the lines. And the most important thing about Slark this game is those two supports are very juicy for a Slark.
Yeah, agreed. And I think another key thing to note on, right, compared to what Montenegro drafted last time, which is the Templar Assassin with the position 3 Dawnbreaker,
Radiant
there's not a
team
really,
ban.
at least early on, TA is not going to be jumping into these fights, giving Dawnbreaker good opportunity to use the Solar Guardian. Nor do I think Templar Assassin, possesses the durability of someone like a Slark to maybe squeeze a couple of extra seconds for those reinforcements to really make a difference. with Slark, it gives you, I think, a nice plan A or even
5
plan B into your
seconds
initiation, where Slark, with an Ag Scepter, makes a pretty aggressive dive onto the back lines, maybe even finds the Oracle ideally. Dawnbreaker comes in with the Solar Guardian in order to secure a kill, and, Bob's your uncle, team fights off to a great start from there. If the game does end up becoming a bit more difficult for Slark, either, you get a Vengeful Spirit swap out or a Venge swap in, and then you Solar Guardian in off the back of
10
that, right? So
seconds
it still gives
remaining.
you two heroes that have two different styles of initiating fights
5
that
seconds
the
remaining.
Dawnbreaker can utilize to great effect. I do really like that much better about this draft compared to the previous draft that Montenegro had.
Yeah, I think especially what you mentioned with the Dawnbreaker Slark combo, where especially if the Slark gets like Ags and he makes that leap that's ridiculously long, jumps in, and then immediately Dawnbreaker ulti comes up on top. You can blow up one of the enemies. You also have the Dawn as a counter to the Faceless Void / Mars Arena, the Chrono / Arena, where you bring in the big healing. You can swap people out of the. I think they actually have a really well-rounded draft on Montenegro.
Yeah, I tend to agree. I think they could use a little bit more AoE damage or team fights. I think they've got amazing single target and really great pickoff. Right now, Dawnbreaker being your only good AoE damage that scales decently, right? Lina, I believe, no longer really played as much as a mage as she used to be. More about the right clicks, right? Might help your
I
draft
think
out here.
that's actually changed.
Has it? Okay, I might be out of date on that then. Thank you for correcting.
Lina lately has been picked as a mage actually more often because the new Ags gives you like 30% spell amp. You fly with the and you fly as well, if I'm not mistaken.
I actually haven't quite seen that yet.
So Lina's actually a very good magic damage dealer. Oracle, of course, very good against magic damage dealers. Of a nasty little tool, but it wouldn't be surprising to me if Lina goes for that burst, especially against the Faceless Void, where you just want to drop a 1,000 damage Laguna Blade on him and walk away.
Yeah, I'm just looking at a couple of these builds. Yeah, it does definitely seem like there's a healthy amount of magic Lina being played. Even Blink Dagger making a pretty nice appearance there in the mix. Pangolier then for Wells does give them a lot of really good team fight here, if I'm being quite honest with you, right? Between Macropyre, buffing the early damage inside of the Chronosphere, Pangolier able to, one of the better heroes at least, at providing lockdown and stuns through a Depth Shroud or a Shadow Dance. I'm liking this draft from Wales, actually. I think it's very well-rounded.
It really comes down to what Montenegro last pick. If they go for some, make this Lina a position 4 Venge 5 and pick up the Huskar mid, then there's plenty of options that they still have left that they can use to be a massive nuisance against their opponents. I don't think Wales has covered all the cheese, but that's not necessarily cheese. The Beastmaster's always good for that. Amazing vision gain, solid against the Faceless Void in the lane as well. Does make me question how exactly they're laning everything.
Yeah, indeed. Well, that's the offlane Beastmaster, assuming that they're not going to be changing lanes here or changing positions between games 1 and 2. It is going to be the offlane Beastmaster, mid lane Lina, and a carry, a safe lane Dawnbreaker this time around, which I'm actually quite a big fan of.
I know it's Purple Unicorn was the safe lane, right?
Oh, no. You're absolutely right. Pardon me. It was a support Dawnbreaker, which I'm an even bigger fan of. Sorry, I had a big brain fart there. It makes much more for the Slark to be the safe laner here. Slark. That's Slarf. What I really like about that, though, is that when you're playing Dawnbreaker against the Faceless Void, I mean, there are two heroes. There's a couple, right? Nyx Assassin also in there, but I think there's really two supports that come to mind that I absolutely hate playing against if you're a Faceless Void, right? Winter Wyvern's the one. And the other being Dawnbreaker, right? Because she can always just kind of ruin your ulti, even some heals in the early game when you don't have that attack speed talent or the bash, whatever talent you take, usually the attack speed and chrono talent. It feels really weak, right? Even with Macropyre, even with maybe a bit of Oracle damage in, it can really, really kind of make your ulti seem completely useless. The solution to this is ultiing the Dawnbreaker, which is not also that ideal if she's just a support, right? If she is a safe laner, maybe definitely a worthwhile play. But other than that, if she's not in position, if she's not an AoE of Chrono, it does feel really bad. So I like that solution from the Montenegro as they do flex the DB from offlaner last game to the support role.
Yeah, it's a 5 DB coming into play. There's also, the Slark Shard that's very annoying to deal with later down the line. You've got the Beastmaster as well with the Vision, which is really good against a lot of the enemy heroes, especially being impressive. And Slark being able to counter out any Vision he has is going to be absolutely hell, or being completely frozen. There tends to be some, not only the players tend to have internet issues every once in a while.
Yeah, so does DK Truman. He wants to be a player too. Sign him up, boys. He's almost immortal. Get him there. But already we've got our game here underway. It is going to be a best-of-1 series here once again for all the matches in the group stage. Both these two teams suffering in match number 1. Pardon me, suffering in match number 1 of their series. Wales losing to Norway and Montenegro losing Kosovo. The winner is actually now facing off. There's Peachy Bell already putting down a little bit, throwing down the gauntlet already. Wow.
Challenging for that duel. Let's go. Oh, gauntlet must really hurt because normally it's a glove that you throw at your enemy. But a piece of just pure metal onto your face must definitely hurt. We get ourselves a pause. Sec being called. Yeah, I was already waiting. I was expecting that pause to come through.
That's very true. Okay, so curiously enough, something about the Beastmasters these days is sometimes you still change between axes. Sometimes you change and go between boars. Let me catch up on these hawk changes. Ah, right, yes, the hawks, right, have changed ever so quickly now. But it seems like this time around, with the last pick especially, Hot Since 99 is looking to try and take advantage of the push, the laning presence, and the harass that a Beastmaster can otherwise apply with the Boar Poison. I think especially when you're playing into a Faceless Void and an Oracle, right, always having to dispel, you need to be careful about what kind of debuffs that you apply or can apply, and having Boars that just constantly apply this poison on attack means that Oracle's not going to really be too favored here in this kind of matchup. So I do like the fact that he's immediately going here for the Boars.
Let's see, how much HP do those Boars actually have at level 1?
300.
300. Yeah, no, you need a couple of levels on Purifying Flames to burst them that quickly. It's definitely a positive to quickly get rid of the Boars during the laning stage. But yeah, Oracle plus Faceless Void, 2 heroes that really don't like the sticking debuff on them. And it's going to be there the entire time. You also have the Vengeful Spirit with the Wave of Terror, debuff possibly the Magic Missile, Vengeance Aura, which is also really annoying to deal with. Things are looking pretty dangerous for the Whale side.
Yep. Yeah, they got that hawk up earlier, right? So it looks like Whale's going to be not able to look for any first blood or anything like that. I don't know if their lineup is particularly well suited for a first blood attempt, but be able to find one regardless at this stage. Mid lane Lina lining up here versus the mid lane Pangolier. That one's actually kind of interesting. I feel like this is difficult for Pango early, but he does actually possess some pretty decent kill threat as soon as he gets up to level 6. I don't really think Lina's going to be too happy playing against this guy that's always got the opportunity to swashbuckle. And, if you miss that LSA, you better know that there's a Rolling Thunder coming your way.
Yeah, on the other hand, it's still Alina, probably the strongest mid laner in the game at every stage of the game. The attack range is ridiculous. The cast range is ridiculous. The spells are ridiculous. 670 base attack range.
Bottom spear leveled. Peachy Bell waiting and really focusing on blocking this camp. Might be rewarded with a courier. Oh, there she goes. That is a courier taken down. Really focusing on blocking this camp. Nicely done. Even gives the high 5. Did almost condemn the Mars, but he just pops a salve and he's right back to business. Here below, Peachy Bell being ran down, and there is an Orb of Venom actually for Desp. But with T-Rex here ready to cover, yeah, it's going to be no kill here this early on.
Hey, also playing a Jakiro into a Slark, so that's never fun if he, well, he's not leveling Darkback just yet, but in a sense, it's always a very solid counter to have against the don't really hurt, but considering the bottom lane, it's already a bit of a struggle.
Yeah, Vlado even struggling in the mid lane. Neb going for a bit of a dive, really tanking tower shots here. I think he's dead. Oh, Fairy Fire. Oh my goodness, he stopped to even deny halfway through that. Really, really playing that on the line and not really getting too much out of it as Peachy Bell does still live down in the bottom lane, has a healing salve, is consuming tangos here at a furious rate, but should be able to stay alive. Yeah,
dropping low.
And
First blood.
The right clicks of Sire. Very, very nicely done. So Wales at least able to get something for their times. It is, however, Nick who is body blocking camps and is otherwise really messing with the creep equilibrium here. So right now, at least the Beastmaster is gaining for this. First blood going to the Oracle is a bit better than it going to Iggy, but still, very good play there from Wales to at least capitalize on the best next thing they could do. As here's Nick interrupting the pull from the hard camp. A fairly easy one to interrupt and rather difficult for Sire to actually do much about. But it looks like they've done a decent job at least at securing the Faceless Void one wave underneath his tower. Back down bottom, Dasp is going to be okay. I thought maybe going to find himself in range for a nice little spear, but the case here.
Very early aggression in all three lanes, to be fair. It's surprising that there's only been one kill happening, considering the amount of damage that both these sides have dealt, but the big problem is pretty much turning out to be the lack of regen in most of these lanes. Mid, of course, not going to be that big of a problem because of the bottles, but you're really going to need those supports to make sure, especially the 4-minute runes, if you can deny that one to be picked up by either the Lino or the Pango, that could be very huge to secure the lane.
Yeah, absolutely. And speaking of regen and just HP and harass, right, top lane, we are expecting the Boars to start slowly getting out of control here. Maybe at level 5 eventually when he does get these level 3 boars. We can already see Iggy really struggling here, especially with Nick doing a fantastic job of keeping the small camp blocked. Sire doing his best here, but he is merely an Oracle. Iggy's going to actually jump on in. I'm not sure if that's going to be enough to save Sire. Hotsets 99 giving chase. He's got another boar to summon, but the boars attacking from behind the trees, at least canceling the salve, is a good amount of work, and he's even still going to die as it's final little axe throw from Beastmaster to secure the kill.
At the very least, Iggy gets himself Nick in the meantime, so a little bit of a recovery in that regard, but takes a lot of damage to kill off a singular boar.
Yeah, and he's actually all out of regen now. He does have the wand, or sorry, to make it the stick with 8 charges, so he's doing fine for now, but again, this damage over time, this debuff, the boar poison, it's just not something he time walks off effectively, so yeah, he's going to be receiving, looks like a tango, maybe even more regen, as Peachy Bell does die in the bottom lane. Purple Unicorn may pay the price for this, but unfortunately T-Rox has used all of his spells, so really much the Slark, well actually in this case, not really much the Mars could do to punish this. Oh, making another jump. T-Rox, and with a nice spear at least. Wow, that was a big Starbreaker hit there.
I did not enjoy that as much as I thought I would.
For the evil.
And this is a bit of a scary start here. Always when a Slark is starting to get a little bit out of control now. 1-0-1, only one permanent Agi stack, but we'll see here how he continues to play. As he has so far, so good for him in this lane. Mars taking only the one death though now with Boots of Speed, at least a little bit more evasive, a bit tougher to kill.
Despy in trouble. Takes a bunch of damage, does get himself away, thanks to the spear not being able to latch onto a tree.
Peachy Bell, okay.
Unicorn. Okay.
Still playing a bit for more. You do now get a little bit of essence on the pounce, which is why we do see it leveled in lane, whereas frequently it might be ignored. Whoa, T-Rox is really going down, but they're confident they can get this kill. Oh, Peachy Bell with the auto attacks will get it. Persisted there when T-Rox thought it was secured. There's going to be Peachy Bell securing a kill, and even top lane, Iggy, no, gets off the stick charges. He barely lives. In fact, it was a wand, but not a full wand. They were very, very closely, nearly able to get that kill, but the stun out for the magic missile, not quite long enough. He is going to live through this, but you can see the regeneration problems in this top lane. Even with heroes that really like to spam their spells, Iggy's not able to really stay really healthy.
As well, first item on the Faceless Void, wanting to get rid of the Beastmaster's, well, Helm with the Dominator creeps every single time. So, I've seen a lot of Hand of Midas build-ups these days.
Agreed. Yeah, I think like Jugs, Faceless Voids going for them very commonly, right?
I've even seen some Morphlings, which terrifies me because that's the God King Shizzle build.
God King Hualien is Iggy maybe in for a bit of a rough time here. Time walks away and actually gets back a fair amount of his HP in that exchange. Peachy Bell, though, is maybe in some trouble down bottom as the Pounce connects his T-Rox, at least pushing back the Dawnbreaker, prevents the Starbreaker from hitting him, but can do nothing there to save the Jakiro. But top lane, it's Hotset99 and Nick, who will tag team and take down the Oracle in exchange. So 2 kills across 2 lanes for Montenegro.
Yeah, the support's definitely on the struggle bus right now. Mid, it's looking really good for the Lina, absolutely on top. Mars bottom lane, though, Tyrox is going to get jumped. And again, every single time you walk out in that bottom lane, they did manage to get a kill earlier on Slark, but besides that, bottom has just been one absolute slaughterfest.
Yeah, and again, it's just a little concerning. It's really scary whenever you see Slark off to a start like this, right? Just definitely a hero that can and snowball perhaps the hardest of a lot of the carries that you could potentially run. Top lane, it's going to get a bit easier now. Well, not if Iggy gets stunned by the Centaurs, but he's contesting the pull very nicely here. Another Centaur stomp from the stacked camp into the Chronosphere. What is going on? What in the world? Nick is going to find himself killed off here as the Centaurs right now working for the Welsh. The sheep herders,
for
man,
more stomps.
they're controlling them. They're controlling them too well. Oh, another war stomp.
Just continue. You can take it. I believe.
Maybe not for too long here. Sire getting a little bit too close for comfort here. In fact, they commit the roar, and he is dead. Down bottom.
Another?
There's some tips. Another hoof stomp. My goodness. This is getting out of control up top lane. That was about 6 hoof stomps. As there's a pause. Peachy Bell taking a disconnect. There's a gank from Neb down bottom here onto the Slark, who has just activated the Shadow Dance, so he's going to have 4 full seconds of this. Desp as well with a stun at the ready, but there's Rolling Thunder ready to be channeled. A Spear of Mars here to counter-initiate. Could be pretty tough here, pretty tight here for the Slark to be able to escape. He's actually all out of mana.
Yeah, he can't get Dark backed off. Maybe if he swaps his treads, he could possibly just barely make it. But he's most likely going to get skewered to the tree, and a lot of damage is going to come through. So Despy is going to have to try and create space, maybe go in on Tyrox to make sure that the spear hits onto the Dawn instead.
Sounds like a good plan of action. We'll see what they've decided to go for here early as the disconnects have been amended. Neb knows that there's a Starbreaker ready, so can't just go for a free Rolling Thunder, but now he can. No, he can't, actually, because Vlad's made the rotation, and with the magic damage, easily has the kill. Laguna Blade to the face. Very easy kill there for the mid-rotating Lina. Nice job there.
His brain is so big, gives himself a compliment right there after that kill top. Of course, immediately TP's bottom, doing that pause, and surprises everyone, including us, on that rotation.
That he does. Iggy, though, has himself the Hand of Midas. He's not using it on the first creep he sees because he wants that one. That's what you get for hoof stomping me. I transmute you, even is what it's called, into 140 gold. So Midas online now for Iggy. Again, twofold, right, is going to be the recovery. Midas he is 38-3 compared to the Slark's 50-3. But also, of course, does help defend against the push. So it's a twofold Midas here for Iggy, which is going to do a lot to recover him in this game.
Now there's another Centaur Stomp, though. Sire's going to get stomped on Stomp.
Wow.
And blown to smithereens.
Yeah,
these lanes are tough.
It's a lot of damage. Iggy might even need to get out of town here. Does himself time walk, so not really in too much danger. But with Vlad actually rotating on over, how far will they go for this? It's a level 1 time walk. They might be aware of it, given its max time lock, plenty of damage, and the magic missile to follow suit. Level 3 is overwhelming magic damage. I think even if he had max time walk, he doesn't live there.
Yeah, they're starting to put up some pressure. They've got some push as well with the Beastmaster behind them. And Lina as well, a very stable pusher considering the attack range and attack speed that you gain from the Fiery Soul stacks.
Bottom, Tyrox in some trouble here. It's a good at least bulwark onto 2 with Neb rotating on in with a DD rune here. They actually might be able to find a kill. Purple Unicorn unable to escape. Whoa, the world's shortest Rolling Thunder. Still able to find a kill regardless though.
Yeah, that was pretty aggressive there from Neb. Definitely just looked for that one singular kill, knowing that otherwise he'd heal up too much and would not really be catchable afterwards.
pretty important kill on the Slark, though. I mean, it is crucial now that they continue to delay this Diffusal Blade timing. It essentially allows him to fight versus nearly anyone, especially someone like a Pangolier, if he does get off the Rolling Thunder. Faces Void as well, right? Really needing to ensure that he has the mana to time walk away. Speaking of Faces Void, though, he's got Chronosphere at the ready. He's probably going to be waiting for another teamfight spell. Macropire could be that spell. See as they decide to now make a go for a kill down bottom, where they will cut through Neb with ease. Peachy Bell unable to offer much with only the single point here in the ice path. Mid tower, in the meantime, focused down. Hot since 99, hot since, well, minute 9 at least, since he gets off that Helm of the Dom. Now has taken down 2 tier 1 towers to his name, and he's already making moves to this bottom area. He's not done, man. He's on a mission.
I was like Bango against Slark. If you get that shard at 15 minutes or slightly later, the moment you get pounced, normally as a Bango, you're completely stuck, but then you can still do roll up because the game is weird like that, and then you can just roll up Rolling Thunder out of there. It's a mechanic that should not work.
Oh, Sire. Unfortunately, it's not so much Sire as much as it'll be see ya. Desp there secures the kill from Purple Unicorn.
Yeah, that's a nice little catch as well, and I'm a little bit afraid Wales might encounter the same problems as Montenegro had last game, where damage will become an issue, considering, well, Iggy's item build means there's no damage coming in from him for quite some time. Pango is going to be their... Macropie, as you mentioned, is probably their best tool, but you're going to need to always be positioned behind your Faces Void if you want to hit that good Macropire.
Good play now for Montenegro as well, as they will converge onto the bottom lane, where Ned was thinking about going for a Rolling Thunder. The Roar is going to lock him down. Desp needing to get off the stun in time. Instead, they're going to have to settle for Peachy Bell, who almost actually kills Purple Unicorn in the Macropire. Hotsits 99 now stuck in a rock and a hard place, and that's where Rolling Thunder is best suited. But there is a save, a better Chronosphere, though, onto 2, and they've even got a little bit of a Solar Guardian to interrupt, though, as Iggy, he's going to go down. The blasted War Stomp, as Neb at least is going to be able to take him down, but these War Stomps time after time have been just the death of Iggy, haven't they?
Yeah, it's been absolutely hell to pay. Despy is even trying to aggress further forward here. Look at the Beastmaster, no HP, walks right forward. Hotson's 99 playing a dangerous game. Luckily enough, there's no Blink Dagger to chase him down, because that would have been otherwise a very easy pickup there for the Mars.
Yeah. And things are still looking pretty scary there here. I mean, the Slark, again, he is kind of being stopped from going full tilt snowball mode, but for how long becomes the question. Lina as well, Vlado having another fantastic early game here, as he did on the Void Spirit as well. With BOTs fully up, you know, he might not be packing the most damage at this moment. Hold that thought, it's down bottom. They are fighting a little bit. Neb, you'll be okay here. But the point I was making here on Vlado's first item bot is that he is securing his scaling for the rest of the game, right? So now, no matter if he wants to go magic versus physical Lina, he's going to be able to find the gold, you know, to do whatever he pleases and whatever he decides is best for this game.
I'm assuming it's going to be the physical, considering she went for the level 10 talent, 25 damage instead of Dragon Slave cooldown. I don't necessarily know exactly the build for magic damage, but I assume 3.5 seconds Dragon Slave cooldown reduction is pretty good for magic damage.
Oh, Vlado. Oh, hold on. He's trying to find... Oh, a cliff. Peachy Bell once again. I think this is 2 of 2. She disconnects right before Mars throws a spear. This one's coming out, though. This one's committed. What do you think here? Is he getting the spear out, or is he being stunned by LSA?
I think he's going to get the spear out and be stunned by LSA.
Okay.
But the spear is going to launch first because it's had pretty much the full cast already, so I don't think that it should get hindered whatsoever. It's a little bit unfortunate that Neb's probably only going to hit like 1 swashbuckle from his entire smack, so they might be still cutting it close to kill the Lina, because she still has 900 HP.
All right, you were absolutely correct. Let me see here. Yeah, and she's going to die. Nice Rolling Thunder, taking the racing line directly into the river, hopping over the sausage curbs, but now in trouble is T-Rex, as Des... Ooh, almost pushed back far enough for it to make a difference. Unfortunately, Purple Unicorn following up easily for the kill will collect his 7th permanent Agi stack. Ooh, careful there, Eerie. Sorry, make that Sire nearly picking up the kill there with the Purifying Flames. It was a close one.
A bit on the scarier side. In the meantime, Hanson's 99, pushing down the tier 1 tower bottom, is going to go for, obviously, the Helm of the Overlord, because you can't hand a Midas that one out of existence. So then it's going to be a little bit more problematic for the Faceless Void, who is done with his Javelin for that Maelstrom. Afterwards, going for the Aghanim Shard immediately. But he's going to get pounced on and bashes galore.
Okay, what's going on here? Iggy, I would have considered fighting that, but of course, Purple Unicorn with the Shadow Dance, I think baiting him a little bit too much. They are, however, making a smoke play here. But it's Slark who's going to be able to get that Shadow Dance regen, and away he goes. BKB nearly completed now for Vlado as well, which will allow him to stand his ground a bit easier in these fights when it comes to the Mars making the jump onto him, as now Montenegro will make a smoke play for themselves. Into the jungle of Wales they will go. However, the Welsh have erected a lot of great vision here on the cliffs especially. We'll see Iggy with the Chronosphere ready. This might turn on its head here.
Unfortunately, you know, even with that Chrono, there's no backup from his team just yet. Peachy Bell's a little bit too far away. But that could have been absolutely huge if they were expecting a move.
There's a TD rune now, and Ward's going to be scouted all over as Faceless Void going to be stunned initially, but not enough follow-up. As Vlado is going to be caught in the Chronosphere. Macropyre placed down. Peachy Bell lighting up too, but Iggy in some trouble, receives the false promise. Now Jess, speared and skewered against the walls of the arena, will fall first, but they're looking for Vlado first. Iggy healed to, well, enough HP here to give Vlado quite the beating, perma-stunned and killed. As it's going to be the Welsh who defend their jungle, lose no one, and pick up 2 cores, 1 core, and make it an exchange.
Yeah, there the big team fight cooldowns come into play. The Macropyre, the Chrono, the Arena. You can really see those 3 heroes that pumped out their 3 big spells did all the damage. Macropyre did, well, the Jakiro did the most damage in that engagement. And definitely came to some heavy shenanigans there. Team fighting, really got to be careful. If you're up against this Welsh lineup, you either need to try and dodge the Chrono, which is obviously pretty tough, or you need to get that save ready, because the Vengeful Spirit was caught inside the Chrono.
Yes, yeah, that's the biggest problem here, right? Even if you catch the Dawnbreaker and the Venge, that's all the save gone. The Whales can just utilize all of the team fight that they want and really focus them down.
Yeah, it's they did get the kill onto the Mars bottom lane, but there's that fight actually nicely recovered it for the dire side. Of course, Purple Unicorn still top net worth. Ags is very close to being done on the Slark, which makes the hero very scary, but you know, the lack of damage will get circumvented the further the game goes when you have a Faceless Void on your lineup.
Very true. Oh, Peachy Bell says, "Begone!" Places down the Macropyre there. Really quick note as well, Montenegro on their smoking mission did get a pretty good vision game set up. You can see now right next to where, oh, hold that thought actually, they're onto the mid laner. Neb in trouble, he's got a little bit of damage block, but not nearly enough. Vlado with the kill there. Neb pushing pretty precariously close there to the top tier 1 tower. And, well, speaking of being precarious, Sire as well, walking up the cliff, is going to be finished off without much of a chance. Peachy Bell might be up next. They are rotating in supports. And by supports, I mean 2 cores. Iggy, without Chrono, can at least transmute the Centaur, which he does. Desp is going to be a bit too speedy, however, and the poor Poison Slow just way too much for Iggy to continue giving chase.
There's also a Holy Locket being built up on the Dawn. It's actually done. You can get it sorted, which is a lot of healing added into the Chrono. So they're really trying to just survive the big ultis from the Welsh side.
Purple Unicorn, yep, doing a bit of dewarding himself. Who knew that position 1s can buy Observer or Sentries? I didn't know that was a thing. And this makes the vision game even stronger for Montenegro. They still have this cliff as well, directly right where T-Rex is walking by now. The Welsh side have not yet been able to deward this one, and that's a result of a pretty good smoke play by Montenegro. We'll see if that one pays off. It very well might, considering that that's a little bit of a deep ward for this stage of the game. I normally expect that to be warded around the time a team is looking to contest Roche. Montenegro not the best Roche lineup. They haven't taken a tier 2 yet. They haven't had control of the outpost. So, you know, that one may still pay off here pretty big time for Montenegro.
Yeah, their vision gain's pretty solid. In mid as well, they've got that Observer ward. giving all the vision in the world on the opponent team. And they can farm pretty safely because of it. And as you mentioned, of course, anywhere the Slark walks, easy counter wards coming into play. And Will's vision is just slinking further and further.
I mean, it's so hard to be fair, right? I think the only way this gets harder for Wales is if there's a Zeus on the enemy side. I mean, you can see now, even with the Hawks coming in, with Slark being able to remove your own wards, like, it just becomes nearly impossible to have any kind of vision up. I think there's only one ward up on the side for Wales, and I want to say no flame, right? But partly only because Montenegro hasn't been here for a couple of minutes. We'll see now as they do look for Roche. Not going to be scouted here by that one remaining ward that the Wales currently have. There's a Basher, however, on the Pangolier, countering the BKB, freshly picked up by Lena. Unfortunately, Wales are going to be none the wiser that this Roche is going on. Perhaps not interested in really contesting at this time anyhow, and are going to have to this one go.
He's just going to the Lena, actually, instead of the Slark, who tends to be the one diving deep. Double pounce onto Iggy. Heal bomb comes in as well. Iggy, does he get the jump away? The stun lock is too much. Laguna
no chance.
On top. And they lock him down completely. Double pounce is a very big nuisance. Really needing that BKB ASAP.
Yeah, no, I mean, especially because now it's going to give you a 6 Essence, which lets you get off to a much quicker start. Dark Pact, unfortunately, there, as Vlado's going to make the jump onto Peachy Bell. Make that purple unicorn, giving Vlado the kill. It's all 2 more Pemorana Agi here, 2 purple unicorn, all the same. And this is kind of nightmare scenario, isn't it, for Wales? You've got a Slark who might not have Aegis, but just about feels out of control. Alina, who is otherwise rather squishy at this time, especially with a Basher up on your Pango with Aegis. Oof, what can he do here? Nothing, apparently. So what T-Rex can do is he is simply killed off during the duration of a leash. They're hemorrhaging heroes now, and we'll begin to hemorrhage towers.
Yeah, they dropped the arena to kill off Nick in mid. And which, they got a nice kill from that. The problem is, of course, you didn't have it available on the Mars for the high ground situation there. If you could drop it, he possibly would have been able to just, walk it off. Though, at this stage, every cooldown is going to matter on the side of Wales, because they're going to need everything in their arsenal to win a fight, especially against the Aegis and the Slark with an Axe.
Yeah, and even if you're not focusing the Slark here, right? Let's say, all right, our game plan is we don't want to try and go for Slark. We're not going to go for Lena. Those are 2 really difficult kills at this time. Maybe we focus down Venge, remove an aspect of their save, and it makes Chrono all the more threatening. He's got Depth Shroud. He can save his teammates here from a pretty decent range. Ichi Bell, unfortunately, is going to be cut down here as outside of the base. She is easy pickings for Vlado, as well as Purple Unicorn. That Basher is still pretty scary. Neb forced to jump away just out of range of the pounce. But now, Tier 3 towers already being assaulted here. Montenegro have absolutely no chill. Neither does Peachy Bell. She's going to buy back now. Wells looking for a fight. There's a Blink Arena at the ready. Need to be able to really connect on their teamfight spells here. But good position for Montenegro. You can see the Vengeful Spirit well out of range here of a potential Chronosphere. Hot since 99 as well, ready to roar into the Chrono. With the buyback there, respecting the prowess of Peachy Bell's Jakiro, they will be backing off now. Montenegro maybe looking for that last tier 2.
The 4 staffs on the supports from Wales almost done, which is going to be a very big plus on their side, because yeah, they're just pretty much going to need the 4 staffs to get out of range from the Slark every single time.
Oh yeah, very good item. Of course, 4 staff does break that. Now there's the jump into the Chronosphere, the swap out. Hot 699 at least free. They're going to turn instead for 1. Vlado with Aegis Steel for 2 minutes. He's really the next target? Not quite. Looks like they're not really sure who to go on. Hot 699 is not going to be the target is Iggy, at least with False Promise. No! He's not even going to live through it. Not enough healing applied as Montenegro cut down the Oracle, prevent the healing. Vlado as well with 2 more kills onto Peachy Bell. It's a dieback penalty applied. And Wales, unfortunately, just split a little bit in the fight. Iggy able to chase a bit further deeper on the back lines. But it's Vlado on the Lena who BKBs and simply pushes back the rest of Wales.
Right-click Lena, also very scary still. Just pumping out damage like a full turret mode. In the meantime, it was a great Chrono Arena catch with, of course, the Macropire, but that Venge swap destroyed everything in the fight. If they kill the Beastmaster there, that fight turns in their favor. Unfortunately, that's not going to be the case. Diving in onto Tyrox, can he get away? Not really.
Nope. Somehow Slark went through that wall. I thought you get pinned to the walls of the high ground. Do you not? Maybe not on the way up, I guess. Neb is very quickly chopped down. Oh, Iggy, oh no. He's got another time walk here. Maybe at least he gets off one more Midas usage. Purple Unicorn trying to prevent that here. Does not have Aegis, but still retains the Shadow Dance. Oh, they're not going to be able to get him. A little bit of counter synergy there as they make him immune to the magic damage. Unfortunately, the Macropyre of Peachy Belt is simply going to be walked off. And that's going to be the second lane of Barracks taken down. The Transmute at least for Iggy as he puts the Midas back on cooldown. Ryan focusing now onto the Ancient Black Dragon. It is very fast, though. Iggy?
Oh, Iggy, don't
Oh no,
get
he can't
baited.
time walk away. Oh no, the LC! Oh, Vlado. He's now godlike. Tip even now onto Iggy as Montenegro will focus and double back onto the mid lane of Barracks, the last remaining structures here for the Welsh side. No well, there is buyback actually.
Oh,
but no chrono for 25. They're going to try now for Vlado, but the swap out in time. Oh, trying to perfectly time that now with the reclaiming of the Aegis. They're going to be left only to kill Nick instead. Very small pickings here, but at least Wales buy themselves time yet enough for one last fight. So the melee Barracks still remain in the mid lane and down bottom as well.
It was actually really well timed from Wales. A heads up move, keeping an eye on the Aegis, of course, from the Lina, but Venge, level 12, has that extra cast range with the Nether swap, staying out of range. You know, that's kind of, if you've ever played Overwatch back in the day and you played Mercy.
Overwatch 1 or Overwatch 2?
Overwatch 1, when it came out, you had Mercy, and all you had to do was get your ulti and then hide somewhere off the map until everyone died, and you come in and heroes never die, and you save everyone.
You simply res them while you were in. Yes, good times. I remember.
Yeah, that's kind of what the Venge has to do. Just stay hidden the entire time, and then they almost kill someone. Denied, and then yep, okay, they wasted either a chrono or arena or a Macropyre or something to get that kill, and then they've got nothing left for the fight.
Yeah, it does feel pretty difficult, right? Purple Unicorn, and at this stage, right, even if you do manage to string together all the lockdown to kill him, like you're saying, you're leaving at least 2 sources of save completely unbothered. Oh, Purple Unicorn's on in, but a very nice Force Staff at least forces him to waste the Depth Shroud. Iggy with Chrono thinking about it, but again, look at the positioning. The Dawnbreaker very far away. The Venge not even on our screens, really, as there's going to be in a bit of trouble, at least one, but they have the Chrono in time. But again, there's more sources of save. In fact, they're looking to turn now onto Iggy. False Promise at least allows him to fight a bit more as he gets the kill, at least on a 1, and they actually cut through the Slark. Desp is next. Vlad is turning into an auto turret here and doing great amounts of damage, though. They still have gotten and cut through the life of Iggy, even through the False Promise.
No mana.
Not enough healing. A lot of mana here is Vlado, but still with plenty of right-click damage to boot as Neb jumping away. Doesn't get another bash there on the way out, but it's Peachy Bell looking to apply the lockdown and the damage. Vlado turning, thinking about trying to fight, but completely out of mana, has no attack speed, has no life. It's Wales. They're able to hold. They lose the hard carry, but pick up 4.
Yeah, Slark just no chance to do damage. He's been pretty much locked down in that entire engagement. That was actually so heads up from the Faces Void there. Of course, he dies in the end, which is sad, and he still doesn't even have his BKB just finished yet. But in that engagement, knowing that whoever they're going to go on first, whoever their target is, which in this case would be the Slark, you know that there's going to be a swap happening, so you just need to be ready with your chrono for that exact swap. The healing from the Dawn was actually immense, but then after the arena, they still have, after the chrono, they still have the arena available, the Macropyre, so much continuous burst magic damage coming in, because of course the shard on the Mars is also there, so he's got that extra burning trill underneath, and the dots just keep stacking up.
Xerox. Oh, he's dead, unfortunately. Not much he can do here. He's got arena, out of mana, out of life. Maybe throws a spear in his final seconds. Has a blink. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no!
I'm gonna call that 5-head play right there. No. That was calculated by the Slark, 100%.
As he misses the pounce, and of course, you know, you never really miss the pounce, quite, do you? Okay, quick little bash there on the Purple Unicorn. Burned through his HP, but he still possesses now Shadow Dance and Depth Shroud, as well as 14 stolen Agi. Nice dispel there by Purple Unicorn, as he is going to easily claim the ranged barracks. Hot Suns 99 going to work as well on the mid melee barracks. So that's going to be the ice path as well, forcing Purple Unicorn back a bit. No bash is there from Neb, as he is going to make the jump. There's going to be the swap. Iggy was ready to go on in. Doesn't have Chrono for 3 more seconds, as Vlado just trying to get the megas here. BKB's up with the DD rune, gets the kill, at least onto Sire. There's going to be the Chrono onto 2, preventing the Ag Scepter here of Dawnbreaker from doing anything, as she's focused and killed. Vlado as well is going to fall. Iggy with the false promise, fighting, trying to fight through Purple Unicorn, but he's going to jump into the Shadow Dance, still has the Depth Shroud, easily gets the kill into 1. There's Depth Shroud now. Iggy, he lives through the false promise, but he's going to die because he was expecting to be able to see the Slark. He's going to fall. 3 kills for Purple Unicorn. Montenegro throw themselves at the barracks and come out with a team fight win. Very likely a match win here, as they are setting work here onto the tier 4s.
Yeah, Slark's just got casuals, 33 Essence Shift stacks right now. So he's got a lot of extra damage at the moment.
Oh.
So you kind of need to reset the fights for the Slark to drop him.
Oh my goodness, Ancient exposed here. As that wagon was not even really, I think, set on his marks. It was really just the push from the Beastmaster. It was that intense. Pardon me now. Wales in a bit of a rough spot here. No Chrono, no nothing here. Roche has literally just respawned right in time for Montenegro to scout it. That's going to be Purple Unicorn directly into the pit. No detours, no delays. Aegis number 2 into the inventory for him, most likely.
Yeah,
I'm sorry, I just wanted to commend Iggy again on that fight. I think his chronos have been... It's been hard to ask a better chronos from this game, to be completely honest, right? That chrono,
it's just no damage within the chrono.
But I
was on the other side of the map, chasing after the Slark as well, who has double bounce, so you're not going to catch him.
I was afraid that with after that fight completing the Ag Scepter, which gives evasion, 60% evasion, by the way, versus, well, basically Faceless Void, which is pretty much GG. I was afraid that his chrono was going to do nothing, but he did actually catch Desp, punishing a little bit of mispositioning there, and allowing the Mars to set them up both for the Pango to kill him. It's just they're a little bit too far behind at this stage for that to really make that big of a difference. But pretty good stuff, I have to say.
Yeah, just, you know, Montenegro's got too much of an advantage at this stage. Slark's also got the Scotty, so he's very survivable. Rolling Thunder comes in, the arena catch.
He doesn't have Aegis. Oh,
the swap.
Yep, just in time. Neb has found himself a pocket to go bowling in. Unfortunately, he has been roared, gets off the roll-up, trying to get back onto the high ground. He actually is going to jump back down lower, and he is going to go down to the back lines. There's a Chronosphere DD active for Purple Unicorn, and there's going to be the Dawnbreaker ulti. 60% evasion for, yeah, that long, by the way. In the meantime, Vlado and Hot Suns 99 trying to end the game alongside the Megas, and they will be able to do so easily. Iggy at least receives his second life for courtesy of the False Promise, but the Aegis has no such recourse. Down it goes. Montenegro are going to end the game here with a win. We'll go 1-1 now to go even, and it is going to be Wales who lose and now goes 0-2.
Yeah, so now it's actually very dependent on, I think, the last series. Wales needs to win the last series and, what was it? Win the last series and hope that either who wins from Norway or Kosovo, that team needs to win against their opponents from right now. So it's gonna, you know, fingers crossed for Wales that they can force out tiebreakers. I don't actually know what the tiebreaker rules are, or even if there are going to be any tiebreakers, but that's hopefully going to be told to us momentarily.
Yeah, it's head-to-head results between the tied teams, and then a best-of-one tiebreaker. So best-of-ones, basically, they would replay, at worst, the round-robin three-team best-of-one. Is really what would end up happening. But to do that, Wales would need to win, and they'd need the other match to go in their favor. We can take a quick look now at the current standings of the group stage to see if there are any updates at this time. This match was a bit quicker, but we did start a bit later. We can see over in Group B, it's just this game, Wales versus Montenegro, that has been updated. And Kosovo
beat Norway. So Norway needs to beat Montenegro. No, wait. Now I'm getting confused. see, Norway beats. Oh no, I think it's over for them. Because
Yes.
Kosovo and Norway both have won 2 games, so Wales is out, unfortunately.
Yes, it is, unfortunately, as that is going to be then Wales, well, enjoying their last match versus Kosovo next. Montenegro are going to be playing off versus Norway next, but that's not going to be the match that we choose to cover on this channel, as we will jump on over to Group A instead, where we're going to be covering the match between Israel and Poland. That, guys, is going to be coming up after the break. You're watching the EEF Dota 2 European qualifiers for the IESF 2022 Bali event. Stay tuned, guys. After a short break, we're back with Israel versus Poland. We'll catch you then.
It is time for the biggest IESF World Championship. More than 120 countries. Set your mind, set your strategy. Face the challenges. Break down the barriers. Bali, the island of gods, 2022. Are you ready to win?
Welcome back, everyone, to the IESF Bali 2022 qualifiers. We're here in the EEF Dota 2 qualifier region with our final match of the day. Group A and B have been playing simultaneously, which means, and we've been following Group B over in the adventures for Montenegro. But let's go ahead and jump over and see what Group A has been up to here in the standings, as we will now be spectating this next match of Israel versus Poland.
Yeah, and Group B, of course, it's Wales eliminated and Kosovo already advanced on towards the quarter-finals. And in Group A, no one has been eliminated just yet, but Israel needs a win right here and hope that Romania takes down Serbia if they want to have a chance to continue further forward. If, of course, Israel loses here, they're eliminated completely. But yeah, Poland definitely looking to win here as well, because that at least guarantees them tiebreakers.
Yeah, and Poland, of course, losing to Romania. Romania beating Israel as well. So this is going to be a pretty important match now. Romania taking on Serbia as we speak. We found one match to be important now for Israel to get a win here in order to secure their best chances. And I always like that a bit better, right, in these group stage matches, when you do control your own destiny for the last match. You know, you're not hoping for this and that, and also you need to do this. It is a little bit of that as well, but all that matters not, right, if you can't complete the first step here, which is simply get a win. A pretty tough lineup, though, right, this Poland. They're not playing with Nisha. He is officially on the roster, but I think he is away on TI duties. But for now, instead, they still play with Exotic Deer, who is a mainstay on a lot of up-and-coming Polish stacks, especially, isn't it?
Yeah, of course, very well-known player. They also have Eken in their roster on the Polish side. We were looking through the list of the Israeli players, and we saw someone who plays currently in NADPC, and that is Yaren the Slayer, which was a little bit of a surprise, a nice little surprise, because, of course, one of his more renowned heroes that he likes to play is the good old-fashioned techie, so I'm just, fingers crossed that we get to see some fun shenanigans coming into play there, as we see the draft is about to completely start. And I do also want to mention for the people at home, there was one team specifically at the start of the day that Seek and Strike wanted to highlight, and that was the Romanian roster, because, they're currently number one in the group, and they do have a pretty dangerous lineup, which is pretty much the No Bounty Hunter roster-esque, with the Khan, Flash, and Blink.
Yeah, not to be confused with Ask, the mid laner from the Mexican mid laner, who is also going to be going to the event and the play-in stage. But we'll see where they all end up. A little bit of fun fact as well, of course, to tie this all together. What are the teams playing for? Well, we're going to determine the two teams that come out of this group into the single elimination playoffs. Of course, first and second teams will make it on through. Best of three semis and grand finals are going to seed you directly, if you win, of course, the bracket. You're going to Bali over in December, directly to the quarterfinals of the entire event. So it's a great spot to be in here, especially if you're not going to be in the playing stage. And of course, my connecting reason for this is, Bali, the Indonesian flag, is the Polish flag, but reversed.
Yes, indeed. You always get to see when an Indonesian team plays Polish pride in the chat every single time. But that is, it looks very, very similar, and it's always pretty nice to see. Luckily enough, my flag, which is the Dutch flag, has like 17 other flags that look almost identical.
Well, actually, I don't know. Unfortunately, we don't have a Monegasque team joining us. But if we did, that would be the exact same flag, actually, as Indonesian, just in a different aspect ratio. As we can take a look now at our draft. First phase of bans. It's enough vexicology, I think. Vexillology. I don't know. I forget exactly what the word is. I'm a nerd. Who would have thought Dota 2 caster knows things about flags? And I also know some things about the meta here, as these teams do as well. Marcy Enigma banned out from Israel, while Poland are going to look towards that Undying ban again in the first phase. He does way too much in the early phase. As well as, interestingly enough, the Primal Beast. I have not had the opportunity, to be honest, to cast a lot of this hero, so I've seen plenty of him, and he can look completely bonkers, right, when he's got that level advantage, especially on the trample. But we won't see it here. Poland have taken to ban it in the first phase.
like the hero. It's just late game. It tends to do nothing, especially once BKBs get secured on the enemy team, which is kind of a big downside. This time around, though, we don't get to see the Faceless Void being banned out, but they do have the Dawnbreaker in case it does get secured. They already have that nasty semi counter to the bad bully, the Void.
Yeah, and speaking of bully, this is a mid lane bully pick, isn't it? To say the least, up from Israel. The tiny first phase, right? Poland at least looking to potentially flex his hero mid 4, right? Maybe carry. No longer really having the option of, well, maybe even mid and carry, right? Since the Batrider can be just thrown into the lane versus the tiny. There's a pick. That's going to be the Exotic Deer Lone Druid, if I have to say.
Yeah, you mentioned it previous to the game as well when we had a little bit of chat over the teams and the players to witness, and Lone Druid gets secured. Of course, Lone Druid in this current patch is actually
Radiant team ban.
viable. But there we get to see the nasty hero. Faceless Void does get banned out this time around. But yeah, LD and Tiny, if you make this, for instance, a Tiny mid, you're going to look at a lot of tower push.
Oh yeah, actually, now that you mention it, no, that's looking pretty nasty already, right? Between just the Lone Druids demolish, we're gonna need some deep push, right? We need somewhere to clear the waves, ideally from range, a bit safer. Dawnbreaker can certainly do it, right, with the Celestial Hammer, with the burn and the impact damage of the hammer itself. Batrider maybe when he gets those points into the Flame Break as well. But something that ideally doesn't put your heroes in blink tossback, right? No matter what position this Tiny's going to go in, he always has that playmaking potential, which means you're going to want to try and clear these waves and force the bear to tank tower shots from safe range, ideally.
Dire team ban.
Death Prophet ban.
I think it's...
Go ahead.
The initiation plays, again, because they do have a Dawn... They do have a Bat, but preferably don't initiate. Batrider could possibly, if he gets like a Blink Dagger at a
10 seconds
decent time. But they also want the Batrider to kind of be like that counter initiation and drag so he goes in.
Yeah. Wondering now if Poland are considering some sort of hard dispel, right? There's a couple pretty good counters to the Batrider you can certainly address them with, none of which, by the way, Israel have banned out quite yet. I think the Invoker is certainly a pretty good counter to his laning matchup for sure. But in terms of supports that carry dispels, Oracle, Abba, both still in the pool, right? Abba just is completely untargetable, basically, as he can simply just dispel himself and then dispel allies around him. I'm wondering how they're going to be looking to potentially counter that. And Oracle, again, of course, with a long range, is himself a pretty good target for the lasso, but then you do lose that tool and usually end up having to dive pretty deep where the Oracle is positioned in the fights. Poland actually going to go and ban out the Morphling. Okay, that feels like a targeted ban. You know, if your team has a Morphling player, you know, usually you want to make sure that you can protect or pick around it, or if your opponent's ban.
Yeah, Morphling's a pesky hero in that regard as well. I don't think it's necessarily super strong in this patch, but you know, the healing aspect to it forces you to get either a Skadi, which they don't have a hero that builds a Skadi, or Shivas, which they don't have a hero that builds a Shivas, or a Spirit Vessel, and currently that's not the case either. So you would have to focus down all the healing that the enemy would have with some things. 3 heroes
5 seconds remaining.
Well, still plenty of picks to come as the Lina last ban out from Israel. It's interesting, actually. Lina ban after the Morphling. Usually Lina into Morphling is pretty good, but Israel not wanting to get outranged here in the mid lane, ensuring that the Batrider still can be flexed into that role. The bigger question mark for me at this stage now with the Winter Wyvern probably being in the position 5 is where this Dawnbreaker is going to end up being. Likely no longer the 5. I could see reason for this being maybe a carry, but I think offlaner I like a little bit better. You know, go for the Blink Shard build, maybe even a Deso at some stage if you really want to push your luck to increase the damage against this Lone Druid. And I'm liking that as your first line of initiation, or also you can use it as your counter initiation, like you're saying, on the Solar Guardian. In any case, you have at least prevented a pretty strong counter pick. Wyvern against a Dawnbreaker is incredibly punishing. I mean, it makes sense, right? An ability that you have to use that lands you right next to an ally against Winter's Curse sounds like you're setting yourself up for a bad time.
And it smacks the hero out of existence, or if standing next to anyone else, it's very solid. You can set up the
Dire team pick.
curse into the Dawnbreaker ulti for good measure, so it does combo very nicely with the other heroes on their side.
Yeah, and a pretty strong counter pick here. I mean, it's not every day you say Zeus is a counter pick to a hero like Batrider, but with that heavenly jump, especially reducing your cast animations, move speed, and obviously increasing
10
the gap,
seconds
Zeus,
remaining.
I don't think he's as weak as he used to be versus this Batrider. Plus, it's free stick
5
charge
seconds
galore,
remaining.
which I think is going to benefit this Zeus a lot more than it is this Batrider. You do damage now, of course, when you apply the Sticky Napalm stack, which is new to 732. However, not sure if that's going to be enough of a difference maker here to prevent the Zeus from easily CSing and just generally keeping you at range as a Batrider. The
10
solution
seconds
for the
remaining.
Batrider, or even maybe you're the Wyvern now, is not the one I expected with like an
5
Oracle or an
seconds
Abba.
remaining.
Instead, it's going to be the Shadow Demon, who has got a pretty new change, right? So they've changed the Soul Catcher instead. I've forgotten the name, but it's a little bit like Dispersion that you cast on a single target.
Yeah, I haven't seen it to its full effect yet. I've tried it out a couple of times. Like, the tooltip reads that it's amazing. When I use it, it's horrible, but that's most likely just me.
Dire
Considering
team
it should, on paper, especially if you've got a very tanky hero, in this case, you can drop it on like the Lone Druid Bear and just let him go ham. It should be able to amount to a lot of damage.
Yeah, certainly. It's always used. I've done it. Actually, I ran it a couple times with some friends and just turbos, right? So
10
nothing too
seconds
crazy
remaining.
here, right? But you pair it with an axe or a hero that just really
5
wants to jump
seconds
in
remaining.
and generally is focused a lot of attention, say like a lone druid or his bear,
Radiant
and it
team
does
ban.
actually add up. It feels really significant. I'm not gonna lie. It's an AOE fatal bonds, right? It spreads the damage between everyone in that AOE. And when you want to focus down on one specific hero who's got a lot of HP, who takes a lot of damage, it does actually feel pretty decent. It's also kind of hard to like
10
to get used to
seconds
these new
remaining.
abilities, you know? Like it's like all of a sudden if Spectre could cast her
5
new
seconds
shard or something
remaining.
was like, allows you to cast dispersion on a ally. It'd be really weird. It'd be really weird all of a sudden adjusting to that. Such is the case here for Soul Catcher.
Dire
Soul
team
Catcher
ban.
was already this weird ability where like half of your HP would just be gone. You'd be like Lewis Hamilton in the
Radiant
Singapore
team
Grand Prix
ban.
where your tires were gone, except your HP, and that was also a bit weird. So I'm happy to see the hero change in that regard, but I'm still yet to see. I'm in your boat as well. I'm still yet to see this really utilized on the professional.
Yeah, the plus, of course, of Shadow Demon's always Demonic Purge is amazing. You get the vision from the Shadow Poison in the trees. That's always nice for
5
counterweighting.
seconds
Well,
remaining.
you already have a Zeus, so you don't. That's not really your focus. But most likely, the reason they picked it, it's superb against the Wyvern and the Bat because you can save anyone who either gets lassoed or cursed.
Oh yeah, it's also really annoying for the Bat, hero who normally wants to be weaving in and out of these fights, a little bit like a Night Stalker would in that regard. And without your move speed, it's pretty hard to do that. BKB or not, your move speed, be damned by the Shadow Demon. That sets you up for a lot of other AoE damage, like the Zeus being unable to escape, unable to be force-staffed, unable to Yule Scepter yourself, while Make That Demonic Purge is still constantly removing all of your buffs. Doesn't set you up for a great
10
time. It just
seconds
really
remaining.
ensures that the Zeus counterpick versus Winter Wyvern is never going to feel too
5
amazing
seconds
on top
remaining.
of that. Last pick, Tide Hunter. This is my favorite thing about the new patch. We finally have these tanky offlaners, like your Centaurs, your Tides, your LCs. Like, offlane is back, baby. I love to see this.
Yeah, not the offlane, Veno, Viper, DP every single time, all the range heroes coming in. No, you got yourselves the Tide with his shard, that mini single target area ravage that he throws out. That's actually such a cool, nice addition
like it.
compared to his previous shard, which was honestly god awful.
Yeah, it did help you push a bit more, but it just felt so weak. And there's a
Ooh.
counter pick I was looking for, right? something that can actually outrange even a Zeus, with the exception, of course, of Nimbus, and something that is going to be fairly easy to counter the Tidehunter with. I believe this is still going to be a Batrider mid. He doesn't have a lot of kill potential versus what I expect to be a mid lane Zeus. But the sniper, of course, is simply not threatened by Tidehunter. Unless there's like a really good toss, or maybe it depends who they decide to lane the Tide with, or where the Shadow Demon or where the Tiny goes specifically versus the sniper. But I don't expect Chad is going to really ever be too concerned with the positioning of the supports. You know, he simply just outranges everyone. True Chad.
Yeah, it's definitely looking like a little bit more of a rougher affair. They trying to get on top of the sniper is going to be fairly tough this game because Tiny, of course, going to try and get a blink and get to that point. Same with the Tidehunter. But the range on sniper is really big. If you got good vision as well on your side from like the Batrider, and you've got the Mars Arena to block off any entries in case it goes wrong, you can even throw out the Curse or the Dawnbreaker heal to save your allies. I'm actually really digging the Israel draft with that sniper last pick.
Yeah, me too. It's hard to say, but I think Sniper, I don't know if he's a bit of a sleeper pick. I haven't really done a deep dive yet on the meta, given that it's still kind of being worked out in the high-level Immortal pubs. But you cannot underestimate this take aim active, man. The fact that it gives you something... What is it again here? Now that we're in a game, I can finally take a look. The fact that this gives you... it's 100% headshot chance for 3 full seconds. It's brutal, you know? If you come at Sniper, you best not miss. Because he is...
Yeah, exactly, because he isn't. He's just going to blow your brains out. It's a safe lane sniper, laning against a Tide as well. It's like, you're going to stay out of range for the most part. Tiny tossback's going to be pretty tough because the Dawnbreaker is going to pretty much block off any entries you have. Honestly, this last pick is a bit of a, not necessarily a surprise because we have seen a bit more of an influx of the sniper, but it's still not necessarily a hero that you'll think of a 1, 2, 3 every single time as a hero to be chosen.
Yeah,
same with the Slark, actually. Like, it randomly came back.
The Slark makes... I think the ulti changes especially make sense, and the Diffusal being reworked as well, I think helped out the hero quite a bit. I was actually just checking if Headshot can miss. I thought... I wasn't sure if it was like Bash, where like it can't miss. You know, if you proc a Bash, you're hitting it. But it can miss. Very first line on the wiki. Really nice play there, actually. Wow, that was very Pogrom, who was able to very easily evade the avalanche. Unfortunately, he is going to have to cede positioning here, and then it's going to be a very easy ruin here for Poland, who will go 2 for 2 early. But most importantly, as a result, they get 2 uncontested wards down here. Lots of vision committed here in the jungle of Israel.
Yeah, that means they don't have a ward in the mid lane currently, but I guess... I actually don't necessarily know what that second ward specifically is for. Maybe afraid that the Batrider will make some stacks for himself and farm those once he gets to like level 4.
Yeah, that makes sense to me, right? Because you take a look at, like, if you're gonna do that, you better have a stack taker on your team. And genuinely, it's harder to think of a better one than a Tidehunter, right? Anchor smashing his way through your stacks, literally does not care for the creeps damage. Seems pretty good. That's a good plan.
Tide also doesn't really care about the sniper. Sniper hit him 4 times. He lost like 30 HP.
Cares slightly more for Dawnbreaker, but not to the point where he needs to be very concerned. Yaren, on the other hand, though, careful here. Exotic Deer the Bear giving chase. Exotic Panda, it's named. Very suitingly is going to die. However, Molex is going to get the last hit there. Yaren even with a tip to Molex. Molex tips him back. I think that was genuinely a respect to he must have really body blocked him there with the disruption illusions. I didn't quite catch it. Bit of creep wave shenanigans here, as you can't skip the first wave, but you can sure as hell skip the rest of them. The Tiny and the Dawn.
You don't want to lane against the Dawn necessarily, and the Sniper, to be fair, so pulling the creep wave is probably your best bet. Of course, Chad will get some okay-ish farm regardless, but you at least deny some of the experience to the Sniper, and it's a worthwhile trade. In the meantime, top lane, Molex forced into a very far forward position.
I was curious whether or not these Wyvern illusions came out with Arctic Burn active. That'd be a little OP. They don't. I was thinking it was like the DK illusions, which do actually inherit, I believe, Dragon form, which is pretty nice.
Shadow
Oh,
poison
actually,
stacks.
it's Chad who's in trouble. He's dead. Oh, but a stick charge to keep him alive. 8 HP, 10 HP. No, not nearly enough. He at least allows Pog Ram to trade away Ekin. Nearly actually get in through Crush 1 as well. He lacks the damage just barely.
Interesting to see him go for the shrapnel build. I've seen so many different sniper builds. I never know which one, they're going to go for. But going for the shrapnel, I guess, maybe as a safe lane sniper, you want to farm up those jungle camps a little bit faster. I've also seen them go for like the 0-2-3 max level and then just completely ignore shrapnel until ultra late game.
Yeah, I'm taking a look. The top ability build, at least according to Dota 2 Pro Tracker, currently sample size of 100 games on the top immortal level MMR, with a win rate of 53% is actually max shrapnel. It's pretty, not quite this build actually. Hold that thought though, as he's going for more with the second point in shrapnel a bit earlier than what Dota 2 Pro Tracker normally says. He's able to at least secure the kill onto Ekin, as they will at least cut through the Mars top lane in exchange. Careful here though, Yarn at least gets through Mollux to boot, but it's going to be Yarn, I believe, who is ultimately going to lose his life here at the end of the day. Stick charges keeping him alive a little bit longer, but Exotic Deer with Exotic Panda will still cut through him all the same.
His last hit turns out to be an entangle. That's always the sadness right there.
He just had to find the button. Careful here though, Exotic Deer. He's going to be okay, actually. He's got the Savage Roar ready. Yeah, so I just wanted to bring up the Shrapnel build real quick, because normally Shrapnel is maxed, I see here, at level 7, but normally the second skill point in Shrapnel is taken at level 4. Obviously, that's not the case here, so no active in the take aim yet available for Chad.
Okay. Is that also... I don't know if you can look at it that way, but is that for mid or for safe lane snipers?
That is specifically for safe lane. The mid build is completely ignores shrapnel, as you're saying, and maxes looks like headshot first and then take aim. Doesn't even take I think the ulti until like level 10 or something. Looks like.
Okay. The more you know.
Again, Dota 2 Pro Tracker, well, it's a good stat site. Love it. Always willing to give it a shout out. Here at mid lane, though, oh, great toss. Oh. Yes. Yeah, I love that interaction, by the way. As Batrider, I'm sure, is not as nearly big a fan of it as I am. 2 stacks with the Shadow Poison, bottle sipping in between here. He'll be A-okay. That's a fairly big commitment as well, actually, from Poland. They still have vision of him as well. And speaking of the vision, these wards not really panning into much. They are going to see the 1 single stack, but of course Mollux is going to block it. They're probably going to know that there's vision in the area as well. The creep wave normally isn't going to chase you all the way out here unless you've given it a reason to aggro you under vision. So now Israel, they might know something's up here. Look at these Polish supports, man. They've got no chill.
Oh, and then they're sad. And that ward's about to vanish, so if they think that there might be an observer ward, they will be seriously mistaken. Ekin placing a nice one behind the tier 1 tower mid. But I don't think they're going to aggress at it anytime soon.
So I'm wondering if Chad now... I mean, again, this is still fairly normal. 3 points of shrapnel at this stage, level 5. For Sniper. I'm wondering if he just wanted the earlier magic damage and more slow versus Tidehunter. Here are the supports, by the way. Now rotating through into the bottom lane. Chad going to throw out on one last shrapnel charges here. Again, there's that take aim, man. Again, he's got damage. He's living. What the heck is going on? This is a Sniper. He's still fighting, but eventually he is going to go down. Pogrom now with 2 kills. Crush 1 not in a great position here to continue fighting. I'm not quite sure if the Dawnbreaker can collect the kill. Has a pretty fat one, though, so as soon as the spells come off cooldown, there we go, right back into action, and somehow Sniper stands his ground versus 3.
Add in that nice Wraithband armor in the mix.
Seriously. Yeah, seriously, that's what it was. They didn't have enough time to really stack up the Shadow Poison damage, even though it is level 2. Huh. That color me surprised.
Yeah, Sniper being tanky. Who would have thought? And, well, in comes Dawn, who's, of course, like, stupid in the early game in terms of damage.
Jacob gets another jump away. They have kind of stacked the lockdown, though. The toss back all the same for Yarn. He's going to find himself underneath the tier 2 tower. Cold Embrace, yeah, not going to do much there versus Jacob. He uses the last of his mana there. channel his wrath and take down the Winter Wyvern and straight back onto defending the Tier 1 tower. These supports from Poland have been, well, two notes, right? They've been extremely liberal with their map movements away from their side lanes, which indicates to me they've drafted some very strong side lanes, haven't they? Very independent side laners, even.
Yeah, they definitely have some very scary side lanes, and the supportive duo is actually pretty strong. Shadow Demon plus the Tiny, you can set things up very easy by disrupting someone and then tossing them back later down the line, which is pretty nice. On the opposing side, they have two very playmakey supports. Kind of do the same thing, to be fair. Wyvern sets it up.
Right now, though, the sole concern for me is if we could take a look at Hero XP on the graphics. Level 3 for both Polish supports compared to a level 6 Dawnbreaker already. I mean, granted, it's Dawnbreaker, but the fact that they've been able to stay at least in one lane and have this much XP to show for it already is going to make a little bit of a difference here when it comes to the early fights. These supports are very, very under-leveled for the Polish squad.
Yeah, the Dawn currently doesn't even have any boots secured, but does have that energy booster at the ready. And as you mentioned, level 6, if they want to go in on the sniper again, he just pops his ulti and he's right there next to him.
Yeah, definitely. Especially with the heals making the difference and a very tanky target to give you some firepower. It's going to be the sniper's world, I think, for now. We'll see how it goes when we look at net worth. Sniper very comfortable on top. Exotic Deer not too far behind, though. See what's on his bear to get a better idea of what he's going to... yeah, Mask of Bandits. Pretty standard stuff for
Same
him.
as the sniper.
Yep. Ekin. He's going to break a smoke. That's at least pretty nice for him. He's only one level down now versus the Wyvern. Jacob, nice toss back. Again, the jump back does increase actually the toss distance. Ekin, at least with that play, is going to secure the kill onto Yarn. He's going to die himself, but I think with his positioning, he's going to die anyway. Heads up play, though, is Israel going to look for more into the jungle. They shall find Exotic Deer and Exotic Panda, who sends them running back home there with the Savage Roar. And gets himself safely away. However, he's going to have to lose the stack. It's a pretty big stack as well for Batrider. Poland... they've committed wards, especially early on, to make sure that this didn't happen to them, right? And unfortunately, they've lost their own efficiency here and given it right to the Batrider. That's a little bit, feels bad, man.
Feels very bad. I'm actually surprised that Pogrom, with 4 kills and 2 assists, 0 deaths, is just barely above the Shadow Demon's net worth.
Yeah. That's true, but I mean, with the early levels, if Pogrom really decides to do it, bomb bottom, by the way, they're making a play for the sniper. He's still alive. Chat's still alive. They commit the Ravage here onto 2. Okay, there we go. I thought he might have lived through it, but here's that experience advantage really making a difference as Dawnbreaker looking for more. Arena of Blood is only going to catch 1. It's the Tiny. Jacob very likely to die here to the damage. Yep, from Baral. As he falls, Crush 1 ought to be next. He's going to give himself a little bit more survivability with the barrier, but they will cut through that rather quickly and chop him down. And here's exactly where the level difference really makes a difference. That's a max Celestial Hammer for a support who enters that fight pre-minute 10 with Solar Guardian. I mean, that's honestly incredible. This is a stage of the game where, mind you, Ekin and Molek still don't have their ultis, which not really that big of a deal for Tiny, but it is more damage for this combo. But you're missing Demonic Purge. This is a huge difference.
Especially when you're playing against a Batrider, Demonic Purge is the must-have tool in that scenario, because if you can make sure that the Batrider does not have the mobility, the hero is just lackluster. He has bots. That's his first item. Mobility is the reason the hero is successful.
Yeah, and I just think it's a little funny. Exotic Deer is completely naked on the hero. Exotic Panda, however, well, he's got some survivability, but I think not nearly enough as Chad is going to turn and start fighting. Nice disengage avalanche out from Ekin, at least ensures Exotic Deers could be able to re-summon a bear. 2 minutes, though, it's on cooldown. We'll see now as Chad finds a bear back at full HP. Lacks shrapnel charges, however, this time to really stop his advance. But a nice
the Wyvern's even level 7.
Yeah. Well, I think the supports now, at least with the book, have made a bit of a difference. Oh, careful here, Pogrom, able to escape. There's no Thunder God threat, but they actually don't need it. Jacob leaps forward. That's not the 404 build we used to see on the Thompson Zeus, but it's the 414. Seems like he's going to be the single point now in the Lightning Bolts. Really, actually, making a bit of a difference here early on.
2K net with lead for Israel. It's not a single tower taken down just yet in the game. 12 minutes in, so slightly later than most games tends to be. But they're just trying to get their farm going, and Exotic Deer's actually keeping up in terms of net worth with Chad.
Uh-oh, this is bad, though. I was about to ask, when can we expect the Bat Rider to start doing things? Unfortunately, now maybe it's the moment, however, as they're looking to counter-initiate. Pogrom with a good jump on in. Burrell, though, still unable to escape despite the efforts of his team. Ravage even committed, will catch 2 strength heroes. Mars in his arena, barely going to make it outside before he falls to the right. Oh, sorry, the magic damage make that of the Zeus. Pogrom as well, not hit by the Shadow Poison, but scouted with it. At least leaps down underneath his tier 2 tower under relative safety, but this Bat Rider, he's still just not able to get the ball rolling. He's got BOTs, but when can we expect him to kind of start making this recovery?
I mean, the problem is he needs to stay away from Molex. The Shadow Demon is his arch nemesis, because you can't lasso anyone but him if he's nearby, and you can't even get close. He's going for the BKB on the Bat, but that doesn't save you, because those 2 tools still work against you in that regard. Crush running away.
Guys,
Lassoing doesn't really do anything, so it's just a slow melt.
Yeah, fortunately he didn't have any mana, so he couldn't really fight back much, but a bit annoying to cut through a Tide Hunter with 3 points in Kraken Shell constantly dispelling your stuns, but they'll do it anyway. Pardon me. Okay, so Israel TP plenty of heroes down bottom. Exotic Deer and Exotic Panda both recognize this and get to work immediately on the top tier 1 tower. More so Poland with good positioning. They actually smoke into the enemy triangle to cut off reinforcements and really make this an awkward defense. It's not normally the first tower sieged, this one that Exotic Panda is going to take down. But what it does do is at least secure a lot of space for Exotic Panda to really continue farming very comfortably on the map. You pair that now with this ward that Poland have down bottom near the Radiant Tier 1 tower, I really think they're in a strong position for the next couple of team fights. I say that as Ekin, of course, dies in the river. But that's not a team fight.
By the way, there was a moment ago where they smoked into the Radiant Triangle with Sniper, the Shadow Demon, and I think the Tiny was there as well. Mm-hmm. And Chad was looking to walk up towards the triangle, and he didn't have vision whatsoever, but decides, nope, makes a 180, walks away, and exactly that moment they tried to go in for the kill.
They don't have vision of him. Jacob makes the jump. Celestial Hammer still a pretty decent Starbreaker stun as well, connecting, as there's going to be the first lasso of the entire game. It's onto the Shadow Demon. They drag him away. No follow-up spear, however, as the Arena Blood combo interrupted by the Savage Roar. The heals on top of heals, though, keeping alive Admiral, who still has a spear ready to be thrown. It's going to connect just barely onto Eka, but Jacob safely in the backlines with the Kaya, spamming out the Zeus damage. They've dispatched of the tower. Crush with Ravage in 2 seconds. Might be ready to let it go, but he's being pushed back now by the headshot. Take aim, still ready to go. Now, with that Mask of Madness, Ravage eventually forced out. Oh no, Admiral as well blinks on in, but he's immediately sunned up by the Avalanche of Ekin. That's 3 heroes down for Israel. Burrell and Yaren have no ultis here ready to fight, but they still have some spells. Ekin, he might drop to the right-click damage and the burn. It's Yaren who collects the kill at least and forces back Poland. They won't quite be able to secure the tower here with this push, but it's a decent team fight victory all the same for Poland.
That Avalanche as well, perfectly timed. Honestly, the fights, like, they're hemorrhaging kills every single time on the side of Poland by just 1 pick off every single time. But when it comes to engagements, they're definitely looking like the stronger team, even though they have the weaker team fight cooldowns. They've got Ravage, which is great, but they're up against a Curse, an Arena, and the Solar Guardian. So, in a sense, you should lose every fight if you're Poland, if you're going to go for those team fight engagements.
Yep. Really good usage of Ravage, though, securing the kill. And now I finally start to understand why this sniper is a little bit ridiculous. You pop your take aim. I mean, this is obvious, right, if you're a sniper player, but I'm not, genuinely. I prefer to be a little bit more engaged with my gameplay rather than click the ground. To be fair, right, what Chad is doing here is activating take aim and then activating Mask of Madness to give yourself that bonus attack speed and 100% headshot proc, which basically means that melee heroes can't reach him, right? Only reason he dies there is because Ravage came off cooldown perfectly. Otherwise, he's A-okay, so that's where a lot of the strength of this stand-your-ground sniper really ends up making a difference.
Just a good old relaxing farm fest at the moment. Chad, he is top net worth, has died 4 times this game, which is pretty much, actually, considering, well, the heroes he's up against. Bagram trying to get the TP away, will be able to TP to safety. And Exotic Deer, he's trying to destroy some of the structures on the enemy side, especially considering his next item is going to be the Deso for the bear.
Oh, yeah. That's going to be looking good. Pair that with Mask of Madness. No Midas, no... I guess no Mouse. You don't really see that too much, do you, really, on Exotic Panda, but... Right into the Desolator. Also gives them that Roche-taking potential, right? They do need to get a couple towers, though. This mid-tier 1, still being alive, is going to make things slightly awkward for Poland if they look to try and smoke and sweep the map or take Roche. When Israel can quickly reinforce and end up taking fights after buying back, it does make things really difficult. And to be honest, you've got some pretty strong buybacks here, right? Dawnbreaker is pretty much S tier in my book as a buyback hero, if you have your ulti, of course. So you can easily tank like a couple of spells, buyback, and still have incredible impact in those fights. Something for Poland to perhaps consider here.
Yeah, there's just a bit. They're content with farming. Chad knows that if this goes to late game, it's a fairly terrifying prospect going forward. We did get some information. Kosovo beat Wales, so that means Kosovo is the group winner. And I think there's a... Actually, it depends on the other game, but there might be a two-way tiebreaker in Group B.
I'll have to check on that. Maybe after this match has concluded, as well as the other Group B matches have concluded as well, just to make sure that's given accurate information here. Fans following at home. Yaren! My goodness, Yaren, very greedy. Is this normal? Do support Wyverns always go for which? I think I have seen this, actually. So, pardon me for immediately calling it greedy, but, you know, first time...
It is greedy. It is greedy. But it does do a lot of damage if you get that Arctic Burn plus Witchblade hit on someone.
Oh, definitely. I mean, look at Tidehunter. He dispels it, of course. He's a bad example. But look at Tiny. We'd be looking at Exotic Deer, or Exotic Panda more accurately, as well, some blink-on-blink action now. Shadow Demon, it's Molex, maybe looking to start the fight. Exotic Deer make the jump in, they get the vision thanks to the Thunder God's Wrath. Is Admiral able to at least get off the Arena Blood and Spear now? I think Jacob jumped into it, and he's going to receive a whacking for that, unless he interrupts it at the very least with a nice little jump on out. Meanwhile, under the Tier 2 tower, it's Exotic Deer and Panda who run down Burrell as he is cleaved and killed off. Yarn with a solo curse trying to get the damage now onto the Zeus. Does not buy himself enough time. He will fall. That is a little bit of a wacky fight, but eventually won by Poland without really using their big team fight ultimate, right? No Ravage used in that fight.
That was actually kind of a fun engagement because Deer just got lassoed, cliffed, and in the meantime, Deer's bear just killed off the Bat Rider.
I didn't catch that in the fight. I was looking at the position of Jacob, who jumps into an arena just to get off a couple of right clicks there. But straight into Roche they go now with 2 bonus damage here on the Desolator after claiming the life of the Bat Rider. They also stop momentarily here to take down the Tier 1 tower in the mid lane, which means that Israel going to have to go a little bit further now to try and contest the Roche. But contest the Roche all the same they will, as the Spear is going to slow Roche to a crawl alongside the Shrapnel. Poland, though, still in a pretty decent position to fight. They've resummoned the bear back to full HP. They have Ravage. Jacob is very quickly recovering a lot of his mana, and actually with Fairy's Trinket can still spam a good amount of spells. It's about starting the fight now for Poland, which is going to be the difficult spot. Tidehunter not going for a Blink Dagger here, so without the Zeus ulti for vision, it feels a bit difficult. Tiny has Blink, but he needs to get the vision. So they're going to send the Tidehunter up front. He's going to start tanking pot shots from the sniper on the high ground. He's already down to half HP, courtesy of basically just Yaren.
Yeah, that was just the Wyvern with the Witchblade and Arctic Burn.
Okay, and they've distracted him long enough in the mid lane. Wow, Exotic Panda absolutely tore through Pogrom. They committed the Demonic Purge in the mid lane to keep Bat Rider basically glued to the ground. Nothing a BKB would have done there. And in the meantime, Lone Druid heads straight back into the Roche pit to claim the first Aegis. The first item that Exotic Deer has properly held onto the hero this game, the Aegis of the Immortal.
Yeah, I'm actually kind of surprised because I've seen a couple of like Lone Druids go for the like 5 Wraith Bands build.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm hoping to see that a little bit more because, you know, the moment when you hit level 25, 25 minutes into the game, you get those double stats and you run around with like 20 extra just massive armor. Add in the true form on top of that, you get another 12. You just can't be killed.
Yeah, for now, it's I think we tend to see that after minute 25 when all the stats double and you just get way more stats for your gold. So I think there's still a chance, especially if Poland end up losing the fight. The net worth difference is actually fairly equal here. Israel just needing to really string together the team fight ultis that they have to their advantage and not be interrupted by Shadow Demon, not be interrupted by Tynator. A very easy task, right? Much easier said than done is what I meant to say. Not a very easy task in practice. They're going to start now. They've isolated the Tide Hunter. They're going to try and chop through me. Actually still ravages.
Oh!
The toss on in as Ekin, and now Molek joining the fight, but there's the Solar Guardian in place, which again does not heal Dawnbreaker, but at least does give her a little bit of extra time and buys enough time for Burrell to TP away. But that means Israel have got to bail from this fight. Not bad, all things considering. They only use the Arena of Blood, which is going to be up 50 seconds, basically a whole minute faster than the next Ravage. But the question now becomes, what can Poland do with this 1 minute where they have the advantage? They still have Aegis. They've got the Dead Dawnbreaker.
They've got a bear with Deso. They can do a lot in that, 30 seconds if he wants to. Oh, that Arctic Burn Witchblade. That bear loses so much HP.
Honestly, I think it's the right call for Yarn to go. Oh, Ekin with a toss back, though. He's going to look to punish him. Savage Roar and instantly deleted. Spear is not even going to stun Exotic Deer there. Very, very nice jump in.
No curse. And that's the biggest threat that you have as a lone druid.
That's true. I think his own bear probably mauls him very easily here, right? Especially if he doesn't get off true form. Oh, now he's got boots, at least. He's not walking around on 2 bare feet.
Bare feet.
Oh, Burrell barely able to make it up. Was alive out bottom. They were hunting for him. Jacob couldn't quite scout him, however. Chad dares to push out one more wave, at least to put down the shrapnel. Building into BKB next. He's about halfway towards that item.
AC next for Exotic Deer. That's more building mauling coming into play. And the net worth advantage has swapped in favor of Poland. Honestly, the last, after the laning stage, it's been looking very favorable for the Polish side in their rotations, their moves, their plays, and just the value that they get out of one tool. But that's a good curse. But there we have the disruption play coming
there's
in.
The save. And there's all the HP back returned, and I suspect maybe a tip onto Yaren incoming or two. But for now, Poland will focus their efforts onto the Tier 2 tower and eating that for a snag. Admiral maybe in some trouble as Crush 1 giving chase. He's got the AoE Gush now with the Ag Scepter, but a pretty nicely placed Flame Break is going to put him in a bit of an awkward spot. Also in a bit of an awkward spot is the Tier 3 tower. Ekin, though, he finds the Sniper into the Fear. A great combo, an easy one, and one that Poland have used time and time again now onto Chad. Sniper might have a gun, but Exotic Deer has got the right to bear arms.
God, stop it with the puns.
And they go, as they're going to be able to find at least a Shadow Demon. Good damage onto Crush 1, along with also the Maelstrom procs, the Arena of Blood to keep them locked inside with a beautiful Spear to follow up. They need a little bit more, and they've got the damage. Exotic Deer, he's going to lose the first life, but of course, with Aegis, the Deer staying alive, or the Bear stays alive. Down it goes. He's just resummoned it as well, and is quickly killed on his second life. Poland, they push up the high ground, they poke the Bear, and they lose theirs twice as a result.
Yeah, they poked the bear a little bit too much there. They got absolutely rinsed. That buyback from Chad and the Arena catching 3 heroes, the Spear catching 2 of them, and you just see those pop shots coming in from the Sniper, completely tearing them apart. In that fight, did 4.7k damage. The Mars did 3.7k damage. Together, they just absolutely destroyed their opponents. Beautiful move and perfectly timed buyback, though of course being caught initially by that toss back was a little bit of a downside.
Yeah, that's certainly very painful, but an absolutely beautiful Arena from Admiral to secure Sniper the space there. Great buyback. And, if we're going to continue to look at the upsides here for Israel, the net worth lead didn't really change much over the course of this Aegis. It kept even. You did lose a Tier 2 mid and a Tier 2 bottom and a Tier 3 tower, but as far as permanent damage, they failed to get through the melee barrack. Of course, they only need to sick Exotic Panda on it for merely a couple of seconds, and through backdoor, he'll take him down. But that's the problem that Exotic Deer has, is he's lost his bear. Doesn't have one for 30 seconds, and now he's trying to see it. I mean, I think he's bought a Quelling Blade to even make this a bit more efficient. Fair play to him, right? But he's not really doing anything for this next 30 seconds.
That's, of course, the big downside of Lone Druid. Your bear is not really a hero that well, a creep that scales in terms of survivability later down the line. Oh,
Solar
bottom
Guardian,
lane.
it's for bottom, where they will collect a kill on a Molix. TP is coming through. Ekin maybe looking for a toss back, but Jacob, unfortunately, his TP. Scientist baffled about how long that one was taking. Ekin slowed to a crawl. He dared to turn around, and I actually think he's going to die for that. 5 stacks now of the napalm. He turned around again. He's doing 360s. There he goes again. I think he's dead. Oh, no.
That was a surprising death. Having that turn rate slow from the sticky napalm, always very sad.
Admiral. Oh, Exotic Deer, look at the Yaren's damage. He's got a curse as well, so Exotic Deer has to keep his distance.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
The bear doesn't really, later in the game, become all that tanky. Sniper can very easily rinse him if he gets like a Daedalus or at some point, he just destroys the bear from long range, and if he has no resummon, Lone Druid is just a creep. And Don's also going for the Ags after the Holy Locket, so he's going to bring in a lot of healing.
Yeah, and I think most importantly, right, the extended heal per minute, but on top of that, the evasion versus Bear, who I actually, you know, off the top of my head, I'm not gonna lie, Truman, I don't know if, like, can Entangling Claws, like, does that have True Strike? Like, if you trigger Entangling Claws, do you always hit? Does he have 20% accuracy as a result? I'm not sure. I'm gonna look it up. I'm actually not sure, but.
I assume that wouldn't be the case because that would kind of be broken.
Yeah, true. Oh, okay. Well, speaking of broken, they're not breaking here. That lasso. Instead, it is Tiny, who is likely to fall into rubble. He turns around again with a 70% move speed slow, but in this case, he's trying to get this kill onto the Dawnbreaker. Heal is going to save her momentarily, but Exotic Deer, oh, actually, is going to be turning around as with the threat of the curse here with Yaren looming, they actually are going to just take the loss on the Tiny. Poland struggling to really find the right initiations here as soon as they lose the Tiny. I think that's a good recognition that they probably would have been running into a 5-man, well, 4+ bear curse at that moment. But it's a pretty easy scenario for Israel, isn't it? If they can take down the Tiny, initiations from Poland simply kind of break down to just run at them.
Yeah, or, you know, surprise blink ravage, but for the most part, that tends to be a counter initiation tool this game, where if the Tiny blink tossbacks and they go in on the Tiny, that he can go right afterwards to get that catch. Because the problem is the sniper every single time. You need to be able to lock down the sniper, and if he's not in that ravage, then that ravage is wasted. Now, next Roshan up in 30 seconds. Free shard. Both teams definitely eyeing it out. If I'm not mistaken, what does Lone Druid... Oh, he already has the Savage Roar one. Does it do... Oh, yeah. Basic Dispel and replicates between Lone Druid and Spirit Bear.
Another quick update here on our other matches. Serbia versus Romania was a victory for Serbia, as they will defeat a lot of the... players that were playing in Div 2 this year. LeBron Dota, of course, on the Serbian squad, playing position 5. Big fan of his. Thoughts quickly. It seems like Yaren caught, located, and killed this time. No fear from Exotic Deer as he jumps right on in to secure it.
With that, if I'm not mistaken, that would mean that Israel is eliminated.
Well, don't tell them that. They're winning this game. For now, anyway, as Poland are going to head right into second Roche. Israel, buy back and might make even, a play for it. As Yaren's on the way in, they've located Molix. Ekin hasn't, well, he has a blink actually, but he's not going to dare to go up the high ground as Exotic Deer. He's actually held and pushed back onto the high ground. Ravage just barely catches Braille, but they've taken down the bear. Chad standing his ground, fighting and killing Exotic Deer. He's dead. No buyback for 70 seconds. Crush one as well. Very quickly to fall Nexus without Ravage. And look at Chad with the headshot. He does not miss. Ekin, wish he would, however, as he's going to push up to the high ground. Curse out from Yaren, who bought back for this just to ensure that they actually get the kill. And that is going to be a huge turn of events off of one buyback. Team Israel will nearly wipe Poland, but most importantly, claim second Roche.
That's, yeah, if Israel win right here, then Poland is also eliminated.
Oh, is that the case?
Yeah, then it would be Serbia and Romania that would be going through with, of course, Serbia beating Romania in their best of one. It would be Serbia being the group winner.
Huh?
If the tiebreakers are as I think they are.
Okay. We shall see. We haven't been corrected by our producer yet, so I believe you're accurate. Gold star for you, Truman.
Yay, I did stuff.
Hey, you ever consider, like on your streams or even when we cast together, you know, calling it the Truman Show?
Oh, I've done most of the time, almost every single time I close a cast, I say, and in case I don't see you, good afternoon, good evening, and good night.
Ah, that's lovely. I don't know why I just made the connection. I do like calling you Truman. You know, no disrespect to DK. They were a great team, right? But
Well, yeah, it's actually originally from World of Warcraft, my Death
yeah?
Knight.
ah, I see. Ah, man, I figured right off this slip. But oh, cool. I mean, not the World of Warcraft. I figured it wasn't DK the team. But anyway, this match in a little bit of a lull as now Team Israel with a bit of momentum. It's going to be Poland who start to play the lane cut game, swapping sides of the map now formally as the offer is proposed. Will Israel accept the trade offer? Will they capture the outpost? They do. Okay. The jungle swap handshake, as I like to call it.
I have just gotten confirmation from, well, the guys at the back, and they told us that I was correct.
Nice. So Poland playing for their destiny, for their control, as if they win, they'll be playing another tiebreaker. Now, the next question, of course, naturally is, do we know when that tiebreaker will be played? As, that might be good information for all the Dota 2 fans following along this match, and thank you guys for tuning in.
That is a good question, because I don't see it anywhere on their schedule.
We shall see. I'm sure we will get updates on that shortly.
But that's only, of course, if Poland wins, which like, Group B has already been decided without a tiebreaker. Group A is currently looking that way as well.
Well, we'll see, right? Poland's certainly in a position where they need to be the ones to change that. If we ask Dota Plus what the win rate is currently, well, he predicts a 5% edge here for Israel, for a 55 to 45% chance, according to the AI. I suspect, though, that Dota Plus is going to be wanting Israel to maybe get a little bit more structure damage. Right now, they're using this as a farming Aegis, and here we go. Finally, the smoke move to be made. Mjolnir and BKB, Mask of Madness, and a full Hurricane Pike ready to go for the sniper. He actually is the one to lead them into battle.
Okay, they're looking for any catches in the meantime. Of course, you know, if Poland wins one decent fight, then they literally just destroy the enemy base in a couple of seconds with that Lone Druid Bear. Whereas the same cannot be said for Israel. They honestly need to win either a couple of fights. Winter Wyvern, by the way, is going for an Aghanim Scepter on
Hell
Yaren.
yeah. You go, Yaren. Absolutely. This is, you know, this is the Wyvern
This is
that
9.
we needed to see. Blink Dagger, Specialist Array, absolutely. Sniper who? I don't know. I mean, I think it's fine. I mean, it's definitely a hero that can farm, right? Especially with Witchblade giving that additional intelligence. You don't really need the Soul Ring to be spamming out your Splinter Blast. It gives you the bonus armor anyway, which is what you desire versus the Lone Druid. I see nothing wrong with his itemization, right? Honestly. It is greedy, I will admit, right? It's no forced, it's no glimmer, you know, kind of the quote-unquote dream items. But, I mean, to hell with those items, right? That's what Shadow Demon says anyway, as he got Demonic Purge. So he would just remove them, right?
Yeah. Ekin getting the creep wave. Does he get the courier? Unfortunately, does not kill it off.
And here's a counterpoint that Chad is proposing to your no tower push. I mean, there goes Chad. And he's got decent damage now, right? He's
Yeah, but you're playing against a tiny, so you always have to be in a position where it's still slightly scarier.
well, not anymore. Tiny's dead, and Chad. Well, he says, "What now, DK Truman? I've got a DD rune in my body."
Yeah, stop
What say you
Cass is
now?
cursing me. DD, Tiny dead. Yeah, right now, probably your best bet at just destroying the tier 3 tower.
Well, Aegis in the clutches of Sniper's small hands alongside his rifle for 20 more seconds. Buyback ready on the Tiny. All the ultis ready to go. 2 bears as well at the ready with AC, with now a BKB lasting 9 seconds, of course, on Exotic Panda. If they manage to get a jump onto Exotic Deer, well, a whole lot that BKB is going to be doing. BKB, I will say, though, still has some use, right? If Exotic Deer is caught, by a curse, but the Exotic Panda manages to BKB, it will not be affected by the Winter's Curse, which effectively allows the Lone Druid to live. Not a whole lot of right-click based damage elsewhere located on the team.
He doesn't have that talent anymore. There used to be a talent where he got like BKB when he... I don't know. Was that with a different spell? I think that was with a different spell.
To be honest with you, I'm a honorable, respectful man. I don't play Lone Druid, so I could not tell you off the top of my head.
I mean, if I could,
Admiral.
I would.
Fight, I think, is a brewing here. They're going to be wrapping around. There's going to be the Zeus ulti. Now pulling it at least. They catch glimpses of 2 heroes. Knowing that there's a couple of heroes dead. An overwhelming blink as well for Chaos Admiral is going to act as a blink canceller for this Tidehunter blink. As there's going to be the AoE Gush, swings clear of the Mars, but they're still going to connect. He gets off the BKB, he's going to ignore the Savage Roar for now. But onto the back lines, they have managed to locate and kill down Mullix. There's no save there, but most importantly, they're onto Exotic Deer. They're focusing him down. He's pinned. He does get off the ulti. He's down to 1,000 HP, and the lifesteal off of the Link is good. The Ravage as well, onto 2 perfectly. Chad, he finally gets off the BKB. He has the Satanic lifesteal. Back to nearly full HP he goes, as now looking back on the Jacob. Oh, and Mullix, who actually was somehow blinking right on top of him, saves Jacob only for a millisecond, but it's the fear onto Chad, which is going to put his life into a bit of a question. Second now, Exotic Panda is going to be channeled, but Chad pushing back Tidehunter. No, not nearly enough, as it's Ekin who buys back, finds the Avalanche, finds the kill. Sniper's got the buyback, but he's holding on to it for now. Boreal and Chaos Admiral, not too happy with the state of this fight, are looking to bail out of it as Admiral TP's away. And Boreal, I think with the Firefly vision, and the Blink Dagger is going to make it out of this one alive. Holy moly, what a fight.
Yeah, that went almost horribly wrong for Poland. Luckily enough, they did manage to get the kill onto the Sniper in the end. I think he did not pop the Satanic to get those initial heals just in time. But in that fight, there was actually a moment from Ekin where he wanted to make sure that the stuns were not stacking. So he wanted to spread it out perfectly. The only big problem is he kind of forgot to use his spells. So the Sniper just got the BKB off and he completely stood there with his Avalanche Toss in his hand. Like, I can't do anything at this point, and got completely obliterated by Chad. So slightly off the mark from the Tiny. Could have definitely been a disastrous fight for Israel.
And now, though,
and a good Ravage.
It's going to breathe some wind back into the sails of Poland. Still, though, the net worth deficit is going to be growing against them as it's real conserved buybacks. In fact, Sniper, I believe he bought out Mage Slayer now at the ready for his hero. A little bit of attack speed. Crucially, some magic resistance. How did he die in this last engagement? Yeah, you know what? He took 2,000 magic damage from Zeus and even 1,700 magic damage from the Tidehunter. That's actually an aspect, you know, let's dig into that, right? That's an aspect I hadn't really considered, the Tidehunter's magic damage. Can we see? Yes, he took 2 instances of Gush and 2 instances of the Tentacles, as well as 300 damage. Wow, from the Cloak of Flames. That extra magic resist is gonna really do a lot of work here for Sniper.
Yeah, Tendrils of the Deep, pretty nice little addition. Back in the day, you just get yourselves like 40% stats resistance and ignore everything else.
Oh, I hear an ulti.
Yaren just bought out.
He did
the
die
Ags.
out. Well, he's dead for 69 seconds. He's probably not feeling too nice about that, though. After having taken a death now. This leaves his team in a bit of an awkward position, especially, again, like you said, I may have given credit to Chad with his tower push, but it is not going to stack up here versus Exotic Panda's push now, especially with a Basher and soon to be Abyssal Blade completed. This is one scary bear.
And now Chad, he's trying to make sure that he at least has some buyback at the ready. He has a random Void Stone in his stash.
Well, they Tidehunter, they can't kill him, sorry. I got excited.
Yeah, not the easiest target. Lamar's going for the Refresh Orb, bought out the recipe.
Oh, okay, they actually canceled the TP. They want Ekin. And dare I say they're going to get him? That's a weird spear. That's going to find him anyway. Ekin, another flame break, but careful, reinforcements are incoming. KS Admiral does just his name. He secures it with a big old God's Rebuke. And that's at least going to pause any sort of aggression that Poland kind of might have had brewing there, especially with a pretty opportunistic kill onto the Wyvern. Things are going to get harder for them now. Yaren can be much more free with his positioning. I think that's the biggest deal of this Ag Scepter. It's not something that the Shadow Demon is going to be able to actively dispel with Demonic Purge. So that's a pretty feels-good item here. And it's a fast Roche as well, Truman. 10 seconds and he's back up.
And that is the third Roche, so give us a guess. Refresher Shard or Ags?
Ags Blessing.
Okay, you're going Ags. Yeah, I think Ags as well.
You're wrong.
No.
You've cast just cursed
But you're
my prediction.
also wrong.
No,
so, ergo, we both suck.
Yeah.
This would be a very nice refresher for the Tide. Or, you know, obviously for the Mars.
Yeah, it looks like Mars might even be able to get a hand on it. Yaren, fantastic positioning here, holding the ward, able to break smokes. They're very confident here as well, having gone for the D ward. And Poland, without their Tiny, relying solely on a Blink Ravage initiation without any vision, they're not going to be nearly that hopeful. They're going to go out and concede this Roche. Israel, Roshan, number 3, Aegis into the hands of Chad. Refresher for the Bat.
Well, Mars would have to do some Tinker gameplay with Refresher Orb as well, and his mana pool being non-existent.
Yeah, very good. I mean, he does have a cheese.
And a Soul Ring. It could work, but I
Could work. It's a lot of buttons.
guess
to
it
press.
also has... Yeah.
Yeah, he's an offlaner.
Bat now has level 25, so he's got the Flame Break, applies to sticky Napalm stacks, which is a lot of damage in the late game. It stacks up incredibly fast if you hit someone with the double Flame Break.
And that move turner, the turn rate is just annoying as heck, isn't it? 70% by being hit with, I mean, look at the range on Flame Break, right? I think that's why this is so annoying. Compared to Napalm, of course, which also puts Bat Rider in a very awkward position. John pointing that one out. Sniper. Pushing up to the high ground. Of course, maintains vision of the building with Shrapnel. Full Bloodstone. Sorry, make that Bloodthorn. Pardon my mistake there. We're ready to go. Plus 100 attack range. Uh-oh. Crush 1. He's okay. He's okay. Not shooting a tendril of the deep at him either.
Yeah, Hurricane Pike on Chad. He's got that full Bloodthorn.
Wow.
There is no evasion yet on the dire side of things, so in that regard, it doesn't do like the most. But if you have a lone druid standing there with his true form and you get the debuff on him, you can just go to town. Of course, Shadow Demon with the shard, once he finally secures it, would be a very good saving factor, but he wants to get that Ags because, you know, Bat Ride is annoying.
Well, also, like, you know, the Ags is what grants you 3 charges of your ulti.
And your shard if you get it.
Exactly. And it's just like, I very rarely find a scenario. I mean, honestly, I'm not going to lie here, Truman, right? Let's now, especially that the teams have given us a minute. It's actually Yaren as well, who has given us a minute. One of the biggest upgrades to this Winter Wyvern's Ag Scepter is, yes, you can, you know, obviously have basically unlimited flight if your mana can sustain it. But also, it allows you to reapply Arctic Burn on every single attack. Normally, you can only apply Arctic Burn once per flight of Arctic Burn to each target, right? But now you can constantly refresh it. It is dispellable, of course, you'll read. Oh, actually, Arctic Burn cannot be dispelled. Wait, does that mean you cannot dispel Arctic Burn on Wyvern? Because I'm pretty sure you can dispel the debuff. I'm like 100% sure, actually.
You should be able to dispel it.
But that's obviously a bit difficult when he can reapply it with every attack with his incredible range. But with Ag's Shard on Shadow Demon, he constantly dispels. Might actually be a little bit useful to, you know, stop the kiting problems of the bear.
Yeah, true. He also didn't go for the Arctic Burn Talons. He went for the Splinter Blast because, you know, when you hit level 25 and you get the Splinter Blast 1.5 second stun, that's insane when you have the Splinter Blast Shatter Radius Talent. If you get the Shard as well, you just constantly keep pumping out 1.5 second stuns.
Yeah, that's a big game changer. I believe it's still only this one and Void Spirit who have a 25 talent that gives you a stun, right? If I'm not mistaken.
I would honestly have to go through an entire list to try and figure that one out. But probably? Question mark?
I think there's some other weird ones, actually. Going ready. Exotic Panda now having 6 slotted the bear proper, going for the Axe Scepter, finally giving himself a proper item that he can call his own. But he has hit level 25, so he's got plus 1,000 HP, so he's sitting at 2,500 HP just by himself. You know, at this stage, I mean, I don't know, before Axe Scepter maybe, it just feels like for the gold, I'd pick myself up at least a couple of Null Talismans here, wouldn't you? For the price, for the stats, for the armor versus the sniper?
Yeah, I definitely think that it's just too much value to not go for some Wraith Bands and just bulk up.
No, I just decided against it for now.
The bear
are
is
in this.
5.5k HP because of that level 25 talent as well.
Yeah, and he's gonna get how much here? He's gonna go up to basically 5k himself as well, actually. I mean, I guess you do get that bonus 12 armor, but you better hope and pray you don't get jumped here. So far, I must say, I don't think I've caught Exotic Deer dying. And he's only died twice, right? But I don't believe I've caught him dying without the true form active, with the exception, of course, when they failed that push down bot and they killed him with Aegis, right? That's a pretty big exception.
Yeah, he so far has been playing a really good game.
Whoa! What is this, bro? Oh, goodness, right into the hands of the enemy trap. It shall spring, and he shall fall. Ekin as well, with 800 now more gold to burden his pockets. Will be very happy for that move.
It's not that bad, considering the Aegis expires in a minute and a half.
Indeed, he's got bye. And plenty of magic damage. His sniper actually is going to be the first home to defend his base. Chad with a quick twirl as well of the cape is going to force back the Polish would-be usurpers of the high ground.
Wonderful.
Chad also has, 3k HP, and he just added a Moon Shard to his arsenal, so he does do a lot. Doesn't have a buyback currently, which is a little bit scary, but only $1,000 away.
You know, I normally wouldn't bring this up because I don't think it's all that consequential, but they also have a really big advantage at nighttime now. Winter Wyvern with 400 additional night vision and as well as flying vision. Now Sniper with a little bit, 200 additional night vision, and I believe he's one of those heroes that had 1,200 night and day vision both because he's got goggles apparently. He's like, it's pretty scary. I think he can almost reach out to his full vision and attack from his full vision range, which is fairly hefty. Not many heroes can say that.
And you also have the shrapnels in case you can't see them for added vision.
Yeah, very true. Yeah, it seems scary at night. I wouldn't want to fight him at night. Don't feed him after.
I mean,
midnight,
it's a man with a gun. I probably don't want to fight any man with a gun.
That's very true. Yeah, that's very true. I wouldn't want to do that either.
One of his spells is headshot. That kind of feels deadly.
Well, careful here, Truman. You are setting me up for another right to bear arms pun. You're getting you're pushing me dangerously close. You're giving me very few options. Quick, better change the topic.
Yeah. Well, Lone Druid is a beautiful hero.
God, he is. Look at his beautiful bare arms. He's got a right to bear them, doesn't he?
Yeah. What does he actually throw?
I like druid energy. These druids so in touch with nature that they can grasp the very power that flows. He basically uses the force. He's a druid. That's basically what they do. Oh, that's a rune.
He's got some drinky drink behind him as well, like a pot with the soup in it.
Give that to, I wonder. Oh, the bat. I guess, right? He does already have Octarine, Refresher. Yeah, okay, and that actually might be a dead bear as KS Admiral jumps forward. Bear actually doesn't break smoke today, I learned.
God, it takes forever to kill.
Yeah, he's tanky, but it'll go. That's 300 gold for Chad. Of course, Exotic Pandas is going to summon another one here. No worries, but, I mean, slightly worry. 90 seconds, well, even more, 110 seconds until you can do that again. Costly mistake for him.
What does the Zeus actually have? I haven't looked at the Zeus nearly the entire game. He's going Refresher Orb. That's actually pretty big. They do have a lot of HP on the Radiant side, but of course, Zeus Shard's always pretty nutty in any game.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Static fields being put to the shard, I think, is a pretty nice change, to be honest.
I love the AoE lightning bolt
ginormous
talent.
push down bottom, by the way. Poland will need to come back to defend this. I suppose they could look to base race it, a very genuine strategy when you have, of course, Demolish on your team, but they should probably... Well, no, actually, Israel aren't going to stick around too long on the high ground, and it's a 5-minute wave, so it had the wagons, which sufficiently will distract the creeps. So no real lasting tower damage, but that was a ginormous wave. I thought Poland might have done something about that. Oh, that's a rune. Haste rune. Give it to Ekin. It's the initiator. And the opportunity now to weave in out of these fights with additional move speed. But it's Israel who hold the ward spot. And in fact, they get the blink away just in the nick of time. Instead, Yaren is going to be the one to be jumped, caught, and killed. Immediately brought back down to earth and is grounded. Sent 5 feet below, in fact. Jump there from Poland as they will sweep across the map and only find the Wyvern. Very close
I'm a
game
little
between
bit sad that the Zeus went for the 100 arc lightning damage. I was hoping that he'd go for the AoE lightning bolt. I always like that AoE lightning bolt with Nimbus.
Oh yeah, that's a fair point. We'll see how fortunate Poland will be. Roshan up soon, but the jump first. Case Admiral again a bit too fast. He's going to catch the 2 tankiest heroes on team. Well, actually not really. They're incredibly tanky, aren't they? But 2 tanky heroes in general against the walls of his arena. Alas, not really much else he could do at that moment. Not a whole lot of follow-up available.
Next Roshan in a minute.
Yep, that's what I was about to say. It's a bit of time.
Yeah, though it gets a little bit scary because Chad's starting to get a bit fearful. Does almost have bots level 2, which is always nice.
Oh my God. Sorry, this headshot sniper is he's terrifying. He's properly 6-slotted as well, he feels. In fact, he's bought out for bots too, so he can TP in on allied heroes, with an additional reduced second here. So we'll take a look. A little bit more move speed, 20 more move speed, and his channel time is 2 seconds compared to, I think, 4. Pretty decent buff. Ekin, smoke breaks, Pogrom, not jumping up to the high ground. In fact, it's the Zeus ulti for vision here. They were lacking vision on 2 heroes with the ultimate, one being the Mars, who does not have an arena uploaded. Now, he's got a refresher, so he could always have one if he wanted, but ideally, he'd like the 2. Roshan, up in 14. What do you reckon? Can Poland afford not to contest this, Rosh?
No. Free Ags? Most definitely not. Because you get a free Ags on... What does Bats Ags do again? Is that...
Whoa, Chad? Whoa, what the... Okay. BKBs? Okay, Chaos Admiral's in. He's got 2 arenas here. There's the first, the refresh. Keep your eyes up for that one, as it's going to be the disruption. Onto 2. Jacob is caught by the second one. Chaos Admiral with barely enough mana. Actually, he's going to Cyclone over the spear briefly. Jacob still alive, as Yaren is going to tank through the Ravage. He's silenced, however, but with the right-click damage enough, they will finally get through Jacob. But over on the backlines, Ravage number 2 onto Sniper. He's completely dead. Chad is down, as it's the curse out from Yaren just to save his own life. It's Borel at the very least who's going to put down Ekin. That's a buyback up from him, as it's going to be the Nimbus surrounding Yaren. Exotic Panda giving chase. The fear shall condemn him. Buybacks aplenty. 2 from Poland, 1 out from Borel immediately. And Roche is back up. I don't think this one's quite yet done, DK Truman.
I would have actually expected them to buy back on the Sniper as well and rejoin the fight, because he went for bots level 2. If he buys back, he's in that fight in half a second, and he could, you know, go for Roche, because right now you're giving a very free Ags to a lone druid. Which is...
oh, I didn't buy it, eh? Oh, yeah, that is not good. A refresher. Pardon me as well. Sniper, he's going to conserve the buyback, but waves, already being, again, shoved in quite hard by Crush 1 as he crushes yet another wave. He's got no Ravage, but he does have at least a Tendril of the Deep, should he need to call on it for potentially a long-range stun. So, mid-wave shoving all the way on in. A Savage Bear, of course, with Demolish, fully 6-slotted, with a
Ekin,
Deso.
Ace.
Maybe a kill on a Chaos Admiral. There's a Tendril into now the Nimbus, but Chaos Admiral, he's got a BKB, forced to use it. Even the arena coming through now. No refresher for another 70 seconds. As Exotic Bear is going to go into the true form. 5100 HP with a cheese and plenty of armor to boot. Oh, Oh my goodness, the structures don't stand a chance. Now, they can't quite go for Megas. There's a tier 2 with a wave pushed all the way up in the top, but they can easily get 2 lanes. And of course, Exotic Deer with Ags, so doesn't really need to be anywhere near the bear. He could AFK his hero in the fountain if he pleased.
Yeah, and he can always backdoor, because backdoor protection does not defend against the bear.
No, it doesn't. Maybe against the Ancient it will. They did actually buff it in 732 very significantly. They about doubled the armor, so, you know. It's not too big of a difference, right? But let's not pretend it isn't going to do anything either. Here they go, though. Poland, smoke up. They catch a glimpse of the sniper. He's got buyback here, though. So does the Mars. Mars with Refresher ready in 20 seconds, but no BKB here for 25. But Arena, Refresher about to be all back up right around the same time. But Poland, they've seized now a pretty good hill as they've snuck in right behind the areas where Israel has advanced on through. Is Team Israel looking to at least continue pushing out that top area? They found a bear. They want a bear. They want to kill a bear. Dare I say they will be making some very good-looking bear skins here very quickly.
That's good for a nice hug. Bear does fall in the end, but they resummon it right at Israel's base. It's actually slightly worse.
A little bit, but I can't. Oh, what? No, certainly no. This can't be. Come on now. Oh, that's ridiculous. I mean, I suppose we are 56 minutes into the game, right?
Yeah, that's Lone Druid right there. It's actually kind of funny that the true form Lone Druid also gets.
Yes, that's right. He does also get Demolish. I always forget about that.
Well, Demolish, so he could also try and.
Yeah.
Dire's top barracks are under
I mean, the threat of Megas does push him, but whoa, what the heck? What the heck? Jacob, he's scouted. He's going to be speared and maybe even killed off here incredibly easy as Chad is going to be kept alive, but there's an Aegis on the Zeus. Shadow Demon as well is falling as the Winter's Curse is actually onto the bear to keep him outside of the fight. Yaren as well is going to be dragging this fight in one direction as down goes Jacob. There's going to be the Ravage, but Chad avoids it with the concussive grenade. He rocket jumps away from the tendrils there. Chaos Admiral now with the Bulwark Shield actually is tanking the exotic bears very, very easily. Crush 1 ready to go back in with Ravage number 2, but he's instantly silenced into the face of Chad. He gets the disarm off and now into the Ravage. Exotic Beer looking to go back right on in, but he's actually being fought and chased back by Burrell. The fight very much so in two places as Yaren is chasing them around the cliffs, back over near the 2-3 tower. It's Chad and Admiral who are cutting through Chase. Crush rather, but not too quickly. There's the kill onto Ekin. That's a dieback as Crush consumes the cheese, I think, and there's no way they're taking him down this easily. There's a Tendril of the Deep, which doesn't do very much there to catch Admiral, and it seems like they're going to leave Crush behind as Chad is going to avoid yet again another Gush and eventually get the kill. What a team fight. What a play by Yaren. He's going to get the bear.
Yaren has single-handedly won that team fight. Because the bear got perma-slowed the entire time, and every single time someone almost died, got cold embrace. So there was nothing that they could do with that bear just being perma-kited.
Oh, yeah.
Beautiful.
Now, from here, no buyback available for the Zeus, for the Tiny. Both in a bit of a rough position now. Team Israel, oh, there's a DD rune as well in the river waiting for them, but I don't think Chad is going to wait for that. He waits for no rune. Instead, provides vision for himself using the shrapnel, creeps a tank for him to break the backdoor defense, and up he goes. Is it divine time? The sniper is sitting on 11,000 gold, or just thereabouts. Ulti, they've scouted someone.
Bomb.
It's Exotic Bear. They want to kill the deer. He's trying to TP away, but not in the face of Burrell, you're not. No siree. Chad has even returned back to the fold, and they will be able to take down the Exotic Panda. Oh, no. That's more than just 300 gold here at this stage of the game, Truman. That means so much more.
They do have a Refresher Shard still available on the Lone Druid, though, and he bought the Swift Blink for the bear. That's actually kind of funny. To see, but yeah, right now it's looking very problematic. He doesn't want to use the Refresher Shard, but he might just be forced to get that bear back in action, though of course they're towards the Dire's high ground, so buybacks are going to be very influential at this stage in the game.
This is one of the most snipers I've ever seen in my entire life. He is properly 7-slotted right now. I mean,
He doesn't have
proper.
Ags yet, so slightly disappointed.
Sure, that's a fair point, but I'll tell you what, he's about to have some tier 5 neutral items. Here we go. There we are,
Giant's Ring, Mirror Shield. Oh, Giant's Ring is so cool.
I love I mean, look how big he is. I mean, this is huge for Admiral. I mean, we've already seen how effective this Wyvern with simply just having a little bit of invisibility, yes, but also the ability to path over cliffs. You know, Batrider also has this ability now, basically permanently up. At least with his now level 29 talent taken, he'll have it basically permanently up. Now you have Mars as well, who can kite up and down cliffs. Like, this is problematic, and they've caught yet another bear. It is open season right now for this bear as he pumps BKB. Away he goes. He's going to have that on cooldown, whether they resummon it or not.
Roche is not up, sorry. My bad.
No, you're good.
I had to reconnect, so it still shows that it's up. You know, the good old
he's got it.
reconnect
He's
button.
underneath a ward. Oh, but Admiral going to make the jump there. He's got a full Scythe of Ice as well. He is. Wow, he is big. Wow.
Also doesn't have Ags yet.
Oh, goodness. Arcanist Armor. So actually, what KS Admiral has done here is he's completely prevented Team Poland from securing any Tier 5 neutral items. It's only Team Israel which have been able to claim Tier 5s.
Seer Stone.
They've got them all.
Seer Stone on the Batrider. That's the longest lasso
Barrier
you'll
again.
ever see.
They actually scout it. They probably believe that the team is smoked behind him. But now there's just simply no way. Exotic Bear going on a hunting mission. He can pick up neutrals if there's not enemies in the vicinity. Team Israel with this information. Doing anything much, but the Exotic Panda is in the enemy triangle trying to farm for neutrals. 3 Ancients, no Tier 5s. He's going to spawn some Skellies. Surely he gets one from this. Can Bear spawn them? I don't think Bear can spawn them.
I actually don't know. I would assume not.
That was a lot of creep. I mean, Ancients as well give an increased chance. I don't think Bear spawns them.
I think you need to be in a certain range with
I think the hero needs to
Lone
be
Druid.
there, yeah. Okay. Well, there's at least one. That was spawned in
That's
by
a
Crush.
nice one.
That is a nice one. Fallen Sky as well. Oh, okay. I mean, this is maybe not that hopeful. Burrell pops the BKB. There's BKB as well for KS Admiral. And a second lasso with the break as well. He cannot dispel himself. He is down. Dead
Coming
for
in with
100
the break. Yarn's playing such a good game. Even though his score is 4-12, he's done so many.
Wait, this is a hero they've caught. KS Admiral? He's not the one broken. He only catches an
Impactful.
illusion there because Ekken has himself a BKB. That's not going to prevent him from being held down by the curse, however. Exotic Deer now joining the fight with the true form, ready to go. Still no Divine Rapiers in play either. Another refresh here. I'm not sure who really did that one, but they're chasing after Yarn, but he's kiting them out too damn effectively as he flies over the clearing. And he's going to be A-okay. Oh, Lincoln Sphere applied in time on the Mirror Shield, but now, the Ravage, it's on the money. The Tendrils as well. The Perma Stuns out from Crush 1 as he's going to throw a second one now onto Admiral. He's broken, entangled, and going absolutely nowhere. Buyback number 1 from Team Israel, though, as Sniper wants to fight into this one. He has BOTs, too. It's only a matter of what he wants to TP in onto, and the answer is Roche. He wastes no time going directly into the pit. It's Divine time.
Free Ags.
It's Divine time, Truman.
Does Exotic Bear have it or who?
For what?
Yeah,
oh no, Chad is 100% going to buy one here. He's going to be fully 9-slotted.
He's getting equipped Ags.
Wait, why is he buying it? Who is he giving his axe? Oh, he's giving it to Batrider. Oh.
Double lasso, right?
Yeah. Yes, still double lasso. And this one's pretty nice because it allows you to... Oh, hold on, thought Yaren? Yaren? Oh no, this could be absolutely disastrous. He does not have buyback here, DK Truman, and down he goes. He's dead for 100 seconds now. He's not buyback limited by cooldown. It's simply by gold. So if his enemies know how greedy he's been, which is a little bit of a hard calculation at this stage of the game, considering he's been greedy all game, they might be really well suited to go for a push right about now.
They're quickly spreading out between the two sides. Usolt to scout it out. But Pogrom, he does have a TP, and he will use it to get out of dodge.
He doesn't want to be here anymore. Top lane of Barracks pushing in pretty deep as well. Of course, now that the Tier 2 has been savagely taken down by Exotic Panda, they no longer have the safety of that to rely on. Stigi and Deso as well for Exotic Panda. I've not yet taken a full look at what Team Poland are holding on. Because he's out. Now, by the way, these two fully stack, in case you didn't know. Of course, why wouldn't they? So minus 16 armor. A tower has 16 armor, DK Truman.
That does drop pretty quickly. Who needs backdoor protection at that stage?
Mirror Shield as well. Might be a pretty big one. And here's the thing I was about to bring up with this Bat Rider lasso. That's what I meant to say. Is if you have a target who is Lotus Orbed, they only reflect spells if they're the primary target of them. Now that sounds obvious, but what this really means is that you can actually lasso someone if they are Lotused, if you lasso someone behind them or in front of them. So that can be huge because it allows you to circumvent Mirror Shield in this instance. TPs. Oh no, but Chad, he's got to refresh it. He's got to refresh in TP. He's got to refresh in TP, certainly, right? There's no way he tries to loot it. It's too much. He's bought back. Chad, what a Giga Chad move. He's actually going to be scouted here. He's trying to rocket jump away. There's the Mirror Shield. He's broken, trying to fight through this one. He's going to actually lose the Aegis here as he is feared and killed off. His allies are now trying to make a desperate attempt to see what they can do, but there's an Abyssal Blade at the ready. In goes the fight now as they do get the BKB off, so Crush not really catching the Sniper here with Ravage #1, but it's not going to matter. Sniper is dead for 2 minutes. That was through the Aegis. He could have refreshed and TP'd away. He chose to stand his ground and fight. Now it's up to the rest of the team to try and make something of it. Jacob is going to be focused down and killed. They're onto Exotic Deer himself, but he's got 5,200 HP and over 30 armor as well. Yarn is located and killed thanks to the buyback of the Zeus, and it looks like Pogrom's going to be next to go. Ekin, he's going to toss back the Bat Rider who was searching for his life, but it's going to be Chaos Admiral at least who's going to be able to pick off the kill onto him. There's Baral, lasso #1. He's refreshed and he can go again for another one, but he's got enemies all surrounding him. The BKB seems to never end here as he refreshes for a second, but so does Jacob. So many Nimbuses in the fight. The Nimbies doing too much, and it seems like Team Israel are about to take their last fight, as that's going to be all the buybacks expended. Sniper still dead for 70. No one else in the game with buybacks, but Team Poland are going to be rolling it right down the mid lane.
Yeah,
what a
how are you
game.
going to defend against that lone Druid bear? It's going to be fairly problematic. They need to hold out for 50 seconds for at least Yaren to rejoin the fray, preferably 60 seconds. The problem is Mars has a problem against the bear. He can't keep him away because the spear doesn't work against the bear.
And I'll tell you what, neither does armor. Minus 21 armor. I forgot about AC. This game's over. This game is simply, they have no way of keeping the bear off of it. Look at this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. 15 hits. That's how many licks it takes to get to the center of Team Israel's Ancients. And that is the game. I mean, I agree. I mean, absolutely ridiculous game coming up. But Team Israel, the Giga Chat move, what could have been, unfortunately, not petering out for them. As I mean, he could have refreshed and TP'd. I thought that was going to be the play. I really thought that was going to be the play.
Yeah, it's also very scary that you're at that stage in the game and you want to TP, obviously, but the Zeus already scouted where you were. You're going to TP. He has Nimbers. At that stage, would you risk it? Nah, you probably should. As you mentioned, have a refresher orb. My camera, again, freezing like crazy. But nonetheless, it was, if I'm not mistaken, because Israel won, that means... Sorry, Poland won. That means there is a 3-way tiebreaker?
Yeah, actually, I think this would be a little bit easier explained if we could take a look at the group standings, just so we're all on the same page, as well as we can understand what is going on with Group B. So we should take a look at those group standings so we can let everyone know what exactly is going to be going on here and why we have tiebreakers. But that is going to be the case, Truman. You're absolutely correct. We have a bit of a tiebreaker. But first, actually, I believe we're going to be going to a quick break. We're going to a break and not the end of day because, again, we do have some tiebreakers to be played, guys. Team Poland, with their incredible 67-minute match, have earned the right to play yet another one, as the teams not quite yet out of it for Group A for the EEF Dota 2 qualifiers for the IESF Bali 2022 event. DK Truman and Seeking Strike here on the call with you guys. We've had an absolutely incredible day of Dota so far, especially with this last barn burner of a match. Stick around, guys. When we come back, another best of one tiebreaker to see who's going to take that second playoff slot. See you soon.
It is time for the biggest IESF World Championship. More than 120 countries. Set your mind, set your strategy. Face the challenges. Break down the barriers. Bali, the island of gods, 2022. Are you ready to win? time for the biggest IESF World Championship. More than 120 countries. Set your mind, set your strategy. Face the challenges. Break down the barriers. Bali, the island of gods, 2022. Are you ready to win?
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the IESF Bali 2022 qualifiers. We're here in the EEF Dota 2 qualifier European region, where we have just seemingly wrapped up the day for Group A and B, and that is the case at least for one of our groups, but as we'll see here, according to the standings, that is not the case for the others. So we do have some tiebreakers to be played, isn't that right, Mr. Truman?
Yep, a couple of tiebreakers. Romania, Poland, and Serbia are going to be facing up against each other for the, of course, the slots in the quarterfinals. In Group B, we do have Kosovo and Norway advancing on. Montenegro and Wales have both been eliminated. Wales hasn't even managed to win a single game. Same with Israel, even though Israel, it feels like they should have won that game previously against Poland, but they managed to get absolutely crushed out.
Oh, yeah. Shoulda, woulda, coulda, but unfortunately, they are going to be out. And as a result, Poland are back in. Best of ones mean that, well, we're going to go ahead and repeat the group stage, except a little bit smaller this time. So that one person in chat that was a little bit upset that we couldn't catch Serbia and Romania, well, guess what? We got them now. We got them, ladies and gentlemen, and that unfortunately will not be taking place tonight. I believe it's probably a little bit too late in the day for us to get underway with a 3 more best of ones. But instead, we'll be beginning tomorrow at 11 a.m. Central European.
That is for tomorrow.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Truman. Don't worry. That's for tomorrow, but we also had more matches scheduled for tomorrow because that's right, we had groups C and D as well to take care of. Now, you'll notice one of those tables is a little bit bigger than the other. That's because Group D has 5 teams in it. Some very, very exciting matches for tomorrow, to be certain. We've got, of course, Ukraine with Loranov and Kridas. I'm very excited to catch them. Hungary's got a couple of high-skill players, low-skill, funnily enough. A little bit of jokes there in his name. The Czech Republic as well with Mambos, Aid and Seni. I mean, basically all of Sweden. A little bit of Team Bald, Reborn, Lora as well, I believe, coaching those guys. Should be very, very exciting. Spain as well with Flapjack, and of course, my boy Abo Plus giving me all the hot details on the Spanish squad going into battle tomorrow. And then, of course, Ukraine, North Macedonia. I mean, plenty of amazing teams all waiting for us tomorrow after we conclude with the tiebreaker.
Yep, and hopefully my very annoying internet issues will be resolved as well.
Oh no, Truman.
Will be.
Oh no. Okay. Well, he's cut himself off there, unfortunately. Well, Truman. I mean, I'm afraid to even queue you up for this one because what happens in case your internet screws up again? But I mean, do you have any final words to close out our show for today? He's already left. Oh, guys,
It's completely dead. Never mind.
Unfortunately. Okay, well, we're going to go ahead and get going before TK Truman gets sucked into the internet void, the Matrix style here. Thank you guys so much for tuning in for our coverage today for the EEF Dota 2 qualifiers for the IESF 2022 Bali competition for Dota 2, guys. It's been a pleasure, and we're going to be back tomorrow at 11 a.m. CEST sharp for some tiebreaker actions. We'll catch you then. All right.
time for the biggest IESF World Championship. More than 120 countries. Set your mind, set your strategy. Face the challenges. Break down the barriers. Bali, the island of gods, 2022. Are you ready to win?
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the IESF Bali 2022 qualifiers here for the EEF Dota 2 regionals. We're now going to be kicking off groups C and D. We had ourselves some tiebreakers early today to take care of, and now that that's all settled and well and done, we need we need 4 more teams to join us in the playoff brackets. Second Strike and DK Truman here on the call with you guys. Thank you so much for tuning in. And Truman, any predictions here, man? I mean, we got a stranger group, right? We've got a group of 5, as we see for Group D, and a regular group of 4 here for Group C. But what are you saying? Any predictions here? Are you any bold predictions out for today?
I don't know too many of the players, unfortunately, from these 4 teams. I know a couple, especially from Hungary. I know Low Skill. And from Spain, you know a bunch, but Flapjack is one of the players that that I've seen perform previously. But the 2 teams that we're going to be handling first, which is Georgia together with Azerbaijan, honestly, to me, have players that I am not really well familiarized with. So that is definitely going to be an interesting showdown to see who is going to be coming up on top in this first series.
Yeah, no, for sure. I think that's going to really set the pace. The Hungary-Spain series as well might end up being a little bit of a determining factor as well as to what the ends of this group stage looks like. But jumping over to Group D, of course, it's going to be Sweden versus Ukraine in the first seeds. Well, Ukraine with Kridas, Loranov as well, a better known name. Loda, TI winner on this list as well, currently on the roster for Sweden. Unsure if he's just coaching, but in any case, I've also got Pablo Bengon joining from Team Ball Reborn, and Kefka as well, who has previously played for some Pro Dota gaming and was a player quite active in the mid-2010s. So that's
and
really, really
they've also
exciting.
got Sebi from Into the Breach.
Very true.
So Sweden's looking
update as well.
Sweden's looking pretty absolutely amazing. Honestly, probably one of the strongest groups. Mainly because they have a bunch of players that all play DPC, pretty much. So that's a big plus on their part. You did mention, of course, Loranov from the Ukraine. That is looking pretty interesting in Group B. And we are currently quickly restarting Dota, as he previously mentioned. There is an update, which is always perfectly timed. I assume that's the Rubik fix, though.
Could be the Rubik fix. I think it's also maybe the true sight coming out as well.
Yeah, that we're missing right now.
Yeah, we won't be able to quite catch them yet. So it is. The live world premiere is going on right now for True Sight. So shout out to all the teams I can see right now on my main page of Dota 2 LGD. And Spirit getting ready for action. Lobby here. Go. To it. But yeah, should be pretty cool. We are going to be going to a break, though, in between, just to make sure that we get everyone in a lobby and ready to start, because we are going to have to take some time to get going. So we're going to go to a quick break just to get settled for this Dota update. And when we come back, we're going to be live for our first match, which is Georgia versus Azerbaijan. We'll catch you in a bit. And we're live. Hello. Welcome back, everyone, to the EEF Dota 2 qualifiers. We are about to get underway now with our match, Georgia versus Azerbaijan. We had a little bit of a break as, of course, Dota had an update with the True Site premiere now heading out live. We are going to be kicking off our second stage of the group stage, which is groups C and D. Seeking Strike and DK Truman here for you live on the call. And Georgia versus Azerbaijan, man, it should be an exciting first series to get us kicked off.
Yeah, an interesting one at that. Not too many well-known players, at least for me personally, in those teams. But I think I have seen the name Merlin spook about every once in a while. So looking forward to getting some fun games here, and hopefully we get to see another cheese. You know, I'm just gonna throw out the name Huskar every once in a while. Maybe I'll get another lucky fish.
There you go. We shall see how it works out for you. As we'll see how it works out for these two teams as well with what they end up deciding. Georgia over on Radiant's side with last pick, Azerbaijan on the Dire side with first pick. So I keep forgetting to pay attention to what the coin toss results
10
are, but
seconds
I want to start noticing a little bit more what teams are seeming to
5 seconds
prefer, right?
remaining.
Given the preference, what they decide is best. I still probably believe second pick seems a bit better. But Dire has had a pretty good win rate in the past couple of metas, so I'm wondering if that still continues to be the case.
Yeah, I don't know the statistics on that either. It feels for the most games that we've casted, I think Dire still has a slight advantage. Actually, no, I think the Radiant actually has had more wins lately, and the Dire being crushed for the most part. So, okay, maybe it has changed up a little bit, but would have to look up some specific stats for that. Though the heroes, there's no real big surprise there. We get a Chen ban, we get an Undying ban. Two heroes that pretty much are considered the two strongest supports. Of course, Chen is more of a specialist support, but if you know that your enemy has someone like, for instance, LeBron in the previous series in the team, you probably want to ban the Chen every single time.
Yeah, absolutely right. You're also, of course, already dealing with the probably still going to see like maybe a Lina, maybe a Bat Rider, right? So what's the other ban we've seen a lot in the first phase? Lina, Bat Rider, Enigma, perhaps. Seen a lot of Enigma today. Not so much for the big black holes, right? But more so just for the push and the lane dominance that the hero offers.
And the threat of the black hole, which of course
Puppy
sometimes is
achievers.
more important than the black hole itself. Like the line that every caster has to mutter at least once.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
there goes the Enigma. There goes the Marcy. So Faceless Void still in the pool. We've seen lots of Wyverns, though, today. So I wouldn't be too surprised if a Faceless Void were to come through, that there'd be a Wyvern to counter. Feels like Faceless Void would probably have to be a fourth pick, or the second pick here for Azerbaijan, so that they can cover it with 3 bans.
10 seconds.
I think we aren't going to see it. It ought to be in this phase, but no, they'll open up with the Bat Rider. And
Radiant team.
That's also a hero that has gotten first phase ban notice from a lot of teams. The Bat Rider immediately taken out. Tiny is also another hero that most teams tend to run with, considering it still has some flexibility. But in this case, you pick up Bat Rider on one side, the Quap on the other. You probably are looking at your 2 mid laners already secured, and Georgia just picking up the cores immediately, unless they're going to flex this DP, which there's still a possibility. I think we saw a game yesterday where it got played as 5.
yeah. Didn't win that game, though, unfortunately. Didn't get a lot done, but I think in a decent DP5 game, there might be a chance. In any case, right, it does have the ability to be flexed
10
into different
seconds
roles,
remaining.
which, as far as, you're concerned in a draft, does give it a lot of
5
value to the
seconds
pick.
remaining.
The Queen of Pain, though, doesn't really enjoy seeing this hero come on through. The Nyx Assassin being able to activate the Vendetta, in Vendetta, being able to activate the Spiked
Radiant
Carapace is
team
what I meant.
ban.
It's not something that the Queen of Pain is going to be longing for. Follow-up stuns, she is an int hero, so with the Mana of Burn as well, doing a decent amount of damage, that's going to be a pretty valuable pick here for Azerbaijan.
Yeah, definitely looking like a Kaya Sanj kind of game for the Quap if you're playing against a Bat or a Nyx. Considering if you don't get it, you're probably going to be soloed by the Nyx if he encounters you somewhere in the trees. With the addition of Quap Shard, of course, being so massive, that uncontrollable, stun from the Spike Carapace is very scary.
That's a good point, right? Because it's not so much for, well, I think it's twofold, right? Obviously, it's for wherever she lands. You know, if the Nyx is there and ready and anticipating the jump, you can have the Carapace precasted. But also, if you're expecting the Queen of Pain to be blinking away from you, you know, she does create that silence. She does damage and silence in the area of her origin and her you know, second point. So you could still actually reflect that and stun on both of those. I didn't actually think of that, but that's going to be mighty powerful against Pain.
And you're going to need to spend a lot of money on sentries for the most part to find the Nyx, unless you get a hero like a Zeus or, God forbid, a bounty hunter to try and scout out the Nyx assassin a little bit more along those lines. But for the most part, it's going to cost the supports a fortune.
Yeah, it's always a little bit of a pain, especially because Nyx, you know, going for dewarding in game also does end up giving you some information yourself. If you know where enemies have dewarded you, you know there's sentries around there, so it's information that Nyx can kind of play around. We've seen lots of teams earlier do very well in the warding war against the Nyx assassin when they've got all their towers up, but as soon as they do start falling, it tends to be a bit more difficult to actually hold on to areas of the map and play more around your wards and keep them alive to keep the Nyx at bay. So I wouldn't mind seeing actually if Azerbaijan, you know, wanted to kind of put some pressure on that, perhaps look to take down some towers maybe, and try and give the Nyx more areas of the map that he can rotate around to and kills.
Yeah, definitely need to add some push/Roshan capabilities in Azerbaijan, because those two heroes are nice, but they're kind of pick-off heroes. They don't bring massive team fight potential unless you get like a godlike 4-man Impale. So you're looking for either pushing heroes, Roche capability take heroes, something to get some objectives done in the game, because it's otherwise going to be very hard to get onto that high ground in the end.
Yeah, it is. Still early, of course, in the first phase, but I wouldn't mind seeing the game head in that direction. That Slark ban out from Georgia has given Azerbaijan some pause, and I would say for the same for myself. I think I'm already something like a Bloodseeker. It's always the first hero that comes to mind when I see Slark get banned out. Either that, or there's a dirty Slark picker on Azerbaijan.
Currently, it feels like every safe laner is a dirty Slark picker. So yeah, it's not too surprising. The hero has been looking very strong lately, with the pounds increase and the ulti buff and all the small things to make the hero actually viable. Same with the Troll Warlord. Both those heroes, like in the previous patch, pretty much non-existent. No one picked them, and now they are actually being contested for the most part. Though I haven't seen Troll in a reasonable amount of games just yet.
Yeah, he seems way more pickable though, with the fact that Root now goes through the BKB. I think was the change they made, right? Actually giving him some purpose when he ulties. That's exactly what I was thinking of with the Clockwork ban. Taking a look at the Faceless Void as well, on top of a Marcy, right? It was just screaming Lena to me. At least Azerbaijan very willing with these kinds of bans. If George's logic correct, I believe it is, that they're willing to run the Bat Rider mid and off lane in whichever lanes it's suited best in. Given the fact that Georgia have picked the Quap into Bat, I suspect that Azerbaijan are going to try and run this Bat off lane and pick up a different mid. But of course, Georgia can still do some shenanigans of their own with a Death Prophet here that they've also drafted already.
Disruptor.
Okay, Disruptor, not a hero you see too often, has been getting a bit of an increase. I think a lot of position 5s actually go for an Aghanim Scepter rush, like first item, nothing else but the Ags go. So that is definitely an interesting pick. Scary against the Nyx Assassin, because Nyx is one of those heroes, if he randomly encounters you on the map, you probably die.
Yeah, that's very true. Especially if there's a fuzzy wuzzy bear that's going to be blinking out to you and trying to get you as well. That might actually end up being a bit painful. Disruptor also, I like him versus Ursa though, to be honest, quite a bit. You can trap him in, you kite him very well with, any repositioning ability is going to completely circumvent and ignore status resist, which tends to feel really strong against heroes like Ursa, right, who just spam status resist at you all game, and generally you fail to stop, or you fail to kite him right at that stage. But with a Disruptor, actually, I'm not too displeased with this pick. And I always love seeing me some more Witch Doctor, so I'm always very happy with that. This is a very, very kill threat lane that Azerbaijan are proposing currently. Even if it is going to be something like a Death Prophet off lane, with a couple good coconuts, they actually might be able to kill her a couple of times.
Team ban.
Yeah, the Ursa also brings that Roche capability to the Azerbaijan draft, making it possible to at least get that objective. They're still very much lacking in tower damage, which maybe the last pick, like a DK, something along those lines, could try and fix for their lineup.
10 seconds
Probably
remaining.
also need, an initiator. Nyx could get a blink, for instance, but
5 seconds.
Centaur,
remaining.
DK, something along those lines to really start off the engagement if possible. Tiny, though, yeah, Tiny is just really heavily picked. If Marcy's banned and Tiny is not, normally Tiny's going to get chosen.
Radiant team
Yeah, and I think
ban.
like I like this support pairing between a disruptor and a tiny. I think it gives you a lot of repositioning, but the thing about disruptors repositioning is that it's a little bit more, with the exception of things like counter picking heroes that are trying to TP away or basically just that. It feels like if you're being ran at, it doesn't really do anything to change, and
5 seconds
give you any
remaining.
aggressive potential. Whereas Tiny's repositioning is a little bit more open-ended, right? There's a little bit of a higher
Dire
skill ceiling
team
there
ban.
compared to just clicking glimpse, and that allows you to make some pretty decent plays. Tossing Ursa away from your allies, tossing him very far away from his team. Disruptor's a bit more limited as far as what he can do with that. Whereas with the Tiny, it gives you some jump, some catch, and some better repositioning than what the Disruptor can offer us. So
10
I'm a big fan of the
seconds
pick as well.
They combo pretty nicely together in terms of like dragging someone back and then the toss even further so that you're miles away from your team. But as you mentioned, very important point, Disruptor is a hero that really does not like getting run at. Is more kind of a pick-off hero in that regard, unless you, of course, get like a big Static Storm kinetic field, which is possible. You do have a Tiny, so you could toss like one enemy here, like the Ursa on top of the Witch Doctor. They throw out a kinetic field Static Storm around them, and then they're completely stuck and most likely going to get taken down in that regard. So yeah, maybe add in a little bit more of a frontliner for the Georgia side. DP can do it with the Tiny as backup for the most part, but you don't want to have a situation where the Quap has to blink in aggressively next to an Ursa.
Yeah, I think you said it earlier, but it's something that I'm slightly considering, which is maybe running a bounty hunter safe lane. I don't know. Something that's a little bit more elusive, something that gives you some vision to set up on, would give the Nyx Assassin a pretty difficult time in lane. I think the lane is probably really bad versus what might be Bat Rider. I'm not sure, actually. It's kind of tough, right? With this Bat Rider in the mix of things. Azerbaijan, fortunately for Georgia, anyhow, they've got a pick here. They've got 23rd pick, so Georgia will they'll get a better sense of what the lanes might end up being before they end up picking their carry. Oof, now you really don't want to go for Bounty Hunter, though. Thank you, with the Viper in the mix.
And still a bit of a flex, because Viper can always still head towards the mid or the offlane, though Bat and Viper kind of are very similar in terms of what they do. It's just a lot of small harasses that eventually turns out to be a very nasty debuff on your heroes. For both these heroes tend to be the case where you just get like something that has Dispel, Lifestealer, PL in this case has been banned, but a hero on those lines, however, Ursa, not really caring that much, I would say, about an Ursa for the most part. Maybe Morphling could be a thing for the Georgian side.
Some Morphling. I'm also thinking Naga comes to mind, right? It is, but we don't see her that often, granted. But
with the Disruptor, it's actually pretty nice.
That's what I was getting at, right? There's the old combo Song of the Siren into setting up the static fields and the static storm and kinetic field combo. You've got a DP ulting, getting the exo, positioning yourself perfectly in the fight. I wouldn't mind it, honestly. The Tiny to follow up. It seems like it's going to have a strong lane versus Bat Rider and Viper both. I think the early levels are going to be pretty difficult when you have a really long cooldown on Mirror Image, but it's also a hero that can go into the jungle early and farm incredibly efficiently compared to other carries.
You could even aggro tri-lane in that case. Or, well, Weaver's not too bad. Honestly, their control on Azerbaijan is very lacking.
Good point. Yep.
Nyx is like your best bet at it, which Dr. Coconut can be, it's very slow on the travel time, so you can get away. Lasso is the big one that's very annoying for the most part. But honestly, the Weaver has a lot of free roam time in those team fights.
Yeah, and this makes me also wonder what Azerbaijan plan on throwing mid against this Queen of Pain. Um, or I guess from the other perspective, what Georgia would rather be facing. I think ideally, I don't think Weaver is particularly troubled over either a Bat Rider or a Viper both. So in that essence, or in that sense, pardon me, I do have to commend this last pick quite a bit, right? But I think I kind of like the last pick Weaver. It's a really safe pick, and it's a little bit slow because it feels like this game, Sherman, to me, the Lincoln Sphere is non-negotiable.
Yeah, definitely going to be a pretty important game to get that item secured. Possible load sorb even for the DP later down the line, because dispels are always going to be a very big necessity against these opponents. I still can see that, like, the possibility to go for an aggro tri lane, put the DP in the safe lane solo, and then play with the Weaver, Tiny plus Disruptor, which is a pretty nasty tri lane to deal with, considering DP can handle himself pretty nicely against the Viper / Bat Rider, depending on whoever they put in that position. But it does look like, in this case, it's going to be a Bat Rider in the mid and the Viper off lane.
Okay. Yeah, I think Quap's probably happier with that, thinking about that from Georgia's aspect, right? Because now you're going to be highly incentivized to get a stick. A stick versus Viper just simply isn't as good because, you don't get stick charges off of poison attack. But now you're going to have a lot more survivability. So even if Bat Rider somehow does whittle you down low, you always got the opportunity, or like if a gank surprises you, like from a Nyx Assassin, which is very realistic, you've got the chance of having, a 10 or even 20 stick or wand charge to be activated, and then you simply blink away. I do like the thought of that a lot better for Quap, so I think she's actually going to fare pretty decently. But this does change the safe lane a bit more, and I think it makes it even... I don't want to use the word impossible, but really difficult for Merlin to look to try and challenge and even harass the Weaver out of lane. It just simply seems like as long as you have Sakuchi, you Sakuchi away as soon as you get up to 3 poison attack stacks. That easy.
Yeah, you do have to be very careful of Spike Carapace from the Nyx, of course, if you try to Sakuchi away and he's a bit too close. And Disruptor is honestly easy food. If Disruptor walks away from the tower, most likely is going to die if the Viper is in that area. And it's going to be a 2-for-2 bounty rune trade so far. But yeah, the Quap should have a pretty good lane against the Pat, as you said, if he gets the Magic Stick. Plus Shadow Strike with that. I mean, level 1, it's a 20% slow, but when you get to level 2, level 3 on the Shadow Strike, that slow is immense. And the Bat Rider honestly can't really do too much against it either.
Yeah, very true. You'd have to realistically commit for a point in Flame Break and have the Queen of Pain really mess up and like blink aggressively, maybe trying to secure a range creep for you to realistically have a chance. And the fact that I have to add 2 pretty major caveats to that, I don't think Flame Break in a lane like this is going to be very productive for the Bat Rider. I think Quap's going to be mighty happy here with this lane. Overall, I do like Georgia's setup for the lanes. My concern for them in this game, it more lies with the fact that because it's such a good and important and crucial game to get a Lincoln Sphere online, I'm not really sure when this Weaver is going to be he's going to actually be able to go toe-to-toe in terms of his damage output to really make a difference in fights.
It depends also on the Ursa build if they want to take it early, because I think if you take this game late, the Weaver is going to be probably a little bit too much to handle. You also have, Disrupted Tiny as support duo, which is exceptionally dangerous to deal with. And Azerbaijan's got no push. Unless Viper gets the shard, then the push is actually okay-ish, I would say. It also adds in some nice roach damage with that shard, but that shard is the only push that the Dire lineup has.
Yeah, no, very true. It's a pretty good push, right? Not half bad, but certainly not as good as what George is currently proposing. As with a cheeky point in the first, in Glimpse, rather, we're going to get a first blood onto Merlin. So this Weaver Disruptor lane actually starting to kick some butt. Very troubling for Azerbaijan. You don't really pick a Viper to, recover in the jungle. He's not that kind of hero.
Yeah, no, he's got that amazing early game. There's some games where I've seen the Viper actually do well in the mid to late game. But those are, I can count them on one hand, how many times I see that happen.
And I think they probably require a Viper to quickly transition out of trying to max poison attack and instead maxing Nether Toxin so we can actually farm. But doing that is basically going to concede this bottom lane. And I don't know. It just feels really difficult for him.
Yeah, the Weaver is a pretty nasty hero when he does not make a mistake with the Shikuchi. He's actually going for the Ring of Health first, so that is looking like a... Of course, for survivability purposes, great, but that Lincoln Sphere, as you mentioned, of course, there is a South American safe laner that kind of builds Lincoln Sphere on every single hero he plays, and that is K1 Hector. It is, you know, every single time I see him play on it, even if the enemy barely has any good single target spells, he just loves going for the Lincolns for the stats.
Yeah, it's really good stats. I mean, basically, what I've been doing in my pubs is simply building a double bracer on any strength melee offlaner that I play, and then I find myself basically becoming unkillable in the early game. It's really nice. I could see very much the Ring of Health for carries doing the same thing, and then eventually building into either probably a Vanguard for Basher later on in the game, or probably in this case, of course, the Lincolns, which is just a great item this game in general, and definitely one that the Weaver can utilize.
Yeah, Weaver always tends to struggle with mana in the later portions of the game when the Shikuchi spam comes through.
Maybe they're going to throw a stun towards the Disruptor and try and go for a kill onto him. They have now the second point in poison attack for Viper. Generally for Vipers, this is when they actually have a little bit more manageable kill threat in lane. Against a hero like a Weaver, I still doubt that they're going to be able to make that happen, but he is not going to go for this Nether Toxin build, like I said, I've seen on occasion. Instead, top lane, there's some action. Well, Floney's going to be able to evade here at death. Starting to stack up the attacks now onto the Death Prophet with these Fury Swipes, but nothing too concerning yet.
Yeah, they are definitely just harassing a little bit in the lanes, as you mentioned, bottom lane. It's not looking too good for the Viper. Definitely struggling. Mid lane, actually, the Quap is had some pretty nasty struggles early game against the Bat Rider, who has been pretty much his boss, gone for the Flame Break before he even went for the Firefly. Is an interesting choice.
Yeah, actually, I haven't really quite seen him use... There he goes. Now he's using a Flame Break, so he's just
Level
using
2.
it for more... This is a kill, isn't it? Wow, that was really close. I was genuinely not expecting that, but I don't believe neither was Nizam, based on the rotation from John Joe Lee. I like that name. Joe Lee. But it'll be a water rune secured here for the Quap all the same. Maybe even a kill here, honestly, with a little blink on in. There is a wand, 2-stick charge is only remaining. Tiny looking for the kill is top lane. There will be able to get a kill at least onto the Death Prophet. Okay, so Quap does get the kill first. That's a pretty major win there for him because they were both low and basically wanted to reset there. But that second point in the Flame Break actually shocked me. That wasn't really expecting that.
Yeah, there was the burn duration doubles, actually. That's that was a significant amount of damage that I also did not see coming. Does hamper your farming capabilities in the jungle, though.
That it does, right? Are there any stacks being made for him, though? Not at the moment, and he hasn't really been able to, you know, sneak away from the mid lane to make it for any for himself. Down bottom, Viper. Oh, yeah, glimpsed out from underneath his tower. Still underneath tower range, though. She's got a little bit of armor to fight. There's no Sakuchi. Ooh, just kidding, there is, but it's not gonna matter. 5 poison attack stacks, and the Ring of Health, and that little bit of bonus armor from the Wraithband, I think, actually keeps the Weaver alive.
Yeah, that got a little bit too close. I think he just got out of range for that last poison attack as well, and there was no sentry in that area. If they had a sentry, that Weaver would have actually ticked down to death.
He'll live for now, and he's actually going to be encouraging the creep wave here. Ah, that's a tilter right there. That's
and the
Merlin,
tip.
yeah, who TPs directly into a glimpse. I always, you get one. You always forget one time what the disruptor does, and then there's no more mistake. There's no more mistakes.
Okay, so for him that happens only once. For me, that does not happen only once.
That's definitely the only time it happens. You definitely don't check my last replays. Definitely don't look at my very last replay where I did that 3 times and got Omega Tilt. Don't look. Definitely doesn't happen.
Yeah, it's just time to play the support Life Sealer like the good old days.
So I wonder if, like, this Bat Rider... So I guess the thought process is Queen of Pain, like many other heroes who, of course, have a Blink utility spell, and any hero, in fact, in Dota in general, needs to face the direction where she's going to be casting her spells, right? And that's pretty important on Blink. So I guess the thought process is, now that you have 3 points here in Sticky Napalm, you slow the turn rate by 50%. And then, of course, she has to do the cast animation of the blink itself. That might actually give you enough time, if she's already facing you and you flame break her back perfectly, with the turn rate slow, to maybe connect on a lasso. I think there's probably a kill threat here.
Yeah, it's definitely a scary lane to deal with. Quap is almost a full level ahead of the Batrider, though, so experience-wise, the Quap is way ahead, but in terms of net worth, she's then all of a sudden behind.
Yeah, she does have a full magic wand, and I think, especially now without having any points in Firefly at level 6, this Batrider's not going to really be able to farm jungle stacks too effectively. Top lane, they're skirmishing still here, as that Malediction may end up securing the life onto Tiny. No, he's going to stay alive on 60 HP, and the rotation with the Arcane Rune here. Loom. You get
Sonic
out of
Wave?
this one here.
Nah.
He might make it out, and he will. Not willing to commit the Sonic Wave, even with an Arcane Rune to try for that one. Instead, they're going to go bottom, where they're
Nice
looking
two-man
again for a
Impale.
kill onto Merlin. There's Sneasnaw doing what he can, but there is Noah as well. Probably doesn't want a Sonic Wave, the Spike Carapace Nyx Assassin, but diving, they will go underneath the Tier 1 tower, and that is going to be some phenomenal rotations from the Queen of Pain. She's seemingly everywhere, in every lane.
Yeah, very effective on that move as well. And yeah, the Batrider without Firefly is significantly slower. So that's a bit of an issue. Those bots are going to be crucial for Nizam, but he really is reliant on the creeps in mid lane to be able to get his farm. Because as you mentioned, jungle stacks are non-existent, so he does not have the biggest catch-up mechanic. He's going to go in onto the Quap though. Does he have the damage? The blink comes out. No Firefly, Flame Break or Firefly available. He's going to go for the dive. And
He's gonna
Noah
get it.
does get taken down. They will find a kill in return. And the Weaver's the one that secures it.
That's still probably worth it, to be honest. Because then if he doesn't get that kill, I guess he's got the 16 wand charges, but he only has level 1 Firefly. You know, there's support rotations coming on in. You get more gold. You get Queen of Pain off the map, who's going to be able to get to and from the lane faster than you are with Blink, basically, and then farm side caps even more effectively. I do think that is worth it for the Batrider, but it's not exactly a trade that feels good. Top lane, either, what doesn't feel good is going to be an Ursa getting 5 or now 6 Fury swipes onto you, but the lifesteal certainly does. Maledict's taking down the Death Prophet, but with nothing here to tick at her, she'll live through this one. Barely on 100 HP, and now with Noah once again making the rotation, he will condemn and find the kill onto the bear.
Noah's doing a lot of work for the side lane so far, with those rotations coming in, giving away that mid lane so that Chila gets level 6.
I was wondering what had happened with the Batrider's TP, and then I saw Glimpse come off cooldown. Disruptor now, he's sent 2 people back. He thought Nizam TP'd again, but no, he only got him the once. That'd have been a little bit excessive, but yeah. So long time to get back into the lane for the Batrider, which is a little bit painful. Really wants to get those BOTs online. Is that Storm? Kind of field as well erected. They've got another Sonic Wave. You might not be expecting this, but because the first one was cast with an Arcane Rune, but a Fat Wand, and he lives actually. In fact, they're now looking to turn. He has himself no lasso, however, and that's going to be the issue, but it's not going to matter much as he lives through the Shadow Strike and is going to be able to even sustain through it.
Okay, that is a bit of a surprise. That 2-man Impale was huge coming out from Sneasnaw. And that's a really cool nickname. And together with Floney heading out towards the top lane, goes for the Vendetta inside the smoke, looking to get Choppa. And they will be able to knock him down. Good rotations coming out from the supports to make sure that the lanes do recover slightly, because it was getting a bit out of control. I mean, the Weaver is kind of out of control. He's also got the Javelin done. He's level 9.
Yeah. I mean, you simply have to go for Maelstrom first. Obviously, you can't go straight Lincoln. But even then, you know, the issue I see with so many Weavers in games like this, where there's honestly a lot of good single target control to kill him, if he is surprised, that he tends to go for like Lincoln and then BKB and then maybe like Satanic. It just feels like there's too many defensive items there. As they will be able to toss the Nyx Assassin out of the kinetic field, lands a 2-man stun. They're going to look instead for a kill onto the Tiny. The right click's not nearly enough, so he's going to have to give him a second go. Kill is good, and even now a power rune for Batrider. Haste is quite the powerful rune to have here on this guy, as Witch Doctor is going to be brought back in and killed off. So Haste in the bottle. 2 points as well in Flame Break. Without Firefly, he's not too eager to fight, especially now silenced up. Merlin in a lot of trouble here. He's going to be able, at least able to turn and hit the Viper Strike. Good damage now onto the Death Prophet, who has no more Siphon charges, so she will fall. Hasted up now. That Rider looks towards the mid lane, where it's going to be Noah looking to try and evade the bear. Hasted up still, though, is Bat Rider giving chase. It's level 1 Blink, still on cooldown for a few more seconds. Blink in 1, but dead to the right clicks before. In the meantime, Janjo Lee rejoining the fights now, as is this Weaver. Ring of Health and Javelin alone. So Azerbaijan instead of focusing onto the Tiny, where they will pick him up. And a long, extended, messy fight, but one that is huge here for Azerbaijan.
That fight was pretty lengthy, and honestly, this game is, comparative to a couple of the games that we've casted so far, very aggro from both these teams, really trying to play that aggressive gameplay. Viper's not having a good time, but luckily enough, the supports are doing a decent job, and the other cores are looking sublime. The Ursa is almost done with the Battle Fury, just needs the Void Stone left. Should be about 14-15 minute Battle Fury, which is a respectable timing on the Ursa.
Snaw in the mid lane. Nixus isn't going for the Soul Ring. That's a little bit more interesting. I don't know if I've seen Nyx with Soul Ring, but he is a master tier Nyx assassin, so I assume this is a somewhat regular build for him. Top lane, they've glimpsed now 3 heroes all the way back home to the fountain, all 3 cores once, but waiting and lying in the trees is Nizam. They've got no clue that he's here, actually. He's completely in the fog of war, but he's going to need some allies if he wants to make a go at this. With the lasso now at the ready, he's got now his allies smoked and coming to him with the scan. Gonna let him know that there are enemies approaching. Nizam now wasting no more time, makes the jump. He's gonna be brought back only under this tier 1 tower, but even that short glimpse is enough to prevent any further action. Tower defended though, so small win for Azerbaijan.
And Ursa's pretty much done with the Battle Fury. Okay, pretty much very close. Just needs one more creep pretty much. And Merlin in the bottom lane needs to be careful because it's a level 11 Weaver with Maelstrom completely finished up. Glimpse comes back, Merlin is just
he's
done.
Very dead. He's going to try and at least take down the Disruptor, and will. Kill goes, though, to the Bat Rider, so no extra gold for him. They're stacking the stuns a little bit. Death Ward, no, oh my god, they wanted that Weaver dead. You know, you ever see an ant in your kitchen, you know, you get so upset that you just, you know.
Drop molten lava on it? Yeah. Happens every time.
Absolutely, you got to get rid of him.
Well, in this case, a lot of spells used, but they were afraid of the time lapse, obviously, that would come through. So they better safe than sorry.
Absolutely. Top lane, by the way, the DP is going to get set to work now on the tower. See, there's 3 TPs top or bottom. John Lee Jones is going to Janjo Lee, is going to be killed down bottom, however, in exchange, especially with the Maledict making very quick work of him.
Not to be confused with Bon Jovi.
Bon Jovi. Oh, not at all. Uh-oh.
Oh, Chopper.
This is trouble. This is trouble. Deleted. Sneasnaw with the kill.
That sounds like a Pokemon.
Sneasnaw? Yeah, kind of
a Sneasnaw.
And probably Chilla as well dying. This is a massive turn of events here for Azerbaijan. As it's even Floney going to get that kill. They, again, have not done more than 1,000 damage to a tier 1 tower yet, which is troublesome. They've done 1,000 damage overall across all 3 towers, but they haven't really been able to focus down for a push. Loom is going to go ahead and do that now, but I'm not sure if this is exactly such a safe move for him to make. They've got a lot of wards to cover him, though, but even then, he really doesn't feel too safe with it.
Yeah, Merlin's getting the Dragon Lance, then he just needs to get the Shard, and everyone in his team needs to defend him. He is fairly poor for an offlaner, but all he needs to do is just stand there and right-click the towers at one point, and that will be their pushing power.
The toss back is onto the ranged creep. They still have, well, plenty of disruptor spells to use, and he's going to go and throw them down. Merlin in a bit of trouble. Not picked up, though, there. That last little effort, I think, to the Crypt Swarm. He got himself, he put himself down the Seeds of Serenity, which is not a crazy amount of regen, but an 8 extra HP over the course of an entire kinetic field, which is 3 seconds. Not too bad. It's gonna 40 HP. I mean, listen, it's not gonna, you know, it's not gonna save you from Ursa, but At least it makes him feel a little bit better there.
And they're smoked up, looking for a catch, and he's not. Breaks that smoke. They throw out the dust, and now he is going to be a goner. But at least he tanks the smoke gank.
Ah, yeah.
Oh, that's a double.
Yes, it is. Unfortunately, he didn't get the chance to use Vendetta for the damage on the Tiny. Otherwise, maybe you just throw down Death Ward and maybe you get a Tiny kill. But no chance there. At the very least, that was a big smoke gank. I think it was all 4 heroes, essentially, right? The active ones at this time, as Weaver is consigned to the farming duties. 4 heroes making that smoke rotation. They get 2 supports for it. They get Ursa out of there safely, and the Viper and the Bat Rider continue to farm quite peacefully. So, you know, small wins. Small wins there for Azerbaijan.
I like the fact that the Bat Rider went for 4, so he already has a way to break the Lincolns for the moment that the Weaver has it done.
Yeah, I mean, and despite going for the Flame Break 2 points of it early compared to Firefly, his farm's good enough such that he'll probably have full BKB by the time that the Lincoln's is up. So he's still going to be able to stand his ground and fight even with 4-step. He'll just lack the Blink Dagger, which isn't really the end of the world.
I actually kind of like the Soul Ring pickup on the Nyx, because he pops Soul Ring, then Vendetta, and then it's still full mana.
Yeah.
While he's in that Invis mode.
Yeah. Yeah. True. He did TP from Fountain as well, so I think he maybe would have had full mana regardless, but yeah, it's a nice move. It ain't bad at all.
And he does have pretty heavy mana usage on his spells. It's actually surprising they didn't use Soul Ring before Soul Ring got, you know, stupidly costly.
Yeah. I thought maybe, like, if he was going Soul Ring, I thought we'd see more points in mana burn, given how short of a cooldown it eventually gets down to. There's a free kill on to John Jolie. But now he's obviously going to be maxing that last, and for good reason. I don't really think... Well, you got, what, 3 interiors on this team, right? Quap and DP as well as Disruptor.
Yeah, but the stun durations are so much value.
No, you're right. I mean, and that's the problem, right? That's why I thought maybe we were going to see him go with the Soul Ring. But no, not the case here.
Well, they did manage to take out that tier 1 tower bottom, at the very least. On Azerbaijan's side. Not really aggro at the moment. Merlin does need to be a little bit careful, because the Blink Dagger is about to be delivered on John Joe Lee.
Yeah, and it seems like here with level 1 EXO, they're going to give Roche a go. They have waited for daytime, however. But this ward is so far back now as a result of the terrain changes. I'm not sure if Azerbaijan know about it. They're going to send the Nixon in. He's underneath 2 sentries, and they're playing it pretty wise. There's the Blink reveal out from the Tiny, and 5 heroes come out of the Roche pit. That'll certainly let them know that something's going on, but can they get here in time to make anything of it? Oh, nice little voodoo switcheroo here. That's going to condemn the Disruptor. Static Storm not quite wasted as it keeps the rest of Azerbaijan at bay. Time enough then for Weaver to complete the Roshan as he claims Aegis. Nice blink forward by John Jolie. Receives the Lincoln's buff as well, and that'll just about stop Azerbaijan from doing much at all here to the Tiny. If they want his life, they're going to have to fight for it. Oh, maybe not, actually. All right, goodbye. Flame Break, very good.
Yeah, very good spell. It does what it needs to.
It does.
And Ursa's got the blinks, going for the BKB next. Has, of course, gone for the Battle Fury build, so really looking to take this game to the later portions.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
On the prowl here. Don't really think, they can do much about a Queen of Pain. Weaver, though, starting to get a little bit out of control. So it's Gleipnir next. So going for a Rod of Atos first, I suppose, but then immediately into Gleipnir. Okay. I think I'm a fan of it. If anything, you know, it's a decent upgrade, a slot-efficient item at that. But also, it's going to allow you to just land your Swarm Beetles that much more effectively, right? So it is still a bit of an offensive item in that sense, so I'm a fan of it, compared to, like, immediately into BKB.
It does help a lot, plus, especially against the Bat Rider, who wants to be very mobile, but BKBs on the dire side are getting very close to being done. do have to, of course, be a little bit careful against like Spike Carapace. Even if you catch the Witch Doctor in, the Gleipnir, he just does his little voodoo switcheroo and should be fine for that duration. I like the item mainly because Weaver really needs a bit more lockdown on his team, which is something they are severely lacking on the Radiant side, especially against a hero like Ursa. You need a lot of lockdown.
Oh, Weaver's got a lot of mana regeneration here, especially with that first item, Linken's. Whoa, going to be put to good work here as well. Nexus Assassin buying back here as they're continuing to fight. They're going to take down the Disruptor. Static Storm not really catching anyone, but Azerbaijan, do they have the catch to really get anything done here? Sonic Wave even committed to prevent the Bat Rider from going any further, as they are going to be able to finally catch the Death Prophet. No chance for her to be able to get off a Spirit Siphon, and 3 heroes are going to die for that jump from Georgia. Not really what they expected.
Radiant's middle tower.
That was a bit of a surprise there. The Ursa went for the Basher instead of the BKB, so added an extra stun. Very good also against the Weaver, obviously.
Oh, yeah.
And yeah, that was... honestly, didn't expect that one to come through, but a very nice bash on the Tiny previously as well. Very hard to deal with, and died a lot quicker than initially expected.
Yeah, that's a really good pickup here, actually. I mean, there's, simply put, not a lot Weaver can do against it, other than just tank up to make sure he doesn't die in that duration. He's not going to change his build. He's probably already committed here for the Rod of Atos. He's in too deep. So he's going to have to go for this item, but he's right underneath a ward, and he doesn't know. Ursa, does he have the Basher primed and ready? Maybe, but he's not looking or willing to make such a risky jump when he sees other enemies supporting the Weaver, and Weaver, of course, still has this agent.
Radiant's bottom tower is
Yeah, you don't want to throw away that advantage you've just gained. The Bat Rider was also a little bit far away. Does have, of course, the bots. He's going for the Witchblade next on the Bat Rider, and probably going to add in the Shard at that point. And then you do absolutely a ridiculous amount of damage if you get someone lassoed.
Yeah, it's pretty impressive, actually. I'm not against it. I think, in fact, it's fairly wise. What you're looking for now against a Weaver is simply put burst damage. Chandra Lee is going to break the smoke, but he is scouted as well. Nice Spike Carapace stun. No one caught here inside of the Static Storm either. They're onto the Weaver.
Bounce!
The cask! Oh, the Cask's bounces are perfect. They're going to lose the Nyx Assassin. That is a dieback, but the Weaver as well is looking to get the heck out of this fight. They might even find the Queen of Pain here. There's another Blink ready in a second for the Ursa. Shadow Strike, though, keeping him at bay. And right now, they're looking to double back for the Weaver. Witch Doctor, a bit lower for HP, is hiding under this Tier 2 tower. Weaver, maybe looking for the kill. Is going to probably get away here scot-free, but a very strong fight yet again from Azerbaijan.
All those spells missing. Second Static Storm that really misses the mark in the last 2 team fights. So a little bit of an unfortunate whiff there from Chilla. And they just walk past it. The Nyx Assassin also, the moment that Static Storm got thrown out, pops the Spike Carapace. And everyone around him just got stunned because of that move. And of course, that coconut bounce was kind of insane.
Yeah, so that's the thing about Cask, is the way that it works with Linken's or other spell blocks and interactions is that you don't actually get stunned by the spell itself, but it does still bounce. So if there's anything next to you, it can just as quickly bounce back to you. In that sense, Coconut is pretty good at breaking Linken's because you just kind of throw it anyway. But of course, the cast range and all the other issues with Witch Doctor make it a little bit unrealistic. But Linken's not that strong of an item against it, to be completely honest with you. Damage though for Weaver is certainly fairly strong, as there's going to be the Gleipnir reveal. He's him though, keeping his head cool as he does have himself a BKB.
Yeah, Witchblade's also almost done. Next Roshan is a free shard. Ursa loves himself a free shard. Honestly, Bat wouldn't mind it either, but there's a lot of decent targets that are not the Terrorblade that use a very good shard this game. Quap doesn't have his yet, but that's the next item that the Quap's going to be building. Double-edged blade against the Nyx that we previously mentioned, obviously.
I think, I don't know, the thing that Azerbaijan needs to take care of is they need to have vision. They need to have some way to contest this Roche. If they're going to propose this Tier 2 tower trait, that's fine and acceptable, but they need to be also aware that with second Roche upcoming and with the Ursa on their team, they need to know when Roche is being taken. that was their problem last time. I don't think it would have been too unrealistic for them to try and contest it if they were in position, if they had vision, because they had their spells. But how they're going to run the gambit here, see if they can get it done. Merlin has no shard, so this push isn't incredibly fast, but they do have a very angry bear and a wagon, so they're getting some work done.
Yeah, the tier 3 tower takes a decent amount of damage, and that's impressive because the Viper doesn't have a shard yet, is marking up that he wants to build up the shard next. Roche up, could be up in about a minute, at least then we'll see when it respawns. So Azerbaijan creating, or at least cutting a way through the map to make sure they can walk into Roche when needed.
So they don't have any wards, by the way, but look at the amount of wards they have right now on the bottom side of the map. They're going to have a pretty good idea that George is going to be chasing after them. Not the Tiny, he is smoked alongside the Disruptor. They will be able to find themselves in a decent position as the Tiny blinks away. He did catch a glimpse there, though, of the Viper. Swarm Beetles traversing across the map. Gonna find him. Roche up in 30 seconds. Azerbaijan have managed... Ooh, they're not gonna hold the triangle. Maybe afraid because they're not holding any sentries that there's enemy vision in the area. So instead, they'll go back to their own triangle, but neither team has vision basically on the entire top side of the map. I'm a little bit bewildered by it. Second Roche is so big for both of these teams.
Yeah, second Roche gives a lot of value most of the time. I mean, first Roche is okay, but it's only really a way to get to second Roche most of the time. Same with, you know, third Roche being absolutely a godsend. Nice catch coming through. The Nyx is dead. That's their scouting tool, and he does not have a buyback.
Yeah,
Roche is instant up.
And that was a pretty darn good silence as well. I mean, there wasn't anyone else there from Azerbaijan, but in case there was, Big Spike Kyrgyzstan onto 3 or 4 allies would not have been a good way to kick off a fight that last time around. Exo level 2 now getting to work. The Swarm Beetles here are going to be summoned momentarily, and that'll be Roche falling very quickly. Azerbaijan, once again, are going to be pretty much unable to contest it this time around, and probably not even keen to look to contest at this stage.
What does the new Weaver shard do again? Shikuchi puts a mark on enemies. Oh, it split shots with if you Shikuchi through them. That feels very dangerous.
Germinate attack procs, which is every 4 seconds. Enemies with a mark within 12 range will also be attacked with a secondary attack. Does that secondary... Wait, hold on.
The secondary is so you'd have the Geminate second hit, which will be a split shot thing. Kind of like how the Weaver's previous shard worked with the bugs, but now you have to Shikuchi through them, which is very dangerous considering you're playing against an Ursa, a Bat, and a Nyx.
I like it though. I think that makes much more sense compared to the Swarm, which just gives you vision to make these kind of risky plays. I didn't think it was very fair beforehand. This feels a little bit better, right? Play to the Nyx's toolkit. You know, he's kind of this in and out kind of hero, right? Give him a shard that encourages it to play that style. Pardon me, I always find that to be a little bit more entertaining. Same change, which I liked about the Morphling shard as well, to be completely honest.
What does the Morphling shard do again?
Right now, it allows you to shift attributes if you're stunned.
Oh yeah, no, that one's stupid.
I don't really see it purchased that much though. All these Morphling players, these Giga Chad Morphling players, just go, no. In fact, I'm never gonna get hit by us, or if I do, I'm always gonna strength game beforehand.
To be fair, most of the time they get silenced, and that kills them.
That's fair. You just need to silence them, I guess, right?
But it also makes for hilarious TV if they just die at full agi.
Weaver hasn't really built anything yet. He's waiting on this Eye of Scotty timing, and then he'll probably get rid of this Quelling Blade, but he still does kind of lack damage. I'm eager to see how this Sakuchi shard actually plays out in this game, to see like how valuable of an item that really is. For now, I'm still not convinced that he has that much more damage.
Yeah, if you get the AoE Geminate hit with the the Scotty plus, you know, possible Gleipnir procs, could be pretty solid in the team fight. But it's just so scary to Shikuchi through a team fight when there's a Nyx Assassin, Ursa, and Bat. Those three are absolutely deadly, especially with that Basher on Abyssal Blade on the Ursa, no done.
Now looks like they're probably getting ready to smoke up. And they go in the triangle here. Georgia are going to be looking for some action. Azerbaijan currently waiting, trying to hold maybe a cliff ward spot here somewhere. They've got a decent ward now placed in the middle of the jungle here, but they're going to need someone to try and break that smoke so they can actually see these enemy heroes. A sentry as well.
Smoke
Seems
broke.
like Georgia are be able to outmaneuver, so they found themselves now on the high ground.
Oh,
Let's jump from
no!
behind, but the cast down to 2. Even the lasso set up, and that's going to be a very dead Quap. Tiny likely to fall as well. This time they do catch 2 heroes in the Static Storm, but Ursa full Abyssal Blade. BKB's up, another bash, and with the Voodoo switcheroo, it's 4 dead just like that. And maybe even Weaver's not going to be able to sneak out of here. He's got no time lapse, bashed even for good measure.
And he can't Shikuchi because of the Spike Carapace. He's completely stuck, and that is beautiful stuff. Sneasnaw got completely surprised by the enemies, but not before he pops Spike Carapace. And,
Wow.
I mean, they give him the tip, but I give it to Sneasnaw.
Yeah, I'd agree on that one. Sneasnaw definitely deserves it there. That was incredible. Feels real bad to be a Queen of Pain there. Died with a 9-second BKB. Unfortunately, just wasn't able to get it off in time. And Death Ward doing such good work. I mean, my goodness gracious me. Great damage, just great damage distribution. All enabled there by the Nyx Assassin. Really, really fantastic stuff.
They're standing next to each other. In comes the cast bounce as well, and you know, okay, I'm dead.
Oh no. Oh, okay. Well, that's payback for glimpsing me back to the fountain.
Both for Sneasnaw. Woohoo! Sneasnaw the king!
Let's go, Sneasnaw!
Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Radiant's middle
That's gonna be some structural damage for sure, to say the least. Especially with the Viper here applying a couple of poison attacks. He's actually running out of mana here at a rather quickening pace. Does have to resort to not using it. Abyssal down bottom. They found the Tiny. They need a little bit more. He's bought a shard. He still has BKB ready on the Ursa as he finds a bash onto the Queen of Pain. Sonic Wave ain't good enough here as Loom dispels the Sonic Wave pushback with BKB. Was hoping for one more bash, but doesn't quite find it. No Enrage, but still with the Enrage shard at the ready. Blink Dagger as well, and now being healed up by the Witch Doctor. It seems like by back up the Tiny, Azerbaijan not willing to look for any more. Just Sneasnaw being caught here.
Aw, Sneasnaw. I'm very quickly checking something.
Yep, and just an incredible turn of events, really, for Azerbaijan. With that one fight, they completely swing the game back into their favor.
Sneasnaw is rank 500 immortal. Just really wanted to look up how good he was, and he is good.
Dude, Nyx players, man.
They're cut from a different breed. They're just insane. I can't play the hero.
Nah, he's fun. I like the Nyx hero, man. Good fun.
Getting those multiple hero impales is just beautiful.
Thing of beauty. We'll see now if he can continue up. Now that Queen of Pain knows what he's up against. BKB was used there in that little defense when they were threatening to go fountain diving. Weaver now with the completed Eye of Scotty going back for the BKB, so he's got some decent damage here, this Weaver. Decent damage. True Sight now from Batrider. I believe that was stolen from Georgia. Now they're going to be able to not only get the D awards, of course, but Nism is only going to be restricted by move speed in terms of whether or not he can continue chasing this pesky Weaver. Lane being shoved in. Georgia setting up a lot of vision in the enemy jungle. It is going to be third Roche time here in just about 90 seconds, but they do now see a ward to be dewarded, and they see a disruptor to be killed. Again, with Gem of True Sight here is going to be the Batrider. Good push ensures that he's not hit by the Swarm Beetles, but now in trouble is Sneasnaw. He got silenced up, so could not activate the Carapace. Down he goes. But Death Prophet here has used Exo, still level 2, but quite crucially, a minute before Roche could even respawn. I think Azerbaijan are pretty happy with that trade.
And it's Azerbaijan in a pretty comfortable position. Of course, Weaver, yeah, in those fights, he really needs a BKB because those stuns, the Spike Carapace, the Impale, all of the stuns that they have, of course they now have 2 BKB piercing stuns, have been very hard for the Weaver to actually get any damage in because he just doesn't get time to right click.
Yeah, no, he doesn't. That's the problem with him, right? It's so difficult now for this Weaver to stand his ground and fight because the Ursa can, you know, he's just incentivized to continue right-clicking. Ursa now even more so with that Satanic, like you're saying. And into the Roche, but they will go there a little bit early, though. 20 seconds is the fastest he could respawn, so They'll be having to wait even longer. Have you ever seen anyone take this 25 talent, by the way, the one that they changed on Ursa, where Enrage provides half benefits to all allies in 700 radius? Have you seen that one before?
I have not.
I've seen it once in basically already a one game, so I didn't notice a difference, you know? I imagine you still go for +3 overpower attacks. That just seems, you know, imba, to be honest, but like, do wonder.
Rage provides half benefits. Well, with the shard, and if you get Ags at one point, it could be pretty nuts. Bring back this position for Ursa?
Ooh, I don't know. It feels like you need a lot of farm. I mean, that was like back when people would pick Wraith King into AM and be like, it's okay, guys. I'll get my level 20 talent, and then I'll be fine. Back when that was, you know,
a thing, somehow.
Now it's shard. So it's a little bit of a genuine, you know, possibility. Or is it still shard on Wraith King? I don't even think it is, right?
Yeah, it's the shard and you summon skellies.
Blinked in. She has Lincolns of her own and a DD in the river.
Roche is up in 3.
Georgia smoking up, looking for the fight now.
I'll refresh the shard. Which is okay, but, you know, the big ol' Aghanim Scepter would have been so much more interesting.
Breaks the smoke. You did catch a glimpse there of the Disruptor. Vision now in the mid lane, but Azerbaijan, their focus over in the Roche pit where Ursa is quickly tearing through Roche. Georgia now with this scan, they're going to know that Roche is being taken and they need to get in there fast. It won't be long before they hear that all too familiar jingle. So there it is. Loom. Now certainly the threat looming. He picks up now the Age of the Immortal. I think, yet Refresher Shard in for the Bat Rider. Careful here. Azerbaijan now smoking, looking for the aggressive move, and there's a hero to be caught. Little toss in return from John Joe Lee, and now they're looking for more backliners. Another great cask. They've stunned up 2. They've killed the Death Prophet. Tiny's going to go down. Somehow Chila makes it out alive, the Disruptor, but it's more about what he's lost. And now he's going to have the Survivor's guilt for it.
Yeah, save your buddy syndrome. Let's try to keep the Disruptor position 5 alive, who only has a Glimmer Cape and a buyback available. Probably not in your best interest. Even Noah using his Lincoln Sphere there to make sure that the Disruptor stays alive.
And
but
a TP's
painful.
Coming. Don't think Witch Doctor is going to be able to get a kill here. Maybe, though, with a Nyx Assassin in the vicinity? No. Okay, Quap's not going to be leaving anything to chance.
Double damage!
A little bit of Savior Buddy Syndrome. I think you're exactly right there. Those supports, though, they're oh, okay. Oh, and they go. Oh, and a Blink Dagger. There's a Blink Dagger. The Voodoo Switcheroo. Noah, though. Oh, another cast on back. He's caught and killed. What a play.
That was so unfortunate for Noah, thinking that, you know, I'll be safe. They must not expect me to come back here. And those two supports being very patient in their approach, being able to catch him out. Beautiful stuff in the meantime, top lane.
Oh. Chila's absolutely murdered, mauled by the bear. There's a DD rune sure on this Weaver, but he has no intention of being here to fight. He is going to simply time blast from full HP just to get back closer to his base. That's the last tier 2 tower standing for Georgia, taken down now by Fuzzy Wuzzy, who has gone for the overpower attacks, as I think we both probably expected reasonably.
Yeah, the other one's kind of nice, but realistically,
it's a bit unproven.
Yeah.
Oh, there's the Abyssal Blade. Nice jump onto 2. Careful here, though. Weaver in trouble. They just need another stun, another bash. They might have a kill here. In fact, the refresh, they'll get the job done. DP surrounded by 5, tanking the Death Ward as well. Swiped down by the Ursa. She buys back, but has no BKB, has no Ghost Scepter even, and most importantly, no Exo.
Weaver bought out.
Tower, injured, but still fighting, and in fighting shape is Azerbaijan. Careful here. Oh,
Weaver bought out for the BKB, didn't even get to use it.
Chilla in trouble. Oh, I didn't even know. You're right. There's no buyback. And now there is no Death Prophet. That's a dieback for her. Queen of Pain standing her ground. Doesn't have to take down the Viper, but it seems like that'll be that, as there's the Carapace done. Sneestaw, you immortal 500 god, you. Absolutely styling on this Queen of Pain.
Sneesnaw going absolutely ham. Same with Loom, backline.
Oh, come on.
100-0, just like that. GG gets called, and Azerbaijan take down Georgia in the first game in Group C.
That is a ridiculous amount of damage. This Quap is tanky, man. 2900 HP, and in 9 attacks with the overpowered talents, that is going to be a dead Queen. Spain. Azerbaijan taking game number 1, which is going to set them off on the right foot here for their group stage. I did see a couple of other updates with Hungary, sorry, I don't know why I said it so weird, winning over Spain and Ukraine winning over Sweden. I don't know if we have our group stage graphics ready to go, but if we do, it might be nice to catch up as well with the fairly large group as well. No, but we will be able to show you guys the updated graphics when we return with our next match. Stick around, guys. You are watching the EEF Dota 2 qualification rounds. We're going to be continuing with groups C and D after the break.
It is time for the biggest IESF World Championship. More than 120 countries. Set your mind, set your strategy. Face the challenges. Break down the barriers. Bali, the island of gods, 2022. Are you ready to win? It is time for the biggest IESF World Championship. More than 120 countries. Set your mind, set your strategy. Face the challenges. Break down the barriers. Bali, the island of gods, 2022. Are you ready to win?
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the EEF Dota 2 Regional Qualifiers for the IESF 2022 Bali event. Second Strike and DK Sherman here, bringing you the action as we will continue into Group C, I believe, where we have Spain about to take on Georgia.
Yep, Georgia, of course, unfortunately for them, did not manage to take home the W in that previous series, so they are 0-1. I'm quickly going to have to actually cheat for a second. How did Spain end up in their first game?
They lost. They lost to Hungary.
Okay.
So that means they are heading into this one down a game. They are really going to need to make sure that they can, go ahead and get started on the right foot now, as Georgia as well, believe having taken the loss. So both teams still looking for a win.
Yeah, as you can see, the standings over there. Ukraine actually beat Sweden, which is pretty surprising. I mean, I know Ukraine, of course, obviously has amazing talent as well, but Sweden's almost a full DPC team with Loda as their coach behind it. So that's a pretty impressive performance coming out from the Ukraine squad.
Looking at the coin flip now, which is getting done. We are about to get started as we are awaiting the start.
Yeah, Georgia won the coin flip this time, so now you know what you need to pay attention to.
There we go. I normally I got a waffle line up here. So Georgia has the choice. I believe last time Georgia had Radiant.
Yes.
With second pick. So I'm going to make the assumption that they lost the coin toss. That Azerbaijan chose second pick, and then so they chose Radiant. That's my assumption.
Okay.
And so the reason I want to say that is because now that Georgia has priority, yeah. So now they chose second pick. So I want to see what Spain decides then instead. Because in best of ones, like I do think this makes a little bit of a difference. It's weird to like play by play the coin toss, but like, it makes a. Are you going to be able to cheese with your 24th pick, or are you not? That kind of a deal. Last pick Huskar sounds a lot better than a fourth pick Huskar.
Yeah, it seems that Spain chooses. Think
Dyer.
they chose the Dyer. Yeah,
They did.
So that's
yeah.
Dyer's still preferred, I guess, in that regard. Ever so slightly, still stacking is 10 times better on the Dyer side than on the Radiant side, which is the big difference maker for some teams. Though stacking has been, most of the games you get to see the Chen being banned, so stacking doesn't happen too often in the games that we have been covering, and there seems to be, unfortunately, some issues with the connecting to the game.
Seems like someone failed to connect. I assume it wasn't you. Saw it well. Still on our broadcast channel. Yeah, I mean, I can start dropping a little bit of the hot tea that Avo, of course, renowned, also Spanish, Catalan player and caster talent. Let me know. We've got, I believe, 5 people here. Flapjack is probably the best player in general. Yeah, I think he's Avo, and this is a quote from Avo, who is pretty good friends with Flapjack. They call every now and then, as Spanish people really like to do. They just call each other and talk.
That's weird.
So weird, isn't it? But he's told me that whenever Flapjack is single, he's up to Immortal 500. And then when he's in a relationship, generally he falls to like Immortal Unranked, So right now, he's single. And that's good news for the Spanish roster because we saw what an Immortal 500 player could do last time with Sneeze.
Yes, and he's now was looking very impressive in the previous series. From the Georgian lineup, I'm quickly John Joe Lee with the tiny looked pretty a-okay. Couple of missed static storm kinetic fields from Chila, but that happens to a lot on the first game.
And we also have a Pudge spammer as well in the mix, and that is Pika. He is one of the players in the lobby here. Let me see. I gotta hover their names to see which.
What role?
I think he's a. I couldn't tell. He almost said Pika is a Pudge spammer. He's real pog on Pudge. Everything else, he is kind of meh. So maybe that means they gotta go ahead and ban the Pudge if they've done their research.
Kind of meh on Avo standards, or
That's what he said. I mean, he's friends with these gentlemen, so I would assume he's being fairly accurate and giving them a little bit of break. As we'll be getting started soon here. I think just waiting for one of the Spanish-speaking casters, Spanish-language casters, get started. But yeah, I mean that's all really the information that I have on the Spanish roster. Flapjack in here somewhere. I'm sure we'll be able to actually get a better look at things when he is ready to go. We do get the good to go, and I think now we're going to be going ahead and trying a second time and hopefully actually starting our match.
Fingers crossed. Let's hope that we get a just decent lobby startage. Curious to see if we get to see that patch being picked up or possibly even banned out is the big question. I personally love watching Pudge play.
Me
The
too.
shard, the hooks, the possibilities. Finally, the hero is able to be used in this current patch, or previous patch as well. But just some heroes are so far dead that you don't ever see them coming back. For instance, Meepo has had a couple of games recently, but that's also, as you mentioned, your 10th pick, your last pick. No one has accounted to it. You pick up the Meepo, you pick up the Oscar Broodmother sometimes as well. I think the safe laner from Lilgun still weirdly plays that hero all the time.
Yeah, no, it's been a while, right? I mean, what else is another one of these weird heroes? I think we might try to make sure that we're still in the right lobby. But it seems like we're going to be getting ready to go here. Yeah, I mean, if you want to speak about heroes that we haven't really seen in a long time, hard to say, right? I feel like we're starting to get a couple new heroes every now and then. Eastern Europe was really keen on the Shaman before the Arlington Major. During that patch, during Tour 3, they were kind of the only region picking him, so I wouldn't say he's completely out of it. It's hard to really come up with a hero. Maybe Bane? Have you been seeing a lot of Bane in general? I know we had a year of Bane basically before, back when Nightmare was really good. But then they kind of nerfed the Brain Sap, and then they also reduced the duration of Fiend's Grip. And they did find it kind of fall off a bit, didn't they?
Yeah, but then, we casted a lot of South America, and then you had Affliction and Panda, and they 90% of their games were Bane. So we still got to see a ton of Bane, even though it wasn't really necessarily picked in most regions.
Yes, okay, there's a new lobby. I understand.
Okay.
Sense. This one with this is the right one. It's got the admin in it.
Okay.
Well, while we get everything figured out, we're going to go to a quick break, guys. When we come back, hopefully within the next minute or two, we'll have Spain versus Georgia ready to go with you guys after the break. Pokeball chilling. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. As promised, here we are with our Georgia versus Spain draft.
10 seconds
Of course, Georgia's
remaining.
still on the Radiant side with second pick in Spain, lining up on
5
Dyer
seconds
with
remaining.
first pick. Okay. Unfortunately, it
Dire team
doesn't
back.
seem like... Okay, so I know Master is who he says he is, but in terms of who everyone else is,
Radiant
it's a bit
team
difficult.
back.
I don't have them added to my friends list. Flapjack is one of these. Master is pretty obvious who he is. Flapjack might be Samantha. Kind of a Flapjacky kind of... I'll try and figure this out here as I am going to scroll through their Dota 2 names. We'll see what we can get done.
I am quickly going to have to look up. So they have a player called Samantha,
5 seconds
which
remaining.
they don't have a female player in the
Dire
team.
No, I think that's
Radiant
Flapjack.
team pick.
Okay, that's Flapjack.
Think.
Possibly. They have 6 players in their roster.
They do. One of them is a coach, I believe.
Yeah, they have a player called Sori. I remember a Mexican Twitch streamer that was called Sori.
Yeah, actually, that's a good point. I'm gonna find out. So that's the thing. It's gonna be a little bit. It's gonna be a bit difficult. I do wonder still, though, as we're into the draft now with fairly standard first wave heads. We've let through the Bat Rider. We've let through the Lina. There's gonna be the Bat Rider. Will Spain respond with the Lina? I think Gus is gonna make us wait for a second, but I think it's fairly likely, to be honest. Marcy also covers the Lina. It's an effective
Dire
ban. There is a
team
Tusk, which makes it scary. So instead, they're gonna go with the Ember. All right.
Okay, that was slightly surprising. Seeing Ember being picked up at this stage, because Bat is pretty okay against Ember. I mean, you've got the root, obviously, from the Ember, and you can soak up a decent amount of magic damage. But honestly, Bat Rider, if he gets pretty much the first kill on Ember, after that, it feels like you can just keep running down the Ember.
5 seconds
Yeah, and you know
remaining.
what?
Radiant
I
team
feel like
back.
there's got to be a little bit of merit to this
Dire
putting
team back.
points into your flame break early kind of build. I was slightly convinced by it. The amount of damage that he was able to output, especially because, like,
Radiant team
listen, I'm
back.
not gonna lie, I'm not a disgusting Dota 2 player. I don't think I've played more than one Bat Rider game, perhaps, if he comes
You
across.
play
like
Witch
that.
Doctor.
Well, he's a very
You play
he's a doctor.
Maledict. Yeah,
He's
but you-
taken an oath to help other people. Okay, it's not my fault that Ice Frog decided that Voodoo Restoration.
He's
should
a
also
witch
damage
doctor.
enemies.
They're the complete opposite. They
Ah,
do
thank you.
sacrifices.
That's semantics. That's semantics. Okay. Basically, I never realized, much like Dazzle, where the duration basically doubles between your
10
first and second
seconds
point
remaining.
in the flame break,
Radiant
and that's actually
team
really
back.
valuable. That's so much more damage, especially if you have equivalent or even more points, of course, in the napalm. So, yeah, I could very well see it doing a decent amount of damage against Ember.
Yeah, the only downside is obviously the your farming capabilities are slightly weaker
10
if you don't have
seconds
Firefly,
remaining.
but that depends on if you have stacks or not, and you kind of need supports that make
5
stacks.
seconds
Tusk is not
remaining.
really one of them. He can do it, of course, with the ice shards to try and make some camp stacks happen, but normally you want to have a range support, a bit more mobile support to get those easy camp stacks to make the back rider go ham and get those bots at a very good timing.
The bots are what's important. Honestly, I think the last iteration we saw of Ember Spirit back at the Riyadh, right before Arlington Major, it's not a fan of the hero. We didn't see a whole lot of him in ESL 1 Malaysia, so I'm hopeful to see what he can do. But I always felt like this hero just was lacking in general. I don't know what other word I have to use to describe it, because
10 seconds
it just
remaining.
always felt like anytime there was an Ember doing things, either it was the
5
best Ember
seconds
game I've ever
remaining.
seen in my life, or it was just Ember kind of playing janitor mop-up duty, and I would say there were other heroes kind of more impactful on the game, and not just standing in
Dire
fog and
team pick.
sleight of fisting. I'm eager to see what my mind change for sure on the hero. He is one of the flashier heroes to be seen played in the mid lane, and I like seeing him in this draft. But with that caveat, we'll see how he's going to do now versus a Bat Rider and versus a Disruptor.
Yeah, the Ember is a very high skill cap kind of hero, and even if you play it super good, it doesn't necessarily mean that the hero does perform as well as you would like in comparison to, let's say, Alina, where the skill cap is... I mean, of course, it's tough to do it, but Lina just, brings out a stupid amount of damage, and you don't have to do necessarily the sleight of fist catch plus the perfect remnant play around the map every single time to not die. In that regard, Ember is high skill cap, can yield a lot of results though, with of course the route onto the bat, and with the disruptor on the enemy side, you can blow up those backlines pretty quickly. The Skywrath Mage, that one is interesting.
Yeah, it's a curious pick. Tusk is going to be quite overwhelmed to see this. I think Skywrath Mage ends up at like level 25 with something like 5 or 6 armor or something like this. He, simply put, doesn't get a lot of it. That being said, they did change Shield of the Scion. They gave it a really big overhaul, and it seems a lot better. Now, instead of every cast, you get like 1 armor or something that's stacked for like up to 30 seconds. Every single instance of damage that you do now gives you a stack. That gives you like a third of armor, but of course, we're talking about every instance of damage. You get yourself an Axe Scepter, you get yourself those talents that multiply your abilities, and you're tanking on some armor there. I don't know if it'll be all that important here, but given that we haven't really seen the carry from Georgia, and there's already Tusk in play, so they're going to be incentivized to maybe go, if not minus armor, definitely right-click based. We might have actually seen that make a bit of a difference.
Yeah, the shard is actually pretty nice now. You can walk around with stupid amounts of armor, but you also have the Tusk with the snowball save against the Mystic Flare, which is pretty good. Normally, when you pick up Skywrath, you're up against, let's say, a Quap or something that, if he gets silenced, gets absolutely destroyed. And this time, there is also an interesting choice. As you mentioned, Spain has a Pudge Spammer, but Georgia steals it.
Yes. Time. This is still the old one, actually. Every time Skywrath casts an ability, he gains a buff. I don't believe this is correct. I believe it has changed to when he does damage. I wish I knew how to edit wikis, because I would do that right now, but it seems like that's not quite correct here on the wiki. Yeah, per instance of magic damage dealt to a hero with Skywrath Mage abilities. Yeah, so that's not quite correct. So yeah, that's a little bit curious. The wording's wrong there, but I maybe can try and figure out the wiki and edit it from there. But yeah, it's a little bit better now. So it doesn't seem like I was too correct, by the way, about trying to go for a right-click based sort of lineup. Now with the Pudge carry and Bat Rider probably mid. I don't know. I'm struggling to think of an offlaner that you'd really want to run that can actually take advantage of those Tusk tag team very well.
It could, considering Georgia has last pick, also still be an offlane Pudge for that matter. Okay. It doesn't necessarily have to be the safe lane Pudge. And Spain does not agree with me there, but to be fair, Underlord is also very strong with that global TP shenanigans. Georgia making sure with those last bans to get rid of the nasty heroes for the Pudge. It's looking actually like a really good Pudge game for that matter.
Yeah, it is. Right now you've got another save for a Skywrath Mage, silenced and rooted probably target. So that seems pretty nice. You can even eat them for some nice HP bonus. Nothing. You got a couple things to cancel Dismember, right? Let's be honest. A few things to cancel Dismember. So I don't think it's like a free, full duration Dismember game. But if you dismember someone and you got Disruptor, covering you with a Static Storm and Bat Rider, Tusk chasing away the squishy supports, I could see you getting off a couple full duration Dismembers this game. So definitely not a bad game by any means. And yeah, I like that. The concern is that if this is to be a Pudge safe, it's a bit scary, right? Brewmaster with the Ignite build, even possibly an Urn into Vessel quickly. Now that Brewmaster is no longer played as, haha, I yell and split 4 times. He's a little bit more active and actually able to use the Vessel charges he accumulates. It's a bit scary. I think it's also looking like a fairly decent Brewmaster game, if, this is always the big if, right, with this guy, if he can get his ulti off.
Yeah, well, you could also get the Ags. The new Ags is kind of cool with the Bruling change where you can get like the Storm Panda up the entire time, running with you and getting the dispels or whatever that is necessary. But the Pudge, the reason I like this as a Pudge game is because Skywrath is not mobile. Brewmaster is not really that mobile. Well, Ember is pretty mobile, but because of the rot slow, the Fire Remnants aren't that fast, and you can see like the perfect lineup to get a good hook in.
How do you like it now?
Okay, yeah, hey, we got a big boy, Huskar. Actually, Pudge with Ags destroys Huskar because
He
of the
does.
25%
Yeah.
healing reduction.
It's pretty good. That's assuming he's not silenced or anything. Yeah,
10
but
seconds
that
remaining.
ain't bad at all. I think I don't know.
5 seconds
I'm eager to
remaining.
see how this Pudge will fare, to be honest. I think if he can get an Ag Scepter up with a respectable timing, it might be looking pretty decent. Right now, though, Georgia have absolutely zero tower push. They have pretty much zero objective taking. They've got some way to buff it with Tusk Tag Team, onto Roche especially, is what I'm thinking. But they need something that will right-click structures, buildings, and heroes. I'm not seeing it right now. I don't believe you can win a game of Dota 2 on this level with only spell-based casters, but maybe this is going to be the game to prove
Tusk
me
mid?
wrong. Is it a Tusk mid? Is it a Tusk off? Then that's a lot better then, obviously.
I can't.
Noah was the mid, right?
Chopper was off lane, I think.
Yeah.
So it's a Tusk off lane. I mean, if he gets Deso, he just destroys Huskar with a big
yeah.
old right click.
Yeah, that's going to be looking a lot better. I'm willing to give it a shot, honestly. I am willing to give it a shot. I kind of like it. You got a lot of vision thanks to the Train Protector. Bat Rider as well, moving around the map quite rapidly. I don't know. It's gonna be a bit tough. I think depending on Huskar fares versus Disruptor, you know, we're gonna need some better static storms here, glimpsing some crucial heroes, you know. But that, you know, the kind of jump that Huskar makes in on the life break might be end up being a little bit of a double-edged sword here against Master. We'll see how it gets done.
Yeah, I honestly don't necessarily know which side I prefer. I probably, you know, I'm a big Pudge fan, so I'd probably go with the Georgian side, though Huskar's life break or his ulti does a lot of damage to the Pudge for obvious reasons. Though the Pudge is a hero that is very hard to kill with instances of damage with his what's his
Flesh Heap.
third flesh heap added in, so it's a little bit on the tougher side to kill him off this game. Though I think it's going to be a lot on like the Brewmaster to keep the Pudge out of the fight, and then the rest of the team to kind of finish it off.
Yeah, definitely. We'll see what they can get done. I'm excited, actually. I really like the new Brewmaster eggs. I think it's pretty fun and exciting, honestly. You can get a little panda out with you at all time.
Can you also get the Brew Panda? What's it called? The Void Panda out with that?
I assume so if you have Shard. Let me check here. Grants Void Brawling and creates a Void Brewing with Astral Pulse ability. Yes.
Okay, that's kind of nice because I really like the Void Brewing.
Me too.
Shenanigans.
Even though it took him about 8 months to get a name or an icon or anything, seems like he was neglected for a long time. That thing is 1 tanky and 2 has a Void Pulse, which disarms for 2 seconds. It's not bad. It's not as big as a Resonant Pulse, of course, because it's just a Brewling and not the proper hero, but pretty decent ability, and I never see it used.
The stance also gives 20% status resistance to the Brewmaster.
Mm-hmm.
That's 25% slow for 2 seconds on attack.
Yeah, and then it triples, right, when he does the Cinder Brew or something like that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
So
kind of nice.
it's pretty decent. I don't know. I see. Oh, well, that's unfortunate. Bonjova, he kind of juked himself there. Not a lot of armor to speak of, but plenty of tangos, pardon, to keep himself alive. Be a-okay. That's the thing with the Skyrith. You said he's not that mobile, and generally I'd agree. But compared to a couple, he's fast. Yeah, he's fast. So it doesn't bode well, of course, that he's hit by literally the very first hook thrown. But you know, we'll see how he fares from here on out.
Yeah, he's pretty fast, but Rot's pretty nasty as well with the slow, and then you also have Disruptors, Thunderstrike, slow on top.
Yeah, I don't think he gets away from Pudge in that regard, but you know, just don't get hit by hook forehead, basically.
Yeah, that's just the way you need to play the game. Just don't get hit by the enemy spells.
2 denies already for Bat, though, is a very good start for Georgia here in the mid lane. Looking at last hits and denies.
Yeah, of course, the change to Sticky Napalm does make it a lot easier to hit these last hit creeps.
Yeah, denying, though, it's a whole different ball game, and Pika full stick already. It's going to make things slightly difficult to deal with. There's this bottom lane harass that I was talking about, right? Cinder Root, you're always going to be able to get that Ignite down, basically, as long as Scarith Mage, of course, has the mana. He's going to be one of the better laning partners for this purpose, and the Urn already halfway completed here for the Brewmaster.
Pretty good Spirit Vessel game against both the Treant and the Pudge. Top lane is where I'm curious on what's going to happen, because you got a Huskar Marcy versus a Tusk Treant. Not a lane you see too often.
Yeah, and it's double melee into Huskar, right? Like, I imagine this can't... Eventually, this is not going to feel amazing. Maybe they wait for level 2 here. Flapjack's not going to wait that long, though. Sampa's taking a bit of damage. Actually, they're going to turn back into Flapjack, and they're even going to pause. His own team is going to pause. Actually, it's the enemy. No, it's the enemy.
Yeah, that's going to be a little bit annoying. Flapjack probably gets away. If they kill off that melee creep, he gets level 2, he can just dive away with the rebound.
He needs 38 experience, 37 experience, pardon, by the looks of things.
Okay, do you know the stats on how much XP you get from a creep?
I do, actually, because what you can do is if you click on the creep and then you ult and hover over the... or actually, you just hover over the creep's level, it'll tell you. He's got 57 XP bounty. Split between the two. It'll be close. I don't think he'll get it 28. I don't think he'll get it, actually. I think he'll be just shy.
Oh, that would... I mean, he might... will he survive? There is no tag team. Tusk actually also needs 1 creep for that kill. But they do still have Nature's Grasp to use, actually.
Yeah, I was about to say, I don't think they get him. Sorry, I don't think Flapjack lives, personally. Let me see, is that creep on fire? Now, none of the creeps are on fire. They're not disarmed. Marcy with 3 armor versus 2 of the heaviest hitters in the game.
And Choppa needs to hit the creep next to him. He gets level 2 tag team. They kill him.
I think he's dead. He might even be better to snowball just in case he does rebound. I don't know. We'll see what they do. They've had time to think about it.
They ping it out.
They hit the creep. There's snowball. Oh, but they actually hit it onto the Huskar.
Okay, that was confusing.
They definitely meant to hit Flapjack. Flapjack did have 6 stick charges, though. Oh, and we got juked. First Blood's actually down bottom. What the heck?
Wait, huh?
Hook.
We were so focused on that top lane that I completely forgot that this game has 3 lanes.
And in they go, Flapjack. Ooh, he's going to live. And now, some burning spears for John Joe Lee.
No burning spears yet.
Oh, no burning spears yet. Very true, but high attack speed.
And bottom lane, 2 more kills happening. This top lane is just too interesting to let go of.
It is. And bottom lane's a Pudge, though. Safe lane Huskar, however, is always a little bit fun to watch as well. Mid lane has the opportunity as well to really snowball one way or the other, but not unless there's a large buildup of the Napalm stacks. And this time around, the Bat Rider going for a much more traditional skill build. Likely to be 202. He's holding on to that 4th point now. But I assume as Ember's not going to contest here for the Water Runes, it'll probably be the point Firefly. No point to commit it anyway until you're ready to use a Firefly, as that's going to be a rebound top lane onto John Joe Lee. This time he is fighting. This time, still without burning spears, he will die.
Flapjack, again, very close to dying, but this time we'll walk it off again. Very big struggle in that top lane. Of course, 2 melees against Inner Fire is just not a lot of fun.
This Ignite's going to really start adding up down bottom. They do have a stick on Pudge. It creates another hook here. That might be another death for Sari.
That's slow.
Ooh, yeah, right back on in. Pudge was waiting. They catch a glimpse of him. Down he goes.
Yeah, 3 Flesh Heap stacks already for the Pudge. That's not too bad 3 minutes into the game.
It's fairly good, actually, I dare I say.
He's got the Ring of Health as well. This is going to be tough lane.
Ooh, yeah, and that'll probably be an early Hood of Defiance, which is going to be very punishing. This hurts.
Yeah, he's already sending out the hood, the last piece of the Hood of Defiance.
Oh, he already has Hood?
Yep.
Oh, wow. That is going to be pretty rough. Oh, another hook. Oh, this one just shy.
That bottom lane is not looking too great. Bonwa also no mana left, so he's going to have to send out mangoes. God. Not much fun. Top lane, though.
Well,
Master?
and they go again. It's going to live. Leech Seed, not enough damage, actually. Still with only 1 point in Berserker's Blood. Be okay.
And again, we look top lane, bottom lane, a kill happens. Stop it!
Chilla does get the kill on the Bonewall eventually. But no Flesh Heap stack for the Pudge, at least. He dies out of Flesh Heap stack range. That's going to be a bit of a win there. I didn't know, by the way. Did you know that they nerfed the Urn of Shadows cast range?
Wait, what?
I had no idea.
I know that they just made the cost always stupidly. Yeah, that's a pretty hefty cast range nerf.
Yeah, I just considered. I was always wondering why I was messing up my Witch Doctor combos. Now I know.
Because you bought Urn. That's the problem.
I buy Urn all the time. I buy Vessel on Doctor.
Well, we've seen all the games today that it's been Voodoo Switcheroo Blink.
Yeah, well, you know what? That's boring, honestly. It's much better when you are in Divine Bracket and you get fools to fight you who think that Maledict and Vessel isn't going to kill them immediately. Bottom, they're fighting. This time I'm watching. They're still going top lane, but bottom first. Sayori is going to die. Chilla as well, likely to fall, but it's back top. Master, he is going to fall. I think that was Flapjack who TP'd back in. He wasn't mid. I think he walked back home and then was in the process of maybe refilling up on HP and mana, and instead is going to watch his compatriot die.
Yeah, they went for a very risky snowball. Like, double snowball into the tower to get that kill. Very impressive move coming out from them. But the damage from the Tusk is pretty substantial. Did not even go for the tag team build this time around.
Well, now I think he probably pays the price for this. He's onto the creep wave. Shards are decent, actually. And with the Falcon Blade, he might just live. Mid lane as well. There's going to be a lasso onto the Ember simultaneously. Ember brought back up to the high ground as Pika is going to be able to live through this one. Stick charges keep him alive. They'll catch the Tusk back top. And we can see here now Pika, sleight of fist dodging a little bit. He needs to dodge a bit more, though. Pika's still running for his life, has Searing Chains. He's going to be lit on fire, turning to face his attacker. He will die, but at least with honor. At least he sets up for the kill, right? No! Batrider's going to make it out of here alive.
Middle tower is under attack.
Does he have enough for the concussive shot? No, he's not going to chase, and he gets out. That was a little bit of luck, a lot of skill.
Lots of skill there. Very, very nicely done. I was watching the fight top lane at the same time. Time as to not debate the observer, and the lasso not pay, or the lasso eventually paying off is a big win. And that's all thanks to really a couple of denies here in favor. Not even just a couple, 12 denies in favor of the Batrider. That's ridiculous. There's another hook, by the way, on Sori. He will fall.
5 Flesh Heap stacks.
Very good for Georgia.
And he's already going for the Ogre Axe. He's not been finishing up his boots. He wants to get that Axe ASAP, knowing that that's a very good counter to the Huskar, and honestly against the entire enemy team.
Whoa, this is deep. Ember is here as they will land the stun. And there's going to be the sidekick as well. Who has the snowball? It's Pika. Now they're going to figure that one out. Shards at least forcing Master to go the long way around. Really good shards. Wow, that's impressive. Is that going to actually get him out of here? No, not by the looks of things. His Master has more than enough stacks there of the Burning Spears to get him down. Counter rotation is... Oh, sorry, no, let's no... Well, it is maybe coming. Batrider thinking about rotating away, but honestly, they might not need it for the kill here. Hook and Dismember both at the ready. Bonewall, down he goes. Hook at the ready as well for Sayori, but they decide to save it. There's actually not enough mana, so...
Look at those two main cores, just their ridiculous net worth already on both the Bat and the Pudge. Going in for the kill on Sori. There's going to be at least some lifesteal, but Sori, does he get away? He's actually going in for the kill onto Chila, and might be able to get
really
it
wants
here.
the Stern Charge. He's so desperate for the Iron Charge, but he's not going to get it. And there's a hook at
the
that's
lasso.
awkward. That's awkward. He comes into frame there with the haste turn, but he gets the split off. Pudge! Down he goes. What the heck? What the heck are we seeing? Flapjack is going to miss the rebound. And there ends the haste. It's dispelled. I'm not sure if it ended first or if it was mass dispelled. And another rebound. They will not let this man stand in one place in peace here. Seems like he's going to be able to outlive the urn, especially now that they've managed to apply the dust. Sorry, the smoke, so he's not going to be hit by... Oh, he still got hit by that. What?
Yeah, you get hit by that when you smoke. I've died so many times from that stupid mechanic.
What the heck? But you don't get hit by like anything else. That's
yeah, but Skywrath somehow hits you with that spell. Yeah, it's very strange.
That is really weird. Well, good thing he knew to get the bottle charge then instantly. He still might actually end up dying. There's no Fire Remnant charges, though, for Ember, so it seems like he'll get away and eventually be forced to go back home and heal up. But damage is being dealt elsewhere on the map, right? Georgia, this top lane has gone very swimmingly for them. And bottom, well, there's a
no
dismember at
split.
the ready. A hook as well. No split this time, but a couple creeps in the way. There's going to be the glimpse on back, trying to avoid this, but has to run in a straight line, basically making the hook trivial.
He's already got 2 pieces of the axe pretty much done on the Pudge, so his farm is exceptional. A little bit too much. Did luckily enough get taken down previously, but that's only once.
This time, Master, he's got plenty of damage for the kill. Berserker's Blood now maxed. Plenty of attack speed here for him. And now with the armlet completed, he can find himself in this nice, very good equilibrium where he gets to basically always have armlet on, and the regen is good for him. Only concern for him really becomes a Walrus Punch. I don't know, you got a lot of armor from armlet though, especially with the active on.
Yeah, but Pudge's actually really good against that, because you kind of can't stand next to Pudge and toggle.
Mid lane. Static Storm here. They're in deep here on the dive, and there is an Overgrowth connecting onto 2 now. Snowball is going to be for Bonewell. That'll cancel the TP and condemn him. Down he falls later to the match damage of Noah, but behind and near the mid-tier 2 towers, Pika is farming creeps here in between before he remnants away, just trying to buy as much time as he can. Down bottom, another split right before the hook can connect. Yeah, are going to have a kill there fairly easily as in comes Pika. Nice way all around the map, and down he goes. That's well done there by Sori.
Okay, that is fairly impressive coming out from these skirmishes all over the map. They're going to go back in mid, but there's no split for Sori, so very aggressive move coming forward.
Yeah.
Ooh, Master.
Glimpse. Oh, that's just going to glimpse the dead body a bit further away. Flapjack is going to die here in the flames and the fire, but in comes Pika. Well, 2, 3 heroes maybe even sharing the Mystic Flare, but all the same, Batrider will fall. Sopa? Is he thinking about turning maybe? He's got a Snowball. Walrus Punch as well. Hook. Oh, just off the mark. Sorry. He's going to be able to evade him as well. There's going to be shards up in 2 seconds. Actually, Sari's going to turn and face his attacker. Glimpse back into the waiting jaws of the Pudge. And team fight win here for Georgia, I'd say.
Yeah, definitely, because at the start of that fight, Master leaps in with his full life break and immediately gets Walrus Punch dead. It was a very sad turn of events for the Huskar, who's not having a great game so far. Dusk actually doesn't even have a point in tag team yet. He's gone for the full Ice Shard Snowball build.
I guess that kind of makes sense. He doesn't really have a right-clicking partner in this game. They're going to try and kill this Ember. Pika, nope, gets thrown away in time. He might even still be back. He's got an Arcane Rune, so he's going to go home and TP back on in. Noah falling here as well, so the right-click damage of Flapjack needs a little bit more. Almost got it there on that Unleash stroke, but nope, not quite. Eventually, we'll find his mark there with that last little jump on it. And surprisingly, it's Spain who are going to get the first tower here against Georgia in the mid lane.
Don't have any tower push. That's both teams, honestly, don't really have tower push. The best pusher in this game is Brew Split, because I think Earth Panda gets, like, demolished. Ooh, another Pudge kill. That's his 3rd death this game. Very close to the Ags. It takes a lot of damage when they finally get on top of him.
Yeah, the Earth Brilliant does have Demolish, you're absolutely right. So there's a little bit of push, but then you got it. Well, I guess actually you don't need to cast it anymore. You just need to get your Ag Scepter up, which is still the build actually here for Sayori. Again, no longer gives you 2 charges of the Primal Split. It gives you a little Bruling called a Primal Companion. Honestly, you know what it gives you? It gives you a drinking partner. That's what it gives you.
Yeah, it's kind of cool. It's actually really cool because you can also have the Storm Panda and constantly keep cycloning someone, which is ridiculous.
Someone to go to your happy hour specials place too as well. Top lane in trouble. Dream Protector. Carefully here though. They've overgrowthed him, and now with the bots on over, in goes the Batrider, but they still kind of lack the burst damage until they go for the armlet toggle play. Pudge was coming in as well. It probably would have had him dead for right. Bon was able to at least trade away the Disruptor before he falls himself.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's
Space
bottom
created at
tower
least
has
for a bottom
fallen.
tier 1 tower, but it's coming at the cost of yet again another death on the Huskar. Some master tier Huskar player, by the way.
Yeah, not as survivable as he would have liked, because he can't toggle this game. That's the problem. There's so many dots
Radiant's
with
bottom
the
tower is
Static
under
Storm, the Treant with his 2 dots. You've got the Pudge with his Rot, and even the Flame Break shenanigans from the Bat Rider. That toggling is nigh impossible in any of these fights.
Yeah, absolutely right about that. Feels like a BKB is going to be very necessary here. Definitely acknowledging that. Just the casual Sanj, not proceeding for the full, not for the full Halberd, as he is going to be seeking that magic immunity, that protection. There, do you lifesteal off of the sidekick as Ember Spirit? I know you probably get the bonus damage. I don't doubt that, but do you lifesteal off of it?
I would assume not, because you're like immune stuff.
But don't you? Does Ember not lifesteal off of Satanic when he's in there?
Does Ember get Satanic?
I don't know if I've seen it before here. I'll keep my eye on it for it. It's just an interaction I've never seen because we haven't seen a lot of Ember. Oh, and we might not see much more of him here. Oh, take him out. Take him out with the dispose. Oh no, he couldn't. Instead, they dispose of the Ember Spirit, and now the Snowball is going to stun up both supports. The hook brings Flapjack into the river. There's going to be a primal split. There's not a lot of teammates around him, especially now as a Skyrath
The Split's dying.
Fall. The Splits
The
are
Pudge.
dying. Saori running for his life. They're going to hold him back. I get a punch. Saori, get out of here. The Panda, 1 more second. No.
I don't think he would have survived even though he came back, but...
No, probably not, right?
Yeah, no, that Pudge is a scary hero. Just the Split standing next to the Pudge, everything but the Earth Panda just dies. Rot's a bit broken with the Ags.
Yeah, I wonder if it's got more to do with the additional damage you do, or if it's more to do with the radius. What do you reckon?
I think it's a nice mix of both. The slow is also just really nasty. You can't run away from that nasty slow. And the damage is substantial.
There's the slow that we were talking about, actually. That, in addition with the Nature's Grasp, is the reason why, not Flapjack, but Pika's remnants can go absolutely nowhere. And look who they've caught. Master in a bit of trouble. He's going to turn, try and fight through this one, and it's not going to go very well. Eventually, he's going to get the kill there into Joe Lee, but that is simply a position for Treant in exchange for the hard carry. This is very quickly...
Dire's middle tower is
I mean, it's 240 damage per second. That's ridiculously high for an AoE dot.
Yeah, that's good, especially because you can reduce plenty of that. What do you got? What's his total magic resist right now? 38%. Then after that, Flesh Heap does its damage reduction, which is why this Flesh Heap damage block is so incredible. You know, you've got to consider, right? I mean, I'm hoping that they change Crimson Guard, because I'd love to see Crimson Guard actually be useful in this meta.
Dire's middle tower is under
They did
attack.
buff the numbers by quite a bit. I think 20 for ranged heroes especially is huge on a damage block, because again, they don't come with one built in on the barrier
Dire's
active,
top
but
tower is under
it's looked
attack.
difficult. They're setting up now, trying to bait the Ember Spirit. So far, that seems to be working. Oh, there's a root though. Sean Jolie's got the shard, but in the meantime, they've set up now the Static Storm in order to finish off Pika. He will fall. A hook is going to condemn Bonwa here as well. Nice job, nice plays here from Georgia, who bring the numbers in order to secure that one. Flapjack going to throw Bat Rider into the river, but of course buffed here by the Firefly. He's right back on top of him.
And John Jolie is bringing in the memes with that Meteor Hammer coming through. It's been a while since I've seen the Meteor Hammer being purchased in any high-skilled game, unless it was kind of a meme.
I think it's pretty good though with this tree shard, considering how strong that thing is now. Oh, well, they missed a couple of the spells, but they probably still could kill Sayori. He's got split. Oh, he's thinking about using it, but there's a dismember ready for him, and he is going to die.
So
That's
close
a
to
BKB
Ags as
on
well.
That rider. He wants to go in for some more action here, and he's got lasso. He's going to turn and fight. There's going to be plenty of damage now into the hands of plenty of enemy heroes as well. Master trying to escape this one, but again, it's just impossible for him to armlet toggle. Flapjack, try as he might, I don't think he's going to be able to do anything about this one either. A little bit of bonus lifesteal for him. At least a silence, and now another Mystic Flare. They have the kill onto the Tusk. Ooh, but the hook just is going to swing wide. Flapjack's going to perish there to the damage over time. It's only a 1-for-3 trade. Bad at all here for Georgia.
Yeah, Budge just, 19 minutes in, 17 flesh heap stacks. Yeah, sure. 34 extra strength. Yeah, it's normal. He's going Kaya Sanj as well, so he's going to have that extra just straight up damage coming off of the Rot. If he gets that 15 talent with Spell Lifesteal as well, you get that Spell Lifesteal amp from the Kaya.
Oh yeah. We're looking good. There's a lift here. He does have the Ag Scepter up and operational. The Overgrowth is going to catch a couple of them, but Pudge in trouble. Pika. Oh, maybe it's Pika who's in trouble. They're fighting mano a mano. Pudge taking no damage, but eventually is going to fall. Just about everything that Spade had, but they will take down the Pudge. Great Ice Shards force Pika to go the long way around and really put an end to this chase. Wait,
Ag's just not done on the brew. So he's got that Storm Panda nearby. Cyclone 16-second cooldown for a 6-second lift.
Okay, in goes now the Bat Rider. He's got BKB, and he's going to have to use it here if he wants to dispel the silence, but 16 more seconds until he has a lasso. They're going to find Sheila as well. He's going to buy back. Okay, Master falling a little bit low. Doesn't need to watch his HP here. Still no BKB at the ready. Ember Spirit looking to hold back his enemies. He's already lifting here with the Storm Panda.
And Tusk is going for the good old classic Walrus Kick.
Oh, that's so good. I think you can still kick while in Snowball, which I'm not sure why that works, but it's very good. Yeah, it's the reason why it's so broken.
That's kind of busted.
It's so good. It's honestly so good. And then you get Aether Lens. He's going to go BKB. I think he has to because he's a core. But if you're a support and you're running this build with the Ag Scepter, you go Aether Lens after that and Octarine, and I think the kick cooldown is basically 8 seconds, which sounds like a lot, but really isn't. Because you get to spend 3 seconds in a snowball, and then you kick them, and there's a flight time on the kick. Like, you basically can kick you can kick someone, not as bad as that Magnus Ag Scepter used to be, but it's pretty bad. You can be ridiculous with this thing.
It's also just a lot of fun. The repositioning is great, especially against a hero like Huskar. Force him out of a rough spot, though. In mid, Overgrowth comes out. Flapjack is going to slowly tickle down. Both supports will be easy pickings.
Yeah, not too difficult there for Georgia. They'll push on now, look for bigger fish. Man, they managed to kill the Pudge once. That's about as much as this Pudge feels like dying this time around. Aegis now in his inventory here for another 2.5 minutes. And I don't know if he'll be taking another death this game against his mark. 8, 4, and 13. It's been a pretty phenomenal Pudge performance thus far.
It feels like Georgia has been in control over this entire game, but they're about to finally take their first tier 2 tower, and that's because of their incredible lack of push. Except for, Treant built up specifically that Meteor Hammer, probably to add in a little bit of pushing power for the team.
No, that's a really good point, right? For a while, there was this Mars build where out of the lane, he would not go for Armlet back when that was the norm. There was an avenue for a Mars to go for a Meteor Hammer if his team lacked push, if his laning partner had no push. And that, I think, is kind of along the same lines of what it's here. I don't think the item's changed much, has it?
I don't think it has been touched.
I think the last thing they did was they messed with, like, the stun duration, I believe. Like that. Let me check the wiki page for this. I'm actually rather curious.
You remember the old Ring of Basilius where you could toggle it as a Naga? Like 3 toggles and then the Meteor Hammer drops perfectly?
Yeah, I remember that one.
That was such a... I don't know who the hell thought of that one.
An OD. Well, input buffering, Input buffering. It's always been a thing. I mean, some people are smart. And here's the Earth Panda, by the way. This is what you're talking about. He does have Demolish. Top tier 1 tower is going to fall rather quickly then to this thing. An additional 180 bonus building damage. Hey, you know what? Maybe we'll see the return of this thing. what was it? What TI? It was before my time. I think it was TI4, TI3, when they would just buff the Earth Panda with like alacrity and things. Look at him go! This is serious damage.
Yeah, there's you know, the Ags on Brewmaster is still pretty good.
Definitely.
Even though you know, obviously the other one was also fairly good with the quad.
Wait, they all blink away. Nice, that was a cheeky little play. But now, Georgia are going to strike back hard. There is a lift. Oh, unfortunately, you can't hook the Storm Panda. It's invisible at least here with the Wind Run. Wind Walk started. Of course, it wouldn't be a Wind Run. Only heroes can do that. Oh, Flapjack. Oh, Flapjack. Oh, let him jump off of him. Oh, no, Flapjack. No, get out of there. Oh, okay, there's the rebound. Whew, that was a close one.
That was the most perfect Ice Shards block, as you can see him just panicking, running in circles on the spot. Help me, team, please.
Yeah, that was rough.
The Spirit Vessel almost done on the Brew. Did go back to finish it off after, of course, choosing to go for the Ags instead of finishing it previously.
Okay, so the last changes to Meteor Hammer were kind of nerfs. The damage per second got reduced from 90 to 60, even though the impact radius was largened. And the stun duration also got nerfed, which is... Wow, this thing used to have a stun duration of 2 seconds. Would you believe that?
Yeah. You could do some nasty things. I also remember... well, there's still the OD that buys it, actually. Yeah. But, you know, when do we see an OD? That's a whole other story.
Little lift here onto the Pudge, and why not? He does 200 damage. Burn an extra 6 seconds off of this Aegis. The hook is going to miss. In comes the Meteor Hammer here. It's just going to clip that tier 3 tower. Keeps alive the backdoor defense a little longer. Another lift at the ready. And Spain do well to clear these waves. Plenty of AoE damage for them. When does this thing... Is this thing tied to his ulti level, I suppose? Yeah, okay. Very cool.
I'm actually quickly checking something.
Well, Marcy, not really too much to her name here. Incredibly poor, and only a Glimmer Cape for the Skywrath Mage. They're going to smoke out. Now, this Aegis is reclaimed in 3 seconds, so they are timing this properly. As smoke breaks, they're going to find themselves now at Tusk. They've missed the stun here on the rebound, but they found themselves at the very least Treant Protector. Down for the count now. They're without at least Overgrowth. Static Storm connects onto only one. That's a good catch here, but there's not enough follow-up. Hook is going to be dragging Bonewall into the river. He's got really no chance to escape this, as the Dismember is onto Master. The buyback from the Treant Protector. They don't even need the Overgrowth. Simply just a Walrus Punch is going to condemn the Huskar. He's been able to do much. Neither will the Skywrath Mage, as he's cut down. Another lift here at least condemns the Pudge for a while longer, but Pika hit by the Meteor Hammer and killed off. Brewmaster coming out of the Brew form at least lives a while longer as Pika buys back, trying to fight, but Pudge just way too much damage here. He's got to back up, and now a second lift is going to do nothing here. 3 kills for Pudge. And only an Ember Spirit here to try and defend against Georgia.
Yeah, that is a pretty dominant performance coming in from the... really, honestly, the moment that Pudge pops his BKB, you can't do anything if you're the Spanish side. You just need to run away, but he also hit a ridiculously good hook on the Skywrath Mage in the middle of that fight. So really showing his stuff here onto that Pudge from the Georgian team.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, this Meteor Hammer, I was just looking at it. It does 375 damage to towers, which ain't bad. Bad at all. Oh, uh-oh. Oh, there's a stun. Oh, Pudge. He got off Flesh Heap, though. Meteor Hammer has connected on a Master before he BKBs, but they'll eventually have the damage for the Pudge. He's dead now for 69 seconds, as it looks like... No. He blinks away? Certainly not, right? They're chasing after him now.
Yeah, there's a Panda.
Yep, they're going to dispel it, bring him back down for a rude awakening as Flapjack will punch him in the face, and he steals both kills. Well done, Flapjack.
Yeah, pretty well done in return. 8K net worth advantage is not the most just yet. Yeah, I was looking up, because I remember it must have been an older iteration of the Void Panda, but I thought that the Void Panda also had attack modifiers added in, but I guess they removed that a while back. That was one of the cool things about the Void Panda, that you could abuse. But it would be kind of broken if you had that with the Aghanim Scepter also working, considering you just have long range Void Panda walking in and giving someone debuffs.
Oh no. Oh, actually, he gets off of it. Wow. Okay, that was impressive. He did get off one armlet toggle in there, and obviously he still dies, but, you know, credit where credit is due. I'm surprised he armlet toggled through Static Storm, Sticky Napalm, Firefly. That was good. I kill another Panda, which means this cooldown's on ability for 70 seconds. Very painful.
That's a pretty lengthy cooldown. Oh, what's also very dangerous is the Disruptor is almost done with the full Aghanim Scepter. So there's not going to be any BKB shenanigans if he gets it on top of you. That means Blink Dagger is probably going to be something that you're looking forward to as the Disruptor, as your next item to get that instant initiation.
Yeah, and I'm really curious about how they've changed this Void Panda. Because I honestly, I don't remember a whole lot.
If I'm not mistaken, it also had attack modifiers back ages ago. But I don't play the hero, so I don't necessarily keep up with everything he does.
It causes attacks to slow enemies by 25% for 2 seconds. Status resist and slow percentage are tripled when Brewmaster is affected by Bruce. I wonder if he still has it, actually. I wouldn't be too surprised. It doesn't... Sure, I don't see a note of it being removed, so maybe it's still in the game for the Primal stance, or the Void stance. Oh, well, he doesn't have it, right, so...
Yeah, he's probably not going to buy it because I don't know why. Maybe Disarm. Yeah, to be fair, Disarm doesn't really do that much for his team this game, considering your opponents are literally just there to stand next to you and kill you.
Yeah, they are spellcasters. I mean, for as rough as it's been for Spain, they actually still have, well, nearly all of their tier 3 towers. They've just finally lost the top one thanks to a creep wave being there. It'll probably let Georgia know that Spain's in the vicinity to contest this Roche. Both teams holding wards on their enemy side of the river.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Well, yeah, they're just waiting for a chance to go for Roche. There's a double damage down bottom, which is being spotted out by the Dire side, but they're going to go for an engagement.
Flick comes off as well. It's not bad at all, but Sayori, it's not a lot of follow-up here either. In goes Flapjack. He's going to whiff on the stun. He's probably going to be dismembered for that. Yeah, down he goes. They're on top of, however, Sheila. Can they get enough damage in onto him before the storm comes out? Yes, they can, actually. So no static storm in the fight. As now Sayori popping out of the primal stance. He's actually still a little bit healthy. Another lift here, some decent micro. Needs to get away from the Pudge, though, and that's a tough ask with that AoE. They've taken down Master as well, thanks to the Bat Rider's damage. And now only standing in their way is this pesky little Skywrath Mage. Only 6 armor to his name. Pika, though, got a DD rune. Oh, he's got a D rune, but he's got absolutely no life. Wow, that was absolutely rude.
I find that a very interesting move in that scenario specifically, considering you're playing up against a Tusk and a Pudge, to, as an Ember, try to go for the right clicks. I mean, Pudge has 4.3k HP, pretty much. That maybe if you slide a fist from range with like a Daedalus and a double damage, sure, but standing on top of the Pudge, not the smartest move.
And he's at 27 Pudge checks. I mean that's just ridiculous. You highlighted what that means for his HP total, but just as a raw number, 14, 5, and 18 on a Pudge. Wow.
It's been a pretty aggressive game from both these teams.
That it has. That it has. Pudge now with another Aegis of Immortality. They've taken him down once since he lost the other one, but let's see here what happens. He's actually going for a refresher.
Double
refresh
hook.
BKB, right? Well, I mean, sure, right? That's the real one.
That's honestly a weird choice, mainly because his cooldowns are just, except for BKB, the rest of his cooldowns are minimal. It's like what, 15-second cooldown on Dismember, Hook is 12 seconds, and then blink. Feels like an interesting choice. John Joe Lee in the top lane,
What
though.
the heck is this? Are you seeing this Pudge right now?
Wait, where is he?
Silence, but not slowed. As even cycloned up in between the tier 4 towers, Skywrath Mage still dies. And Meteor Hammer setting to work, 375 damage here on the structures. Walrus kick. Oh, nice hook back. Look, they brought back Monster into the Static Storm. There's an Acceptor. He's disabled as well by the lasso. Down he goes, dead for 70 seconds. The overgrowth as well is going to restrict the movement of the Ember Spirit. He's got BKB active and is at least able. No, actually, nice little cheeky remnants in order to secure the kill. At least on the cusp with the hook on back into the Dismember. There's going to be a shard save out from the Marcy. Well done here from Flapjack, but they're going to be bringing back the Ember. No, a great remnant here, keeps himself alive. And actually, oh my goodness, these hooks are ridiculous. He got actually hooked in the Meteor Hammer, so already running for his life here. He can't really turn to fight the Pudge, but with the Vessel debuff, they might actually have a kill here onto him. 500 damage, and down he goes. What the heck is going on this game?
Marcy has the shard. He just threw the Storm Panda on top of the Pudge.
That was pretty cool, honestly.
But that also meant the Storm Panda dies. The Primal Split thingy Bruling.
Yeah,
so,
I mean, it kind of died. He didn't really micro it away. I'm not going to blame Flapjack for that. That was a pretty nice stun. But wow, what a turn of events here. They do take down the raid boss, but of course he's got Aegis. He's got even more Flesh Heap stacks. He's got 7 since I last counted on it. And you gotta go for the Flesh Heap stack strength and damage bonus, right? Like, that just seems...
Yeah, that's 45 extra strength that you get.
Yeah. Pretty good.
Yeah, that's not bad. That puts your total at 105 strength gain from Flesh Heap in general. That's okay. How much gold does that cost?
In Ironwood branches, or?
I'm gonna see Reavers. That would be over 10k.
Quite a bit there with the click of a button. Huskar, not even yet at his 25 talent. He did have Acceptor, but got completely outplayed there on the 4 staff, thanks to Pudge kind of getting... Oh, the hook, actually, was what got him.
Yeah, that was, like, he hit 3 absolutely godlike hooks in a row. That was ridiculous.
It was ridiculous. And here they go. The world's slowest siege. Spain are not even in their base. Oh, no. Okay, they're right on top of him again. At least the taunt is going to interrupt the Dismember, but this poor Skywrath Mage can do nothing. They've already got through the Huskar as well, and now the Earth Panda himself. None of these heroes with buyback. Ember is at least able to escape. Flapjack as well is going to make it out alive, but no one else on the team with buyback. They're going to go Fountain Hook it. Here he goes. Flapjack takes one for the team. He's going to be stunned up. They have nothing to interrupt it. They do push him outside of Meteor Hammer range, but it doesn't make much of a difference. Pika, he might be up next. Batrider buys a Desolator in order to speed up the push. Wow.
Yeah, that's a Pudge that, honestly, for any other team that is currently watching, ban Pudge against this guy, because he does not miss.
35 Flesh Heap stacks.
Refresh or done.
It's going to take him a while to get through the building.
Even for Dismember damage and heal, that's disappointing.
It's over. I mean, he's not dying, is he? I suppose it's not bad.
You get that extra right-click damage from the strength as well for the pushing of the buildings.
That's a good point. You're not dismembering any more buildings here, are you? Absolutely ridiculous turn of events. GG is called. Spain are going to be defeated in this match.
And they're 0-2, and it depends on the other match if they still have a chance. If I'm not mistaken.
As I've learned not to say finalities on tiebreakers before all the matches played out, as I've been wrong before. We've had an earlier start today as a result, but that is going to be Georgia winning their first 2 games, so well played to them. That's going to take us to our next break here, and when we return, we are going to catch Spain's final match versus Azerbaijan. See if Azerbaijan finished their current match. They have. I believe they've lost to Hungary. So in that case, I'm not sure actually what that means for the tiebreaker.
It doesn't actually
scenarios.
mean that much necessarily. I think it literally comes down to the last series. Considering both those, there are now 3 teams that are 1 and no, let me think. There are 2 teams that are 1 and 1, 1 team that is 2 and 0, and 1 team that is 0 and 2. So if Spain beats Azerbaijan, and if Spain, no, wait, let me think. If Spain beats Azerbaijan, there's going to be at least Spain's out.
All right, well, I'll tell you what, folks. We're going to
Spain's
let
out.
DK German, we're going to let him do some thinking over the break. And then when we come back, we're going to have some more definitive information for you, as well as another Spanish match here for the EF regional qualifier. Stick around, guys. When we return, Azerbaijan, versus.
It is time for the biggest IESF World Championship. More than 120 countries. Set your mind, set your strategy. Face the challenges. Break down the barriers. Bali, the island of gods, 2022. Are you ready to win?